Chapter 1. Tuesday at dawn, Los Angeles trembled. Windows rattled in their frames. Patio wind chimes tinkled merrily even though there was no wind. In some houses, dishes fell off shelves. At the start of the morning rush hour, KFWB, all news radio, used the earthquake as its lead story. The tremor had registered 4.8 on the Richter scale. By the end of the rush hour, KFWB demoted the story to third place behind a report of terrorist bombings in Rome and an account of a 5-car accident on the Santa Monica freeway. After all, no buildings had fallen. By noon, only a handful of Angelenos, mostly those who had moved west within the past year, found the event worthy of even a minute's conversation over lunch. The man in the smoke-gray Dodge van didn't even feel the earth move. He was at the northwest edge of the city, driving south on the San Diego freeway when the quake struck. Because it is difficult to feel any but the strongest tremors while in a moving vehicle, he wasn't aware of the shaking until he stopped for breakfast at a diner and heard one of the other customers talking about it. He knew at once that the earthquake was a sign meant just for him. It had been sent either to assure him that his mission in Los Angeles would be a success or to warn him that he would fail. But which message was he supposed to perceive in this sign? He brooded over that question while he ate. He was a big, strong man, 6'4", 230 pounds, all muscle, and he took more than an hour and a half to finish his meal. He started with 2 eggs, bacon, cottage fries, toast, and a glass of milk. He chewed slowly, methodically, his eyes focused on his food as if he were entranced by it. When he finished his first plateful, he asked for a tall stack of pancakes and more milk. After the pancakes, he ate a cheese omelette with 3 pieces of Canadian bacon on the side, another serving of toast, and orange juice. By the time he ordered the third breakfast, he was the chief topic of conversation in the kitchen. His waitress was a giggly redhead named Helen, but each of the other waitresses found an excuse to pass by his table and get a better look at him. He was aware of their interest, but he didn't care. When he finally asked Helen for the check, she said, "You must be a lumberjack or something." He looked up at her and smiled woodenly. Although this was the first time he had been in the diner, although he had met Helen only 90 minutes ago, he knew exactly what she was going to say. He had heard it all 100 times before. She giggled self-consciously, but her blue eyes fixed unwaveringly on his.
"I mean, you eat enough for 3 men."
"I guess I do."
She stood beside the booth, one hip against the edge of the table, leaning slightly forward, not so subtly letting him know that she might be available.
"But with all that food, you don't have an ounce of fat on you."
Still smiling, he wondered what she'd be like in bed. He pictured himself taking hold of her, thrusting into her, and then he pictured his hands around her throat, squeezing, until her face slowly turned purple and her eyes bulged out of their sockets. She stared at him speculatively, as if wondering whether he satisfied all of his appetites with such single-minded devotion as he had shown toward the food.
"Must get a lot of exercise."
"I lift weights,"
he said.
"Like Arnold Schwarzenegger."
"Yeah."
She had a graceful, delicate neck. He knew he could break it as if it were a dry twig, and the thought of doing that made him feel warm and happy.
"You sure do have a set of big arms,"
she said, softly, appreciatively. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, and she touched his bare forearm with one finger.
"I guess with all that pumping iron, no matter how much you eat, it just turns into more muscle."
"Well, that's the idea,"
he said.
"But I also have one of those metabolisms."
"Huh?"
I burn up a lot of calories and nervous energy.
You? Nervous?
Jumpy as a Siamese cat.
I don't believe it. I bet there's nothing in the world could make you nervous, she said.
She was a good-looking woman, about 30 years old, 10 years younger than he was, and he figured he could have her if he wanted her. She would need a little wooing, but not much. Just enough so she could convince herself that he had swept her off her feet, playing Rhett to her Scarlet, and had tumbled her into bed against her will. Of course, if he made love to her, he would have to kill her afterward. He'd have to put a knife through her pretty breasts or cut her throat, and he really didn't want to do that. She wasn't worth the bother or the risk. She simply wasn't his type. He didn't kill redheads. He left her a good tip, paid his check at the cash register by the door, and got out of there. After the air-conditioned restaurant, the September heat was like a pillow jammed against his face. As he walked toward the Dodge van, he knew that Helen was watching him, but he didn't look back. From the diner, he drove to a shopping center and parked in a corner of the large lot in the shade of a date palm, as far from the stores as he could get. He climbed between the bucket seats into the back of the van, pulled down a bamboo shade that separated the driver's compartment from the cargo area, and stretched out on a thick but tattered mattress that was too short for him. He had been driving all night without rest, all the way from St. Helena in the wine country. Now, with a big breakfast in his belly, he was drowsy. 4 hours later, he woke from a bad dream. He was sweating, shuddering, burning up and freezing at the same time, clutching the mattress with one hand and punching the empty air with the other. He was trying to scream, but his voice was stuck far down in his throat. He made a dry, gasping sound. At first, he didn't know where he was. The rear of the van was saved from utter darkness only by 3 thin strips of pale light that came through narrow slits in the bamboo blind. The air was warm and stale. He sat up, felt the metal wall with one hand, squinted at what little there was to see, and gradually oriented himself. When at last he realized he was in the van, he relaxed and sank back onto the mattress again. He tried to remember what the nightmare had been about, but he could not. That wasn't unusual. Nearly every night of his life he suffered through horrible dreams from which he woke in terror, mouth dry, heart pounding. But he never could recall what had frightened him. Although he knew where he was now, the darkness made him uneasy. He kept hearing stealthy movement in the shadows, soft, scurrying sounds that put the hair up on the back of his neck, even though he knew he was imagining them. He raised the bamboo shade and sat, blinking for a minute, until his eyes adjusted to the light. He picked up a bundle of chamois-textured clothes that lay on the floor beside the mattress. The bundle was tied up with dark brown cord. He loosened the knot and unrolled the soft clothes, 4 of them, each rolled around the other. Wrapped in the center were 2 big knives. They were very sharp. He had spent a lot of time carefully honing the gracefully tapered blades. When he took one of them in his hand, it felt strange and wonderful, as if it were a sorcerer's knife, infused with magic energy that it was now transmitting to him. The afternoon sun had slipped past the shadow of the palm tree in which he had parked the Dodge. Now the light streamed through the windshield, over his shoulder, and struck the ice like steel. The razor edge glinted coldly. As he stared at the blade, his thin lips slowly formed a smile. In spite of the nightmare, the sleep had done him a lot of good. He felt refreshed and confident. He was absolutely certain that the morning's earthquake had been a sign that everything would go well for him in Los Angeles. He would find the woman. He would get his hands on her. Today, or Wednesday at the latest. As he thought about her smooth, warm body and the flawless texture of her skin, his smile swelled into a grin. Tuesday afternoon, Hilary Thomas went shopping in Beverly Hills. When she came home early that evening, she parked her coffee-brown Mercedes in the circular driveway near the front door. Now that fashion designers had decided women finally would be allowed to look feminine again, Hilary had bought all the clothes she hadn't been able to find during the dress-like-an-army sergeant fever that had seized everyone in the fashion industry for at least the past 5 years. She needed to make 3 trips to unload the trunk of the car. As she was picking up the last of the parcels, she suddenly had the feeling that she was being watched. She turned from the car and looked toward the street. The low, westering sun slanted between the big houses and through the feathery palm fronds, streaking everything with gold. 2 children were playing on a lawn half a block away, and a floppy-eared cocker spaniel was padding happily along the sidewalk. Other than that, the neighborhood was silent and almost preternaturally still. 2 cars and a gray Dodge van were parked on the other side of the street, but as far as she could see, there wasn't anyone in them. Sometimes you act like a silly fool, she told herself. Who would be watching? But after she carried the last of the packages inside, she came out to park the car in the garage, and again she had the unshakable feeling that she was being observed. Later, near midnight, as Hilary was sitting in bed reading, she thought she heard noises downstairs. She put the book aside and listened. Rattling sounds. In the kitchen. Near the back door. Directly under her bedroom. She got out of bed and put on a robe. It was a deep blue silk wrapper she had bought just that afternoon. A loaded .32 automatic lay in the top drawer of the nightstand. She hesitated, listened to the rattling sounds for a moment, then decided to take the gun with her. She felt slightly foolish. What she heard was probably just settling noises, the natural sounds a house makes from time to time. On the other hand, she had lived here for 6 months and had not heard anything like it until now. She stopped at the head of the stairs and peered down into the darkness and said, "Who's there?" No answer. Holding the gun in her right hand and in front of her, she went downstairs and across the living room, breathing fast and shallow, unable to stop her gun hand from shaking just a bit. She switched on every lamp that she passed. As she approached the back of the house, she still could hear the strange noises, but when she stepped into the kitchen and hit the lights, there was only silence. The kitchen looked as it should. Dark-pegged pine floor, dark pine cabinets with glossy white ceramic fixtures, white tile counters, clean and uncluttered, shining copper pots and utensils hanging from the high white ceiling. There was no intruder, and no sign that there had been one before she arrived. She stood just inside the doorway and waited for the noise to begin again. Nothing. Just the soft hum of the refrigerator. Finally, she walked around the gleaming central utility island and tried the back door. It was locked. She turned on the yard lights and rolled up the shade that covered the window above the sink. Outside, off to the right, the 40-foot-long swimming pool shimmered prettily. The huge, shadowy rose garden lay to the left, a dozen bright blossoms glowing like bursts of phosphorescent gas in the dark green foliage. Everything out there was silent and motionless. What I heard was the house settling, she thought. Jeez, I'm getting to be a regular spooky old maid. She made a sandwich and took it upstairs with a cold bottle of beer. She left all the lights burning on the first floor, which she felt would discourage any prowler, if there actually was someone lurking about the property. Later, she felt foolish for leaving the house so brightly lit. She knew exactly what was wrong with her. Her jumpiness was a symptom of the "I don't deserve all this happiness" disease, a mental disorder with which she was intimately acquainted. She had come from nowhere, from nothing, and now she had everything. Subconsciously, she was afraid that God would take notice of her and decide that she didn't deserve what she had been given. Then the hammer would fall. Everything she had accumulated would be smashed and swept away. The house, the car, the bank accounts. Her new life seemed like a fantasy, a marvelous fairy tale, too good to be true. Certainly too good to last. No, damn it, no! She had to stop belittling herself and pretending that her accomplishments were only the result of good fortune. Luck had nothing to do with it. Born into a house of despair, nurtured not with milk and kindness but with uncertainty and fear, unloved by her father and merely tolerated by her mother, raised in a home where self-pity and bitterness had driven out all hope, she had, of course, grown up without a sense of real worth. For years she had struggled with an inferiority complex, but that was behind her now. She had been through therapy. She understood herself. She didn't dare let those old doubts rise again within her. The house and car and money would not be taken away. She did deserve them. She worked hard, and she had talent. Nobody had given her a job simply because she was a relative or friend. When she had come to Los Angeles, she hadn't known anyone. No one had heaped money in her lap just because she was pretty. Drawn by the wealth of the entertainment industry and by the promise of fame, herds of beautiful women arrived every day in L.A. and were usually treated worse than cattle. She had made it to the top for one reason. She was a good writer, a superb craftsman, an imaginative and energetic artist who knew how to create the motion pictures that a lot of people would pay money to see. She earned every dime she was paid, and the gods had no reason to be vindictive. "So relax," she said aloud. No one had tried to get in the kitchen door. That was just her imagination. She finished the sandwich and beer, then went downstairs and turned out the lights. She slept soundly. The next day was one of the best days of her life. It was also one of the worst. Wednesday began well. The sky was cloudless. The air was sweet and clear. The morning light had that peculiar quality found only in Southern California and only on certain days. It was crystalline light, hard yet warm, like the sunbeams in a cubist painting, and it gave you the feeling that at any moment the air would part like a stage curtain to reveal a world beyond the one in which we live. Hilary Thomas spent the morning in her garden. The walled half-acre behind the two-story Neo-Spanish house was adorned with 24 species of roses, beds and trellises and hedges of roses. There were the Frau Karl Druschki rose, the Madame Pierre Auger rose, the Rosa muscosa, the Souvenir de la Malmaison rose, and a wide variety of modern hybrids. The garden blazed with white roses and red roses, orange and yellow and pink and purple and even green roses. Some blooms were the size of saucers, and others were small enough to pass through a wedding ring. The velvety green lawn was speckled with wind-blown petals of every hue. Most mornings Hilary worked with the plants for 2 or 3 hours. No matter how agitated she was upon entering the garden, she was always completely relaxed and at peace when she left. She easily could have afforded a gardener. She still received quarterly payments from her first hit film, Arizona Shifty Pete, which had been released more than 2 years ago and which had been an enormous success. The new movie, Cold Heart, in the theaters less than 2 months, was doing even better than Pete. Her 12-room house in Westwood on the fringes of Bel Air and Beverly Hills had cost a great deal, yet 6 months ago she had paid cash for the place. In show business circles, she was called a hot property. That was exactly how she felt, too. Hot, burning, ablaze with plans and possibilities. It was a glorious feeling. She was a damned successful screenwriter, a hot property indeed, and she could hire a platoon of gardeners if she wanted them. She tended to the flowers and the trees herself because the garden was a special place for her, almost sacred. It was the symbol of her escape. She had been raised in a decaying apartment building in one of Chicago's worst neighborhoods. Even now, even here, even in the middle of her fragrant rose garden, she could close her eyes and see every detail of that long-ago place. In the foyer, the mailboxes had been smashed open by thieves looking for welfare checks. The hallways were narrow and poorly lit. The rooms were tiny, dreary, the furniture tattered and worn. In the small kitchen, the ancient gas range had seemed about to spring a leak and explode. Hilary had lived for years in fear of the stove's irregular, spurting blue flames. The refrigerator was yellow with age. It wheezed and rattled, and its warm motor attracted what her father called the local wildlife. As she stood now in her lovely garden, Hilary clearly remembered the wildlife with which she had spent her childhood, and she shuddered. Although she and her mother had kept the 4 rooms spotlessly clean, and although they had used great quantities of insecticide, they had never been able to get rid of the cockroaches, because the damned things came through the thin walls from the other apartments, where people were not so clean. Her most vivid childhood memory was of the view from the single window in her cramped bedroom. She had spent many lonely hours there, hiding while her father and mother argued. The bedroom had been a haven from those terrible bouts of cursing and screaming, and from the sullen silences when her parents weren't speaking to each other. The view from the window wasn't inspiring. Nothing more than the soot-streaked brick wall on the far side of the 4-foot-wide serviceway that led between the tenements. The window would not open. It was painted shut. She'd been able to see a thin sliver of sky, but only when she had pressed her face against the glass and peered straight up the narrow shaft. Desperate to escape from the shabby world in which she lived, young Hilary learned to use her imagination to see through the brick wall. She would set her mind adrift, and suddenly she would be looking out upon rolling hills, or sometimes the vast Pacific Ocean, or great mountain ranges. Most of the time, it was a garden that she conjured up, an enchanted place, serene, with neatly trimmed shrubs and high trellises twined about with thorny rose vines. In this fantasy there was a great deal of pretty wrought-iron lawn furniture that had been painted white. Gaily striped umbrellas cast pools of cool shadow in the coppery sunlight. Women in lovely long dresses and men in summer suits sipped iced drinks and chatted amiably. And now I'm living in that dream, she thought. That make-believe place is real, and I own it. Maintaining the roses and the other plants, palms and ferns and jade shrubs and a dozen other things, was not a chore. It was a joy. Every minute she worked among the flowers, she was aware of how far she had come. At noon she put away her gardening tools and showered. She stood for a long while in the steaming water, as if it were sluicing away more than dirt and sweat, as if it were washing off ugly memories as well. In that depressing Chicago apartment, In the minuscule bathroom where all the faucets had dripped and where all the drains had backed up at least once a month, there never had been enough hot water. She ate a light lunch on the glassed-in patio that overlooked the roses. While she nibbled at cheese and slices of an apple, she read the trade papers of the entertainment industry, Hollywood Reporter and Daily Variety, which had come in the morning mail. Her name appeared in Hank Grant's column in the Reporter, in a list of movie and television people whose birthday it was. For a woman just turned 29, she had come a long, long way indeed. Today, the chief executives at Warner Brothers were discussing The Hour of the Wolf, her latest screenplay. They would decide either to buy or reject by the close of the business day. She was tense, anxious for the telephone to ring, yet dreading it because it might bring disappointing news. This project was more important to her than anything else she'd ever done. She had written the script without the security of a signed contract, strictly on speculation, and she had made up her mind to sell it only if she was signed to direct and was guaranteed final cut. Already Warner's had hinted at a record offer for the screenplay if she would reconsider her conditions of sale. She knew she was demanding a lot. However, because of her success as a screenwriter, her demands were not entirely unreasonable. Warner's reluctantly would agree to let her direct the picture. She would bet anything on that. But the sticking point would be the final cut. That honor, the power to decide exactly what would appear on the screen, the ultimate authority over every shot and every frame and every nuance of the film, usually was bestowed upon directors who had proven themselves on a number of money-making movies. It was seldom granted to a fledgling director, especially not to a fledgling female director. Her insistence on total creative control might queer the deal. Hoping to take her mind off the pending decision from Warner Brothers, Hilary spent Wednesday afternoon working in her studio, which overlooked the pool. Her desk was large, heavy, custom-made oak, with a dozen drawers and 24 cubbyholes. Several pieces of Lalique crystal stood on the desk, refracting the soft glow from the 2 brass piano lamps. She struggled through the second draft of an article she was writing for Film Comment, but her thoughts constantly wandered to The Hour of the Wolf. The telephone rang at 4 o'clock, and she jerked in surprise, even though she had been waiting all afternoon for that sound. It was Wally Topellis.
Hey, it's your agent, kid. We have to talk.
Isn't that what we're doing now?
I mean face to face.
Oh, she said glumly. Then it's bad news.
Did I say it was?
If it was good, Hilary said, you'd just give it to me on the phone. Face to face means you want to let me down easy.
You're a classic pessimist, kid.
Face to face means you want to hold my hand and talk me out of suicide.
It's a damn good thing this melodramatic streak of yours never shows up in your writing.
If Warner's said no, just tell me.
They haven't decided yet, my lamb.
I can take it.
Will you listen to me? The deal hasn't fallen through. I'm still scheming, and I want to discuss my next move with you. That's all. Nothing more sinister than that. Can you meet me in half an hour?
Where?
I'm at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
The Polo Lounge?
Naturally.
As Hilary turned off Sunset Boulevard, she thought the Beverly Hills Hotel looked unreal, like a mirage shimmering in the heat. The rambling building that thrust out of stately palms and lush greenery, a fairy tale vision. As always, the pink stucco did not look as garish as she remembered it. The walls seemed translucent, appeared almost to shine with a soft inner light. In its own way, the hotel was rather elegant, more than a bit decadent, but unquestionably elegant nonetheless. At the main entrance, uniformed valets were parking and delivering cars, 2 Rolls-Royces, 3 Mercedes, 1 Stutz, and a red Maserati. A long way from the poor side of Chicago, she thought happily. When she stepped into the Polo Lounge, she saw 6 movie actors and actresses, famous faces, as well as 2 powerful studio executives, but none of them was sitting at table number 3. That was generally considered to be the most desirable spot in the room, for it faced the entrance and was the best place to see and be seen. Wally Topellis was at table 3 because he was one of the most powerful agents in Hollywood, and because he charmed the maitre d' just as he charmed everyone who met him. He was a small, lean man in his 50s, very well dressed. His white hair was thick and lustrous. He also had a neat white mustache. He looked quite distinguished, exactly the kind of man you expected to see at table number 3. He was talking on a telephone that had been plugged in just for him. When he saw Hilary approaching, he hastily concluded his conversation, put the receiver down, and stood.
"Hilary, you're lovely as usual."
"And you're the center of attention, as usual."
He grinned. His voice was soft, conspiratorial.
"I imagine everyone's staring at us."
"I imagine."
"Surreptitiously."
"Oh, of course," she said.
"Because they wouldn't want us to know they're looking," he said happily.
As they sat down, she said,
"And we dare not look to see if they're looking."
"Oh, heavens, no!"
His blue eyes were bright with merriment.
"We wouldn't want them to think we care."
"God forbid."
"That would be gauche."
"Très gauche."
He laughed. Hilary sighed.
"I've never understood why one table should be so much more important than another."
"Well, I can sit and make fun of it, but I understand,"
Wally said.
"In spite of everything Marx and Lenin believed, the human animal thrives on the class system. So long as that system is based primarily on money and achievement, not on pedigree. We establish and nurture class systems everywhere, even in restaurants."
"I think I've just stumbled into one of those famous Topellis tirades."
A waiter arrived with a shiny silver ice bucket on a tripod. He put it down beside their table, smiled, and left. Apparently Wally had taken the liberty of ordering for both of them before she arrived. But he didn't take this opportunity to tell her what they were having.
"Not a tirade," he said. "Just an observation. People need class systems."
"I'll bite. Why?"
"For one thing, people must have aspirations, desires beyond the basic needs of food and shelter, obsessive wants that will drive them to accomplish things. If there's a best neighborhood, a man will hold down 2 jobs to raise money for a house there. If one car is better than another, a man, or a woman for that matter, this certainly isn't a sexist issue, will work harder to be able to afford it. And if there's a best table in the Polo Lounge, everyone who comes here will want to be rich enough or famous enough, or even infamous enough, to be seated there. This almost manic desire for status generates wealth, contributes to the gross national product, and creates jobs. After all, if Henry Ford hadn't wanted to move up in life, he'd never have built the company that now employs tens of thousands. The class system is one of the engines that drive the wheels of commerce. It keeps our standard of living high. The class system gives people goals, and it provides the maitre d' with a satisfying sense of power and importance that makes an otherwise intolerable job seem desirable."
Hilary shook her head.
"Nevertheless, being seated at the best table doesn't mean I'm automatically a better person than the guy who gets second best. It's no accomplishment in itself."
"It's a symbol of accomplishment, of position," Wally said.
"I still can't see the sense of it."
"It's just an elaborate game."
"Which you certainly know how to play."
He was delighted.
"Don't I, though?"
"Oh, I'll never learn the rules."
"You should, my lamb. It's more than a bit silly, but it helps business. No one likes to work with a loser, but everyone playing the game wants to deal with the kind of person who can get the best table at the Polo Lounge."
Wally Topellis was the only man she knew who could call a woman my lamb and sound neither patronizing nor smarmy. Although he was a small man, about the right size to be a professional jockey, he somehow made her think of Cary Grant in movies like To Catch a Thief. He had Grant's style, excellent manners observed without flourish, balletic grace in every movement, even in casual gestures, quiet charm, a subtle look of amusement, as if he found life to be a gentle joke. Their captain arrived, and Wally called him Eugene and inquired about his children. Eugene seemed to regard Wally with affection, and Hilary realized that getting the best table in the polo lounge might also have something to do with treating the staff as friends rather than servants. Eugene was carrying champagne, and after a couple of minutes of small talk, he held the bottle for Wally's inspection. Hilary glimpsed the label. Dom Perignon? You deserve the best, my lamb. Eugene removed the foil from the neck of the bottle and began to untwist the wire that caged the cork. Hilary frowned at Wally. You must really have bad news for me. What makes you say that? $100 bottle of champagne? Hilary looked at him thoughtfully. It's supposed to soothe my hurt feelings, cauterize my wounds. The cork popped. Eugene did his job well. Very little of the precious liquid foamed out of the bottle. You're such a pessimist, Wally said. A realist, she said. Most people would have said, champagne, what are we celebrating? But not Hilary Thomas. Eugene poured a sample of Dom Perignon. Wally tasted it and nodded approval. Are we celebrating? Hilary asked. The possibility really had not occurred to her, and she suddenly felt weak as she considered it. In fact, we are, Wally said. Eugene slowly filled both glasses and slowly screwed the bottle into the shaved ice in the silver bucket. Clearly he wanted to stick around long enough to hear what they were celebrating. It was also obvious that Wally wanted the captain to hear the news and spread it. Grinning like Cary Grant, he leaned toward Hilary and said, We've got the deal with Warner Brothers. She stared, blinked, opened her mouth to speak, didn't know what to say. Finally, We don't. We do. We can't. We can. Nothing's that easy. I tell you, we've got it. They won't let me direct. Oh, yes. They won't give me final cut. Yes, they will. My God. She was stunned, felt numb. Eugene offered his congratulations and slipped away. Wally laughed, shook his head. You could have played that a lot better for Eugene's benefit. Pretty soon people are going to see us celebrating, and they'll ask Eugene what it's about, and he'll tell them. Let the world think you always knew you'd get exactly what you wanted. Never show doubt or fear when you're swimming with sharks. You're not kidding about this? We've actually got what we wanted? Raising his glass, Wally said, A toast. To my sweetest client, with the hope she'll eventually learn there are some clouds with silver linings, and that a lot of apples don't have worms in them. They clinked glasses. She said, The studio must have added a lot of tough conditions to the deal. A bottom-of-the-barrel budget, salary at scale, no participation in the gross rentals, stuff like that. Stop looking for rusty nails in your soup, he said exasperatedly. I'm not eating soup. Don't get cute. I'm drinking champagne. You know what I mean. She stared at the bubbles bursting in her glass of Dom Perignon. She felt as if hundreds of bubbles were rising within her, too, chains of tiny, bright bubbles of joy. But a part of her acted like a cork to contain the effervescent emotion, to keep it securely under pressure, bottled up, safely contained. She was afraid of being too happy. She didn't want to tempt fate. I just don't get it, Wally said. You look as if the deal fell through. You did hear me all right, didn't you? She smiled. I'm sorry. It's just that when I was a little girl, I learned to expect the worst every day. That way I was never disappointed. It's the best outlook you can have when you live with a couple of bitter, violent alcoholics. His eyes were kind. Your parents are gone, he said, quietly, tenderly. Dead. Both of them. They can't touch you, Hilary. They can't hurt you ever again. I've spent most of the past 12 years trying to convince myself of that. Ever consider analysis? I went through 2 years of it. Didn't help?
Not much.
Maybe a different doctor.
Wouldn't matter, Hilary said. There's a flaw in Freudian theory. Psychiatrists believe that as soon as you fully remember and understand the childhood traumas that made you into a neurotic adult, you can change. They think finding the key is the hard part, and that once you have it, you can open the door in a minute. But it's not that easy.
You have to want to change, he said.
It's not that easy either.
He turned his champagne glass around and around in his small, well-manicured hands.
Well, if you need someone to talk to now and then, I'm always available.
I've already burdened you with too much of it over the years.
Nonsense. You've told me very little. Just the bare bones.
Boring stuff,
she said.
Far from it, I assure you. The story of a family coming apart at the seams, alcoholism, madness, murder, and suicide, an innocent child caught in the middle. As a screenwriter, you should know that's the kind of material that never bores.
She smiled thinly.
I just feel I've got to work it out on my own.
Usually it helps to talk about...
Except that I've already talked about it to an analyst, and I've talked about it to you, and that's only done me a little bit of good.
But talking has helped.
I've got as much out of it as I can. What I've got to do now is talk to myself about it. I've got to confront the past alone, without relying on your support or doctors, which is something I've never been able to do.
Her long, dark hair had fallen over one eye. She pushed it out of her face and tucked it behind her ears.
Sooner or later, I'll get my head on straight. It's only a matter of time.
Do I really believe that? She wondered. Wally stared at her for a moment, then said,
Well, I suppose you know best. At least, in the meantime, drink up.
He raised his champagne glass.
Be cheerful and full of laughter so all these important people watching us will envy you and want to work with you.
She wanted to lean back and drink lots of icy Dom Perignon and let happiness consume her. But she could not totally relax. She was always sharply aware of that spectral darkness at the edges of things, that crouching nightmare waiting to spring and devour her. Earl and Emma, her parents, had jammed her into a tiny box of fear, had slammed the heavy lid and locked it, and since then she had looked out at the world from the dark confines of that box. Earl and Emma had instilled in her a quiet but ever-present and unshakable paranoia that stained everything good, everything that should be right and bright and joyful. In that instant her hatred of her mother and father was as hard, cold, and immense as it had ever been. The busy years and the many miles that separated her from those hellish days in Chicago suddenly ceased to act as insulation from the pain.
"What's wrong?" Wally asked.
Nothing. I'm okay.
"You're pale."
With an effort, she pushed down the memories, forced the past back where it belonged. She put one hand on Wally's cheek, kissed him.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I can be a real pain in the ass. I haven't even thanked you. I'm happy with the deal, Wally. I really am. It's wonderful. You're the best damned agent in the business.
"You're right," he said. "I am. But this time I didn't have to do a lot of selling. They liked the script so much they were willing to give us almost anything just to be sure they'd get the project. It wasn't luck. And it wasn't just having a smart agent. I want you to understand that. Face it, kid. You deserve success. Your work is about the best thing being written for the screen these days. You can go on living in the shadow of your parents, go on expecting the worst as you always do, but from here on out it's going to be nothing but the best for you. My advice is, get used to it."
She desperately wanted to believe him and surrender to optimism, but black weeds of doubt still sprouted from the seeds of Chicago. She saw those familiar lurking monsters at the fuzzy edges of the paradise he described. She was a true believer in Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it will. Nevertheless, she found Wally's earnestness so appealing,
his tone so nearly convincing that she reached down into her bubbling cauldron of confused emotions and found a genuine radiant smile for him.
"That's it," he said,
pleased.
"That's better. You have a beautiful smile."
"I'll try to use it more often."
"I'll keep making the kind of deals that'll force you to use it more often."
They drank champagne and discussed the Hour of the Wolf and made plans and laughed more than she could remember having laughed in years. Gradually, her mood lightened. A macho movie star, icy eyes, tight thin lips, muscles, a swagger in his walk when he was on screen, warm, quick to laugh, somewhat shy in real life, whose last picture had made $50 million, was the first to stop by to say hello and inquire about the celebration. The sartorially impeccable studio executive with the lizard eyes tried subtly, then blatantly, to learn the plot of Wolf, hoping it would lend itself to a quick, cheap television movie of the week ripoff. Pretty soon, half the room was table-hopping, stopping by to congratulate Hilary and Wally, flitting away to confer with one another about her success, each of them wondering if there was any percentage in it for him. After all, Wolf would need a producer, stars, someone to write the musical score. Therefore, at the best table in the room, there was a great deal of back-patting and cheek-kissing and hand-holding. Hilary knew that most of the glittery denizens of the Polo Lounge weren't actually as mercenary as they sometimes appeared to be. Many of them had begun at the bottom, hungry, poor, as she had been herself. Although their fortunes were now made and safely invested, they couldn't stop hustling. They'd been at it so long that they didn't know how to live any other way. The public image of Hollywood life had very little to do with the facts. Secretaries, shopkeepers, clerks, taxi drivers, mechanics, housewives, waitresses, people all over the country in everyday jobs of all kinds came home weary from work and sat in front of the television and dreamed about life among the stars. In the vast collective mind that brooded and murmured from Hawaii to Maine and from Florida to Alaska, Hollywood was a sparkling blend of wild parties, fast women, easy money, too much whiskey, too much cocaine, lazy sunny days, drinks by the pool, vacation in Acapulco and Palm Springs, sex in the back seat of a fur-lined Rolls-Royce. A fantasy, an illusion. She supposed that a society long abused by corrupt and incompetent leaders, a society standing upon pilings that had been rotted by inflation and excess taxation, a society existing in the cold shadow of sudden nuclear annihilation, needed its illusions if it were to survive. In truth, people in the movie and television industries worked harder than almost anyone else, even though the product of their labor was not always, perhaps not even often, worth the effort. The star of a successful television series worked from dawn till nightfall, often 14 or 16 hours a day. Of course, the rewards were enormous, but in reality, the parties were not so wild. The women no faster than women in Philadelphia or Hackensack or Tampa. The days sunny but seldom lazy, and the sex exactly the same as it was for secretaries in Boston and shopkeepers in Pittsburgh. Wally had to leave at 6:15 in order to keep a 7 o'clock engagement, and a couple of the table hoppers in the Polo Lounge asked Hilary to have dinner with them. She declined, pleading a prior commitment. Outside the hotel, the autumn evening was still bright. A few high clouds tracked across the technicolor sky. The sunlight was the color of platinum-blonde hair, and the air was surprisingly fresh for midweek Los Angeles. Two young couples laughed and chattered noisily as they climbed out of a blue Cadillac, and farther away on Sunset Boulevard, tires hummed and engines roared and horns blared as the last of the rush-hour crowd tried to get home alive. As Hilary and Wally waited for their cars to be brought around by the smiling valets, he said, "Are you really having dinner with someone?" "Yeah, Me, myself, and I.
Look, you can come along with me.
The uninvited guest.
I just invited you.
I don't want to spoil your plans.
Nonsense. You'd be a delightful addition.
Anyway, I'm not dressed for dinner.
You look fine.
I want to be alone, she said.
You two are terrible, Garbo. Come to dinner with me, please. It's just an informal evening at the Palm with a client and his wife. An up-and-coming young television writer. Nice people.
I'll be okay, Wally. Really.
A beautiful woman like you on a night like this with so much to celebrate. There ought to be candlelight, soft music, good wine, a special someone to share it with.
She grinned. Wally, you're a closet romantic.
I'm serious,
he said. She put one hand on his arm. It's sweet of you to be concerned about me, Wally, but I'm perfectly all right. I'm happy when I'm alone. I'm very good company for myself. There'll be plenty of time for a meaningful relationship with a man, and skiing weekends in Aspen, and chatty evenings at the Palm after the Hour of the Wolf is finished and in the theaters.
Wally Topellis frowned. If you don't learn how to relax, you won't survive for very long in a high-pressure business like this. In a couple of years, you'll be as limp as a rag doll, tattered, frayed, worn out. Believe me, kid, when the physical energy is all burnt up, you'll suddenly discover that the mental energy, the creative juice, has also evaporated with it.
This project is a watershed for me, she said. After it, my life won't be the same.
Agreed, but
I've worked hard, damned hard, single-mindedly toward this chance. I'll admit it. I've been obsessed with my work, but once I've made a reputation as a good writer and a good director, I'll feel secure. I'll finally be able to cast out the demons. My parents, Chicago, all those bad memories. I'll be able to relax and lead a more normal life. But I can't rest yet. If I slack off now, I'll fail. Or at least I think I will, and that's the same thing.
He sighed. Okay. But we would have had a lot of fun at the Palm.
A valet arrived with her car. She hugged Wally. I'll probably call you tomorrow just to be sure that this Warner Brothers thing wasn't all a dream.
Contracts will take a few weeks, he told her. But I don't anticipate any serious problems. We'll have the deal memo sometime next week, and then you can set up a meeting at the studio.
She blew him a kiss, hurried to the car, tipped the valet, and drove away. She headed into the hills, past the million-dollar houses, past lawns greener than money, turning left, then right, at random, going nowhere in particular, just driving for relaxation, one of the few escapes she allowed herself. Most of the streets were shrouded in purple shadows cast by canopies of green branches. Night was stealing across the pavement, even though daylight still existed above the interlaced palms, oaks, maples, cedars, cypresses, jacarandas, and pines. She switched on the headlights and explored some of the winding canyon roads until, gradually, her frustration began to seep away. Later, when night had fallen above the trees as well as below them, she stopped at a Mexican restaurant on La Cienega Boulevard. Rough beige plaster walls, photographs of Mexican bandits, the rich odors of hot sauce, taco seasoning, and cornmeal tortillas, waitresses in scoop-necked peasant blouses and many pleated red skirts. South of the border Muzak. Hilary ate cheese enchiladas, rice, refried beans. The food tasted every bit as good as it would have tasted if it had been served by candlelight, with string music in the background, and with someone special seated beside her. I'll have to remember to tell Wally that, she thought, as she washed down the last of the enchiladas with a swallow of Dos Equis, a dark Mexican beer. But when she considered it for a moment, she could almost hear his reply. My lamb, that is nothing but blatant psychological rationalization. It's true that loneliness doesn't change the taste of food, the quality of candlelight, the sound of music, but that doesn't mean that loneliness is desirable or good or healthy. He simply wouldn't be able to resist launching into one of his fatherly lectures about life, and listening to that would not be made any easier by the fact that whatever he had to say would make sense. You better not mention it, she told herself. You're never going to get one up on Wally Tepellis. In her car again, she buckled her seatbelt, brought the big engine to life, snapped on the radio, and sat for a while, staring at the flow of traffic on La Cienega. Today was her birthday. 29th birthday. And in spite of the fact that it had been noted in Hank Grant's Hollywood Reporter column, she seemed to be the only one in the world who cared. Well, that was okay. She was a loner. Always had been a loner. Hadn't she told Wally that she was perfectly happy with only her own company? The cars flashed past in an endless stream, filled with people who were going places, doing things, usually in pairs. She didn't want to start for home yet, but there was nowhere else to go. The house was dark. The lawn looked more blue than green in the glow of the mercury vapor street lamp. Hilary parked the car in the garage and walked to the front door. Her heels made an unnaturally loud tuck-tuck-tuck sound on the stone footpath. The night was mild. The heat of the vanished sun still rose from the earth, and the cooling sea wind that washed the Basin City in all seasons had not yet brought the usual autumn chill to the air. Later, toward midnight, it would be coat weather. Crickets chirruped in the hedges. She let herself into the house, found the entranceway light, closed and locked the door. She switched on the living room lights as well and was a few steps from the foyer when she heard movement behind her and turned. A man came out of the foyer closet, knocking a coat off a hanger as he shouldered out of that confining space, throwing the door back against the wall with a loud bang. He was about 40 years old, a tall man wearing dark slacks and a tight yellow pullover sweater, and leather gloves. He had the kind of big, hard muscles that could be gotten only from years of weightlifting. Even his wrists, between the cuffs of the sweater and the gloves, were thick and sinewy. He stopped 10 feet from her and grinned broadly, nodded, licked his thin lips. She wasn't quite sure how to respond to his sudden appearance. He wasn't an ordinary intruder, not a total stranger, not some punk kid or some shabby degenerate with a drug blur in his eyes. Although he didn't belong here, she knew him, and he was just about the last man she would expect to encounter in a situation of this sort. Seeing gentle little Wally Tepellis come out of that closet was the only thing that could have shocked her more than this. She was less frightened than confused. She had met him 3 weeks ago while doing research for a screenplay set in the wine country of Northern California, a project meant to take her mind off Wally's marketing of The Hour of the Wolf, which she had finished about that time. He was an important and successful man up there in the Napa Valley. But that didn't explain what the hell he was doing in her house, hiding in her closet. "Mr. Fry?" she said uneasily.
"Hello, Hilary."
He had a deep, somewhat gravelly voice which seemed reassuring and fatherly when she had taken an extensive private tour of his winery near St. Helena, but which now sounded coarse, mean, threatening. She cleared her throat nervously. "What are you doing here?"
"Come to see you."
"Why?"
"Just had to see you again."
"About what?" He was still grinning. He had a tense, predatory look. His was the smile of the wolf just before it closed hungry jaws on the cornered rabbit. "How did you get in?" she demanded.
"Pretty."
"What?"
"So pretty."
"Stop it."
"Been looking for one like you."
"You're scaring me."
"You're a real pretty one."
He took a step toward her. She knew then beyond doubt what he wanted, but it was crazy, unthinkable. Why would a wealthy man of his high social position travel hundreds of miles to risk his fortune, reputation, and freedom for one brief, violent moment of forced sex. He took another step. She backed away from him. Rape. It made no sense, unless... if he intended to kill her afterwards, he would not be taking much of a risk at all. He was wearing gloves. He would leave no prints, no clues, and no one would believe that a prominent and highly respected vintner from St. Helena would drive all the way to Los Angeles to rape and murder. Even if some would believe it, they'd have no reason to think of him in the first place. The homicide investigation would never move in his direction. He kept coming, slowly, relentlessly, heavy steps, enjoying the suspense, grinning more than ever as he saw comprehension enter her eyes. She backed past the huge stone fireplace, briefly considered grabbing one of the heavy brass implements on the hearth, but realized that she would not be quick enough to defend herself with it. He was a powerful, athletic man in excellent physical condition. He would be all over her before she could seize the poker and swing it at his damned thick skull. He flexed his big hands. The knuckles strained at the snug-fitting leather. She backed past a grouping of furniture. 2 chairs, a coffee table, a long sofa. She started moving toward her right, trying to put the sofa between her and Fry.
"Such pretty hair,"
he said. A part of her wondered if she were losing her mind. This could not be the Bruno Fry she had met in St. Helena. There had been not even the slightest hint of the madness that now contorted his broad, sweat-greased face. His eyes were blue-gray chips of ice, and the frigid passion that shone in them was surely too monstrous to have been concealed when she last saw him. Then she saw the knife, and the sight of it was like a blast of furnace heat that turned her doubts to steam and blew them away. He meant to kill her. The knife was fixed to his belt, over his right hip. It was in an open sheath, and he could free it simply by popping the metal snap on a single narrow leather strap. In 1 second, the blade could be slipped from the holder and wrapped tightly in his fist. In 2 seconds, it could be jammed deep into her soft belly, slicing through warm meat and jelly organs, letting loose the precious store of blood.
"I've wanted you since I first saw you,"
Fry said.
"Just wanted to get at you."
Time seemed to stop for her.
"You're going to be a good little piece,"
he said.
"Real good."
Abruptly, the world was a slow-motion movie. Each second seemed like a minute. She watched him approach as if he were a creature in a nightmare, as if the atmosphere had suddenly become as thick as syrup. The instant that she spotted the knife, Hilary froze. She stopped backing away from him, even though he continued to approach. A knife will do that. It chokes you up, freezes your heart, brings an uncontrollable tremor to your guts. Surprisingly few people have the stomach to use a knife against another living thing. More than any other weapon, it makes you aware of the delicacy of flesh, the terrible fragility of human life. In the damage that he wreaks, the attacker can see all too clearly the nature of his own mortality. A gun, a draught of poison, a firebomb, a blunt instrument, a strangler's piece of rope, all can be used relatively cleanly, most of them at a distance. But the man with a knife must be prepared to get dirty, and he must get in close, so close that he can feel the heat escaping from the wounds as he makes them. It takes a special courage, or insanity, to slash at another person and not be repelled by the warm blood spurting over your hand. Fry was upon her. He placed one large hand on her breasts, rubbed and squeezed them roughly through the silky fabric of her dress. That rude contact snapped her out of the trance into which she'd fallen. She knocked his hand away, twisted out of his grasp, and ran behind the couch. His laugh was hearty, disconcertingly pleasant, but his hard eyes glinted with a macabre amusement. It was a demon joke, the mad humor of hell. He wanted her to fight back, for he enjoyed the chase. "Get out," she said. "Get out!"
"Don't want to get out,"
Fry said, smiling, shaking his head.
"I want to get in. Oh, yeah, that's it. I want to get in, you little lady. I want to rip that dress off your back, get you naked and get right up in there, all the way up, all the way inside, where it's warm and wet and dark and soft."
For a moment, the fear that made her legs rubbery and turned her insides to water was supplanted by more powerful emotions: hate, anger, fury. Hers was not the reasoned anger of a woman toward an arrogant man's usurpation of her dignity and rights, not an intellectual anger based on the social and biological injustices of the situation. It was more fundamental than that. He had entered her private space uninvited, had pushed his way into her modern cave, and she was possessed by a primitive rage that blurred her vision and made her heart race. She bared her teeth at him, growled in the back of her throat. She was reduced to an almost unconscious animal response as she faced him and looked for a way out of the trap. A low, narrow, glass-topped display table stood flush against the back of the sofa. 2 18-inch-high pieces of fine porcelain statuary rested upon it. She grabbed one of the statues and hurled it at Fry. He ducked with a primitive instinctual quickness of his own. The porcelain struck the stone fireplace and exploded like a bomb. Dozens of chunks and hundreds of chips of it rained down on the hearth and on the surrounding carpet.
"Try again,"
he said, mocking her. She picked up the other porcelain, hesitated. She watched him through narrowed eyes, weighed the statue in her hand, then faked a pitch. He was deceived by the feint. He dipped down and to one side to avoid the missile. With a small cry of triumph, she threw the statue for real. He was too surprised to duck again, and the porcelain caught him on the side of the head. It was a glancing blow, less devastating than she had hoped, but he staggered back a step or two. He didn't go down. He wasn't seriously injured. He wasn't even bleeding. But he was hurt, and the pain transformed him. He was no longer in a perversely playful mood. The crooked smile disappeared. His mouth was set in a straight, grim line, lips tightly compressed. His face was red. Fury wound him up as if he were a watch spring. Under the strain, the muscles in his massive neck popped up, taut, impressive. He crouched slightly, ready to charge. Hilary expected him to come around the couch, and she intended to circle it, staying away from him, keeping the couch between them until she could reach something else worth throwing. But when he moved at last, he didn't stalk her as she had anticipated. Instead, he rushed straight at her without finesse, as if he were a bull in a blind rage. He bent in front of the couch, gripped it with both hands, tilted it up, and in one smooth movement pushed it over backwards, as if it weighed only a few pounds. She jumped out of the way as the big piece of furniture crashed down where she had been standing. Even as the sofa fell, Fry vaulted over it. He reached for her, and he would have had her if he hadn't stumbled and gone down on one knee. Her anger gave way to fear again, and she ran. She headed toward the foyer and the front door, but she knew she would not have time to throw off both bolt locks and get out of the house before he got hold of her. He was too damned close, no more than 2 or 3 steps away. She darted to the right and dashed up the winding stairs, 2 at a time. She was breathing hard, but over her own gasping she heard him coming. His footfalls were thunderous. He was cursing her, enough for her to get the pistol. at the top of the stairs as she came into the second-floor hallway, when she was certain she had put another few feet between them. He caught her right shoulder and yanked her back against him. She screamed, but she didn't try to pull away as he evidently expected her to do. Instead, the instant he grabbed her, she turned on him. She pushed into him before he could get a restraining arm around her, pressed so tight against him that she could feel his erection, and she drove one knee hard into his crotch. He reacted as if he had been hit by lightning. The red flush of anger went out of his face, and his skin flashed bone white, all in a fraction of a second. He lost his grip on her and staggered back and slipped on the edge of the first step and windmilled his arms and toppled over, cried out, threw himself to one side, clutched the banister, and was lucky enough to arrest his fall. Apparently, he hadn't had much experience with women who fought back effectively. She had tricked him twice. He thought he was on the trail of a nice, fluffy, harmless bunny. Timid prey that could be subdued easily and used and then broken with a flick of the wrist. But she turned and showed long fangs and claws to him, and she was exhilarated by his shocked expression. She had hoped he would tumble all the way to the bottom of the staircase, breaking his neck as he went. Even now she thought the blow to his privates would take him out of action at least a minute or two, long enough for her to get the upper hand. She was shocked when, after only the briefest pause, before she could even turn and run, he shoved away from the banister and, wincing with pain, struggled up toward her. "Bitch," he said between clenched teeth, barely able to get his breath. "No," she said. "No, stay back." She felt like a character in one of those old horror movies that Hammer films used to do so well. She was in a battle with a vampire or a zombie, repeatedly astonished and disheartened by the beast's supernatural reserves of strength and endurance. "Bitch!" She ran down the shadow-draped hallway, into the master bedroom. She slammed the door, fumbled for the lock button in the dark, finally hit the light switch, engaged the lock. There was a strange and frightening noise in the room. It was a loud, hoarse sound filled with terror. She looked around wildly for the source of it before she realized that she was listening to her own ragged and uncontrollable sobbing. She was dangerously close to panic, but she knew she must control herself if she wanted to live. Suddenly, Fry tried the locked door behind her, then threw his weight against it. The barrier held, but it would not hold much longer. Certainly not long enough for her to call the police and wait for help. Her heart was beating furiously, and she was shaking as if she were standing naked on a vast field of ice. But she was determined not to be incapacitated by fear. She hurried across the big room, around the bed, toward the far nightstand. On the way, she passed a full-length wall mirror that seemed to throw back to her the image of a total stranger. An owl-eyed and harried woman with a face as pale as the painted visage of a mime. Fry kicked the door. It shook violently in the frame, but didn't let go. The .32 automatic was on top of 3 pairs of folded pajamas in the nightstand drawer. The loaded magazine lay beside it. She picked up the gun and, with jittery hands that nearly failed her, rammed the magazine into the butt. She faced the doorway. Fry kicked the lock again. The hardware was flimsy. It was the kind of interior lock primarily meant to keep children and nosy houseguests out of a room. It was useless against an intruder like Bruno Fry. On the third kick, the workings burst from the mounting, and the door clattered open. Panting, sweating, he looked more than ever like a mad bull as he lumbered out of the dark hall and crossed the threshold. His broad shoulders were hunched, and his hands were fisted at his sides. He wanted to lower his head and charge, smash, and destroy everything that stood in his way. Bloodlust shone in his eyes as clearly as his reflection glowered back at him from the wall mirror beside Hilary. He wanted to smash his way through the china shop and stomp on the proprietor. Hilary pointed the pistol at him, holding it firmly with both hands. He kept coming. "I'll shoot, I will! I swear to God I will!" she said frantically. Fry stopped, blinked at her, saw the gun for the first time. "Out," she said. He didn't move. "Get the hell out of here!" Incredibly, he took one more step toward her. It was no longer the smug, calculating, game-playing rapist she had faced downstairs. Something had happened to him. Deep inside, relay switches had clicked into place, setting up new patterns in his mind, new wants and needs and hungers that were more disgusting and perverted than any he had revealed thus far. He was no longer even half rational. His demeanor was that of a lunatic. His eyes flashed, not icy as they had been, but watery and hot, fevered. Sweat streamed down his face. His lips worked ceaselessly, even though he was not speaking. They writhed and twisted, pulled back over his teeth, then pushed out in a childish pout. Formed a sneer, then a weird little smile, then a fierce scowl, then an expression for which there was no name. He was no longer driven by lust or the desire to utterly dominate her. The secret motor that drove him now was darker in design than the one that had powered him just a few minutes ago, and she had the terrible, crazy feeling that it would somehow provide him with enough energy to shield him from harm, to let him advance untouched through a hail of bullets. He took the large knife from the sheath on his right hip and thrust it in front of him. "Back off," she said desperately. "Bitch." "I mean it." He started toward her again. "For God's sake," she said, "be serious. That knife's no good against a gun." He was 12 or 15 feet from the other side of the bed. "I'll blow your goddamn head off." Fry waved the knife at her, drew small, rapid circles in the air with the point of the blade, as if it were a talisman, and he were chasing off evil spirits that stood between him and Hilary. And he took another step. She lined up the forward sight with the center of his abdomen, so that no matter how high the recoil kicked her hands, and no matter whether the gun pulled to the left or the right, she would hit something vital. She squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. "Please, God!" He took 2 steps. She stared at the pistol, stunned. She had forgotten to throw off the safety catches. He was maybe 8 feet from the other side of the bed. Maybe only 6. Swearing at herself, she thumbed the 2 tiny levers on the side of the pistol, and a pair of red dots appeared on the black metal. She aimed and pulled the trigger a second time. Nothing. Jesus, what? It can't be jammed. Fry was so completely disassociated from reality, so thoroughly possessed by his madness, that he did not realize immediately that she was having problems with the weapon. When he finally saw what was happening, he moved in fast, while the advantage was his. He reached the bed, scrambled onto it, stood up, started straight across the mattress like a man walking a bridge of barrels, swaying on the springy surface. She had forgotten to jack a bullet into the chamber. She did that, and retreated 2 steps until she backed into the wall. She squeezed off a shot without taking aim, fired up at him as he loomed directly over her like a demon leaping out of a crack in hell. The sound of the shot filled the room. It slapped off the walls and reverberated in the windows. She saw the knife shatter, saw the fragments arc out of Fry's right hand. The sharp steel flew up and back, sparkling for a moment in the shaft of light that escaped through the open top of the bedside lamp. Fry howled as the knife spun away from him. He fell backwards and rolled off the far side of the bed. But he was up as soon as he went down, cradling his right hand in his left. Hilary didn't think she had hit him. There wasn't any blood. The bullet must have struck the knife, breaking it and tearing it out of his grasp. The shock would have stung his fingers worse than the crack of a whip. Fry wailed in pain, screamed in rage. It was a wild sound, a jackal's bark, but it was definitely not the cry of an animal with its tail between its legs. He still intended to come after her. She fired again, and he went down again. This time, he stayed down. With a little whimper of relief, Hilary sagged wearily against the wall. But she did not take her eyes off the place where he had gone down and where he now lay out of sight beyond the bed. No sound. No movement. She was uneasy about not being able to see him. Head cocked, listening intently, she moved cautiously to the foot of the bed, out into the room, then around to the left, until she spotted him. He was belly down on the chocolate-brown Edward Fields carpet. His right arm was tucked under him. His left arm was flung straight out in front, the hand curled slightly, the still fingers pointing back toward the top of his head. His face was turned away from her. Because the carpet was so dark and plush and eye-dazzlingly textured, she had some difficulty telling, from a distance, if there was any blood soaked into it. Quite clearly there was not an enormous sticky pool like the one she had expected to find. If the shot had hit him in the chest, the blood might be trapped under him. The bullet might even have taken him squarely in the forehead, bringing instant death and abrupt cessation of heartbeat, in which case there would be only a few drops of blood. She watched him for a minute, 2 minutes. She could not detect any movement, not even the subtle rise and fall of his breathing. Dead? Slowly, timidly, she approached him. "Mr. Fry?" She didn't intend to get too close. She wasn't going to endanger herself, but she wanted a better look at him. She kept the gun trained on him, ready to put another round into him if he moved. "Mr. Fry!" No response. Funny that she should keep calling him Mr. Fry. After what had happened tonight, after what he had tried to do to her, she was still being formal and polite. Maybe because he was dead. In death, the very worst man in town is accorded hushed respect, even by those who know that he was a liar and a scoundrel all his life. Because every one of us must die, belittling a dead man is, in a way, like belittling ourselves. Besides, if you speak badly about the dead, you somehow feel that you are mocking that great and final mystery, and perhaps inviting the gods to punish you for your effrontery. Hilary waited and watched as another minute dragged past. "You know what, Mr. Fry? I think I won't take any chances with you. I think I'll just put another bullet in you right now. Yeah, fire a round right in the back of your head." Of course, she wasn't able to do that. She wasn't violent by nature. She had fired the gun on a shooting range once, shortly after she bought it, but she had never killed a living thing larger than the cockroaches in that Chicago apartment. She had found the will to shoot at Bruno Fry only because he had been an immediate threat, and she had been pumped full of adrenaline. Hysteria and a primitive survival instinct had made her briefly capable of violence. But now that Fry was on the floor, quiet and motionless, no more menacing than a pile of dirty rags, she could not easily bring herself to pull the trigger. She couldn't just stand there and watch as she blew the brains out of a corpse. Even the thought of it turned her stomach. But the threat of doing it was a good test of his condition. If he was faking, the possibility of her shooting point-blank at his skull ought to make him give up his act. "Right in the head, you bastard," she said, and she fired a round into the ceiling. He didn't flinch. She sighed and lowered the pistol. dead. He was dead. She had killed a man. Dreading the coming ordeal with police and reporters, she edged around the outstretched arm and headed for the hall door. Suddenly, he was not dead anymore. Suddenly, he was very much alive and moving. He anticipated her. He had known exactly how she was trying to trick him. He had seen through the ruse, and he'd had nerves of steel. He hadn't even flinched. Now he used the arm under him to push up and forward, striking at Hilary as if he were a snake, and with his left hand he seized her ankle and brought her down, screaming and flailing, and they rolled over, a tangle of arms and legs, then over again, and his teeth were at her throat, and he was snarling like a dog, and she had the crazy fear that he was going to bite her and tear open her jugular vein and suck out all of her blood. But then she got a hand between them, got her palm under his chin and levered his head away from her neck as they rolled one last time, and then they came up against the wall with a jarring impact and stopped, dizzy, gasping, and he was like a great beast on her, so rough, so heavy, crushing her, leering down at her, his hideous cold eyes so frighteningly close and deep and empty, his breath foul with onions and stale beer, and he had one hand under her dress, shredding her pantyhose, trying to get his big, blunt fingers under her panties and gain a grip on her sex, not a lover's grip, but a fighter's grip. And the thought of the damage he might do to her softest tissues made her gag with horror, and she knew it was even possible to kill a woman that way, to reach up inside and claw and rip and pull. So she tried frantically to scratch his cobalt eyes and blind him, but he swiftly drew his head back out of range, and then they both abruptly froze. For they realized simultaneously that she had not dropped the pistol when he had pulled her down onto the floor. It was wedged between them, the muzzle pressed firmly into his crotch. And although her finger was on the trigger guard instead of the trigger itself, she was able to slip it back a notch and put it in the proper place, even as she became aware of the situation. His heavy hand was still on her pubis. An obscene thing, a leathery, demonic, disgusting hand. She could feel the heat of it even through the glove he was wearing. He was no longer clawing at her panties. Trembling. His big hand was trembling. The bastard's scared. His eyes seemed to be fastened to hers by an invisible thread, a strong thread that would not break easily. Neither of them could look away. "If you make one wrong move," she said weakly, "I'll blow your balls off." He blinked. "Understand?" she asked, unable to put any force in her voice. She was wheezing and breathless with exertion, and mostly with fear. He licked his lips, blinked slowly, like a goddamned lizard. "Do you understand?" she demanded, putting bite into it this time. "Yeah." "You can't fool me again." "Whatever you say." His voice was deep and gruff as before, and it did not waver. There wasn't anything in his voice or eyes or face to betray his hard-muscled tough guy image, but his gloved hand continued to spasm nervously on the sensitive juncture of her thighs. "Okay," she said. "What I want you to do is move very slowly, very, very slowly. When I give the word, we're going to roll over very slowly until you're on the bottom and I'm on the top." Without being the least amused, she was aware that what she had said bore a grotesque resemblance to an eager lover's suggestion in the middle of the sex act. When I tell you to, and not a second before I tell you to, you'll roll to your right, she said.
Okay.
And I'll move with you.
Sure.
Nice and easy.
Sure.
And I'll keep the gun where it is. His eyes were still hard and cold, but the insanity and the rage had gone out of them. The thought of having his sex organs shot off had snapped him back into the real world, at least temporarily. She poked the barrel of the gun hard against his privates, and he grimaced with pain. Now roll over easy, she said. He did exactly what she had instructed him to do. Moved onto his side with exaggerated care, then onto his back, never taking his eyes from hers. He slipped his hand out from under her dress as they reversed positions, but he didn't attempt to take the pistol from her. She clung to him with her left hand, the gun clenched in her right, and she went over with him, keeping the muzzle firmly in his crotch. Finally, she was atop him, one arm trapped between them, the .32 automatic still strategically placed. Her right hand was beginning to go numb because of the awkward position, but also because she was squeezing the pistol with all of her might and was afraid to hold it any less surely. Her grip was so fierce that her fingers and the muscles up the length of her arm ached with the effort. She was worried that somehow he would sense the growing weakness in her hand, or that she would actually let go of the gun against her will as her fingers lost all feeling. Okay, she said. I'm going to slide off you. I'm going to keep the gun where it is, and I'm going to slip off beside you. Don't move. Don't even blink. He stared at her. You got that? She asked.
Yeah.
Keeping the .32 on his scrotum, she disengaged herself from him as if she were rising from a bed of nitroglycerin. Her abdominal muscles were painfully tight with tension. Her mouth was dry and sour. Their noisy breathing seemed to fill the bedroom like rushing wind. Yet her hearing was so acute that she could detect the soft ticking of her Cartier watch. She slid to one side, got up on her knees, hesitated, finally pushed all the way to her feet, and shuffled quickly out of his reach before he could trip her again. He sat up. No, she said.
What?
Lie down.
I'm not coming after you.
Lie down.
Just relax.
Damn it, lie down. He would not obey her. He just sat there.
So what happens next?
Waving the pistol at him, she said, I told you to lie down, flat on your back. Do it. Now. He twisted his lips into one of those ugly smiles that he did so well.
And I asked you what happens next.
He was trying to regain control of the situation, and she did not like that. On the other hand, did it really matter whether he was sitting or lying down? Even sitting up, he could not get to his feet and cross the space between them faster than she could put a couple of bullets into him. Okay, she said reluctantly. Sit up if you insist. But you make one move toward me and I'll empty the gun on you. I'll spread your guts all over the room. I swear to Christ I will. He grinned and nodded. Shivering, she said, Now I'm going to the bed. I'll sit down there and phone the police. She moved sideways and backwards, crab-like, one small step at a time until she got to the bed. The telephone was on the nightstand. The moment she sat down and lifted the receiver, Fry disobeyed her. He stood up. Hey! She dropped the receiver and clutched the pistol with both hands, trying to keep it steady. He held his hands out placatingly, palms toward her.
Wait,
Just wait a second. I'm not going to touch you.
Sit down.
I'm not coming anywhere near you.
Sit down right now.
I'm going to walk out of here,
Fry said. Like hell you are.
Out of this room and out of this house.
No.
You won't try to shoot me if I just leave.
Try me and you'll be sorry.
You won't,
he said confidently.
You aren't the type to pull the trigger unless you don't have any other choice. You couldn't kill me in cold blood. You couldn't shoot me in the back. Not in a million years. Not you. You don't have that kind of strength. You're weak. Just too damned weak.
He gave her that ghastly grin again, that wide death's head smile, and he took one step toward the door.
You can call the cops when I'm gone.
Another step.
It would be different if I was a stranger. Then I might have a chance to get away scot-free. But after all, you can tell them who I am.
Another step.
See, you've already won, and I've lost. All I'm doing is buying a little time. A very little bit of time.
She knew he was right about her. She could kill him if he attacked, but she was not capable of shooting him while he retreated. Sensing her unspoken acknowledgment of the truth in what he had said, Fry turned his back on her. His smug self-confidence infuriated her, but she could not pull the trigger. He had been sidling carefully toward the exit. Now he strode boldly out of the room, not bothering to glance back. He disappeared through the broken door, and his footsteps echoed along the hallway. When Hilary heard him thumping down the stairs, she realized that he might not leave the house. Unobserved, he could slip into one of the downstairs rooms and hide in a closet, wait patiently until the police had come and gone, then slither out of his hole and strike her by surprise. She hurried to the head of the stairs and got there just in time to see him turn right into the foyer. A moment later, she heard him rattling the locks. Then he went out and threw the door shut behind him with a loud wham. She was 3/4 of the way down the stairs when she realized he might have faked his departure. He might have slammed the door without leaving. He might be waiting for her in the foyer. Hilary was carrying the pistol at her side, the muzzle directed safely at the floor, but she raised it in dread anticipation. She descended the stairs, and on the bottom step she paused for a long while, listening. At last, she eased forward until she could see into the foyer. It was empty. The closet door stood open. Fry wasn't in there either. He was really gone. She closed the closet door. She went to the front door and double-locked it. Weaving slightly, she walked across the living room in the study. The room smelled of lemon-scented furniture polish. The 2 women from the cleaning agency had been in yesterday. Hilary switched on the light and drifted to the big desk. She put the gun in the center of the blotter. Red and white roses filled the vase on the window table. They added a sweet, contrasting fragrance to the lemon air. She sat down at the desk and pulled the telephone in front of her. She looked up the number for the police. Suddenly, unexpectedly, her vision blurred with hot tears. She tried to hold them back. She was Hilary Thomas, and Hilary Thomas did not cry. Not ever. Hilary Thomas was tough. Hilary Thomas could take all the crap the world wanted to throw at her and keep on taking it and never break down. Hilary Thomas could handle herself perfectly well, thank you. Even though she squeezed her eyes shut, the flood would not be contained. Fat tears tracked down her cheeks and settled saltily in the corners of her mouth, then dribbled over her chin. At first, she wept in eerie silence.
emitting not even the shallowest whimper. But after a minute or so, she began to twitch and shiver, and her voice was shaken loose. In the back of her throat she made a wet, choking sound which swiftly grew into a sharp little cry of despair. She broke. She let out a terrible, quaverous wail and hugged herself. She sobbed and sputtered and gasped for breath. She pulled Kleenex from a decorator dispenser on one corner of the desk, blew her nose, got hold of herself, then shuddered and began to sob again. She was not crying because he had hurt her. He hadn't caused her any lasting or unbearable pain, at least not physically. She was weeping because, in some way she found difficult to define, he had violated her. She boiled with outrage and shame. Although he had not raped her, although he had not even managed to tear off her clothes, he had demolished her crystal bubble of privacy, a barrier that she had constructed with great care and upon which she had placed a great value. He had smashed into her snug world and had pawed everything in it with his dirty hands. Tonight, at the best table in the polo lounge, Wally Topellis had begun to convince her that she could let down her guard at least a fraction of an inch. For the first time in her 29 years, she seriously had considered the possibility of living much less defensively than she had been accustomed to living. With all the good news and Wally's urging, she had been willing to look at the idea of a life with less fear, and she had been attracted to it. A life with more friends, more relaxation, more fun. It was a shining dream, this new life, not easily attained, but worth the struggle to achieve it. But Bruno Fry had taken that fragile dream by the throat and had throttled it. He had reminded her that the world was a dangerous place, a shadowy cellar with nightmare creatures crouching in the dark corners. Just as she was struggling out of her pit, before she had a chance to enjoy the world above ground, he kicked her in the face and sent her tumbling back where she came from. Down into doubt and fear and suspicion, down into the awful safety of loneliness. She wept because she felt violated, and because she was humiliated, and because he had taken her hope and stomped on it, the way a schoolyard bully crushes the favorite toy of a weaker child. Chapter 2. Patterns. They fascinated Anthony Clemenza. At sundown, before Hilary Thomas had even gone home, while she was still driving through the hills and canyons for relaxation, Anthony Clemenza and his partner, Lieutenant Frank Howard, were questioning a bartender in Santa Monica. Beyond the enormous windows in the room's west wall, the sinking sun created constantly changing purple and orange and silver fleck patterns on the darkening sea. The place was a singles bar called Paradise, meeting ground for the chronically lonely and terminally horny of both sexes, in an age when all the traditional meeting grounds, church suppers, neighborhood dances, community picnics, social clubs, had been leveled with real and sociological bulldozers. The ground where they once stood, now covered with high-rise offices, towering cement and glass condominiums, pizza parlors, and 5-story parking garages. The singles bar was where space-age boy met space-age girl, where the macho stud connected with the nymphomaniac, where the shy little secretary from Chatsworth met the socially inept computer programmer from Burbank, and where, sometimes, the rapist met the rapee. To Anthony Clemenza's eye, the people in Paradise made patterns that identified the place. The most beautiful women and the handsomest men sat very erect on bar stools and at minuscule cocktail tables, legs crossed in geometric perfection, elbows bent just so, posing to display the clean lines of their faces and their strong limbs. They made elegantly angular patterns as they watched and courted one another. Those who were less physically attractive than the creme de la creme, but who were nonetheless undeniably appealing and desirable, tended to sit and stand with less than ideal posture, choosing to make up in attitude and image what they lacked in form. Their posture made a statement. I am at ease here, relaxed, unimpressed with those gorgeous straight-backed girls and guys, confident, my own person. This group slouched and slumped gracefully, using the eye-pleasing rounded lines of a body at rest to conceal slight imperfections of bone and muscle. The third and largest group of people in the bar was composed of the plain ones, neither pretty nor ugly, who made jagged, anxious patterns as they huddled in corners and darted from table to table to exchange gaping smiles and nervous gossip, worried that no one would love them. The overall pattern of paradise is sadness, Tony Clemenza thought. Dark strips of unfulfilled need, a checkered field of loneliness, quiet desperation in a colorful herringbone. But he and Frank Howard were not there to study the patterns in the sunset and the customers. What they were there to do was get a lead on Bobby Angel Valdez. Last April, Bobby Valdez had been released from prison after serving 7 years and a few months of a 15-year sentence for rape and manslaughter. It looked like letting him go had been a big mistake. 8 years ago, Bobby had raped as few as 3 and as many as 16 Los Angeles women. The police could prove 3. They suspected the others. One night, Bobby accosted a woman in a parking lot, forced her into his car at gunpoint, drove her to a little-traveled dirt connecting road high in the Hollywood Hills, tore off her clothes, raped her repeatedly, then pushed her out of the car and drove off. He had been parked on the verge of the lane, and the narrow shoulder had opened on a long, nasty drop. The woman, thrust naked from the car, lost her balance and went over the edge. She landed on a broken-down fence. Splintery wooden fence posts, with rusted wire, barbed wire. The wire lacerated her badly, and a jagged 4-inch-wide section of weathered pine railing slammed through her belly and out her back, impaling her. Incredibly, while submitting to Bobby in the car, she had put her hand upon a flimsy copy of a Union 76 credit card purchase slip, had realized what it was, and had held on to it all the way down to the fence, all the way down into death. Furthermore, police learned that the deceased wore only one kind of panties, a gift from her boyfriend. Every pair she owned bore this embroidered legend on the silky crotch, Harry's property. A pair of those panties, torn and soiled, were found in a collection of underthings in Bobby's apartment. Those and the scrap of paper in the victim's hand led to the suspect's arrest. Unfortunately for the people of California, circumstances conspired to get Bobby off lightly. The arresting officers made a minor procedural error when they took him into custody, just the sort of thing to stir some judges to passionate rhetoric about constitutional guarantees. The district attorney at that time, a man named Cooperhausen, had been busy responding to charges of political corruption in his own office. Aware that the improper handling of the accused at the time of arrest might have jeopardized the state's case, preoccupied with saving his own ass from the muckrakers, the DA had been receptive to the defense attorney's offer to plead Bobby guilty to 3 counts of rape and 1 of manslaughter in return for the dropping of all other and more serious charges. Most homicide detectives, like Tony Clemenza, felt that Cooperhausen should have tried to get convictions for second-degree murder, kidnapping, assault, rape, and sodomy. The evidence was overwhelmingly in favor of the state's position. The deck was stacked against Bobby. And then fate dealt him an unexpected ace. Today, Bobby was a free man. But maybe not for long, Tony thought. In May, 1 month after his release from prison, Bobby Angel Valdez failed to keep an appointment with his parole officer. He moved out of his apartment without filing the required change of address form with the proper authorities. He vanished. In June, he started raping again. Just as easy as that. As casually as some men start smoking again after shaking the habit for a few years, like renewed interest in an old hobby. He molested 2 women in June, 2 in July, 3 in August, 2 more in the first 10 days of September. After 88 months behind bars, Bobby had a craving for woman flesh, an insatiable need. The police were convinced that those 9 crimes, and perhaps a few others that had gone unreported, were the work of one man, and they were equally certain the man was Bobby Valdez. For one thing, each of the victims had been approached in the same way. A man walked up to her as she got out of her car alone, at night, in a parking lot. He put a gun in her ribs, or back, or belly, and he said, "I'm a fun guy. Come to the party with me, and you won't get hurt. Turn me down, and I'll blow you away right now. Play along, and you've got no worries. I'm really a fun guy." He said pretty much the same thing every time, and the victims remembered it because the fun guy part sounded so weird, especially when spoken in Bobby's soft, high-pitched, almost girlish voice. It was identical to the approach Bobby had used more than 8 years ago, during his first career as a rapist. In addition to that, the 9 victims gave strikingly similar descriptions of the man who had abused them. Slender, 5'10", 140 pounds, dusky complexion, dimpled chin, brown hair and eyes, the girlish voice. Some of Bobby's friends called him Angel because of his sweet voice and because he had a cute baby face. Bobby was 30 years old, but he looked 16. Each of the 9 victims had seen her assailant's face, and each had said he looked like a kid, but handled himself like a tough, cruel, clever, and sick man. The chief bartender in Paradise left the business to his 2 subordinates and examined the 3 glossy mugshots of Bobby Valdez that Frank Howard had put on the bar. His name was Otto. He was a good-looking man, darkly tanned and bearded. He wore white slacks and a blue body shirt with the top 3 buttons undone. His brown chest was matted with crisp golden hairs. He wore a shark's tooth on a gold chain around his neck. He looked up at Frank, frowned. "I didn't know L.A. police had jurisdiction in Santa Monica." "We're here by sufferance of the Santa Monica PD," Tony said.
"Huh? Santa Monica police are cooperating with us in this investigation," Frank said impatiently. "Now, did you ever see the guy?"
"Yeah, sure. He's been in a couple of times," Otto said.
"When?"
Frank asked. "A month ago, maybe longer."
"Not recently?"
The band, just returned from a 20-minute break, struck up a Billy Joel song. Otto raised his voice above the music. "Haven't seen him for at least a month. The reason I remember is because he didn't look old enough to be served. I asked to see some ID and he got mad as hell about that. Caused a scene."
"What kind of scene?"
Frank asked. "Demanded to see the manager." "That's all?" Tony asked. "Called me names." Otto looked grim. "Nobody calls me names like that." Tony cupped one hand around his ear to funnel in the bartender's voice and block some of the music. He liked most Billy Joel tunes, but not when they were played by a band that thought enthusiasm and amplification could compensate for poor musicianship.
"So he called you names,"
Frank said.
"Then what?"
"Then he apologized."
"Just like that? He demands to see the manager, calls you names, then right away apologizes?"
"Yeah.
Why?"
"I asked him to," Otto said. Frank leaned farther over the bar as the music swelled into a deafening chorus.
"He apologized just because you asked him to?"
"Well, first he wanted to fight." "Did you fight him?" Tony shouted. "Nah. If even the biggest and meanest son of a bitch in the place gets rowdy, I don't ever have to touch him to quiet him down."
"You must have a hell of a lot of charm,"
Frank yelled. The band finished the chorus, and the roar descended from a decibel level high enough to make your eyeballs bleed. The vocalist did a bad imitation of Billy Joel on a verse played no louder than a thunderstorm. A stunning green-eyed blonde was sitting at the bar next to Tony. She had been listening to the conversation. She said, "Go on, Otto, show them your trick."
"You're a magician?" Tony asked Otto. "What do? Make unruly customers disappear?"
"He scares them," the blonde said. "It's neat. Go on, Otto, show them your stuff." Otto shrugged and reached under the bar and took a tall beer glass from a rack. He held it up so they could look at it, as if they had never seen a beer glass before. Then he bit off a piece of it. He clamped his teeth on the rim and snapped a chunk out of it, turned, spat the sharp fragment into a garbage can behind him. The band exploded through the last chorus of the song and gifted the audience with merciful silence. In the sudden quiet between the last note and the burst of scattered applause, Tony heard the beer glass crack as Otto took another bite out of it.
"Jesus,"
Frank said. The blonde giggled. Otto chomped on the glass and spat out a mouthful, and chomped some more until he had reduced it to an inch-thick base too heavy to succumb to human teeth and jaws. He threw the remaining hunk in the can and smiled.
"I chew up the glass right in front of the guy who's making trouble. Then I look mean as a snake and I tell him to settle down. I tell him that if he doesn't settle down, I'll bite his goddamn nose off."
Frank Howard gaped at him, amazed.
"Have you ever done it? What, bitten off someone's nose? Nah, just the threat's enough to make them behave." "You get many hard cases here?" Frank asked. "Nah, this is a class place. We have trouble maybe once a week, no more than that."
"How do you do that trick?" Tony asked.
"Biting the glass? There's a little secret to it, but it's not really hard to learn."
The band broke into Bob Seger's Still the Same, as if they were a bunch of juvenile delinquents breaking into a nice house with the intention of trashing it.
"Ever cut yourself?"
Tony shouted to Otto.
"Every once in a while. Not often, and I've never cut my tongue. The sign of someone who can do the stunt well is the condition of his tongue,"
Otto said.
"My tongue has never been cut. But you have injured yourself. Sure, my lips a few times, not often."
"But that only makes the trick more effective," the blonde said. "You should see him when he cuts himself. Otto stands there in front of the jerk who's been causing all the trouble, and he just pretends like he doesn't know he's hurt himself. He lets the blood run." Her green eyes shone with delight and with a hard little spark of animal passion that made Tony squirm uneasily on his bar stool. "He stands there with bloody teeth and with the blood oozing down into his beard, and he warns the guy to stop making a ruckus. You wouldn't believe how fast they settle down."
"I believe,"
Tony said. He felt queasy. Frank Howard shook his head and said,
"Well,
"Yeah," Tony said, unable to find words of his own. Frank said,
"Okay, let's get back to Bobby Valdez."
He tapped the mugshots that were lying on the bar.
"Oh, well, like I told you, he hasn't been in for at least a month. That night after he got angry with you, after you settled him down with the glass trick, did he stick around for a drink?" "I served him a couple." "So you saw his ID?" "Yeah." "What was it, driver's license?" "Yeah, he was 30 for God's sake. He looked like he was in maybe 11th grade, a high school junior, maybe at most a senior, but he was 30.
Frank said,
"Do you remember what the name was on the driver's license?"
Otto fingered his shark's tooth necklace.
"Name? You already know his name." "What I'm wondering," Frank said, "is whether or not he showed you a phony driver's license." "His picture was on it," Otto said. "That doesn't mean it was genuine." "But you can't change pictures on a California license. Doesn't the card self-destruct or something if you mess around with it?" "I'm saying the whole card might be a fake." "Forged credentials," Otto said, intrigued. "Forged credentials."
Clearly, he had watched a couple of hundred old espionage movies on television.
What is this, some sort of spy thing?
I think we've gotten turned around here,
Frank said impatiently.
Huh?
We're supposed to be the ones asking questions,
Frank said.
You just answer them, understand?
The bartender was one of those people who reacted quickly, strongly, and negatively to a pushy cop. His dark face closed up. His eyes went blank. Aware that they were about to lose Otto while he still might have something important to tell them, Tony put a hand on Frank's shoulder, squeezed gently.
You don't want him to start munching on a glass, do you?
I'd like to see it again, the blonde said, grinning.
You'd rather do it your way?
Frank asked Tony.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Tony smiled at Otto.
Look, you're curious and so are we. Doesn't hurt a thing if we satisfy your curiosity so long as you satisfy ours.
Otto opened up again.
That's the way I see it too.
Okay, Tony said.
Okay. So what's this Bobby Valdez done that makes you want him so bad?
Parole violations, Tony said.
And assault,
Frank said grudgingly.
And rape,
Tony said.
Hey,
Otto said.
Didn't you guys say you were with the homicide squad?
The band finished, still the same, with a clatter, bang, boom of sound, not unlike the derailment of a speeding freight train. Then there were a few minutes of peace, while the lead singer made unamusing small talk with the ringside customers who sat in clouds of smoke that, Tony felt sure, had come partly from cigarettes and partly from burning eardrums. The musicians pretended to tune their instruments.
When Bobby Valdez comes across an uncooperative woman, Tony explained to Otto, he pistol whips her a little to make her more eager to please. 5 days ago he went after victim number 10 and she resisted, and he hit her on the head so hard and so often that she died in the hospital 12 hours later, which brought the homicide squad into it.
What I don't understand, the blonde said, is why any guy would take it by force when there's girls willing to give it away. She winked at Tony, but he didn't wink back.
Before the woman died,
Frank said.
She gave us a description that fit Bobby like a custom-made glove. So if you know anything about the slimy little bastard, we've got to hear it.
Otto hadn't spent all his time watching spy movies. He had seen his share of police shows, too. He said,
So now you want him for murder one?
Murder one, Tony said.
Precisely. How'd you not ask me about him?
He accosted 7 of those 10 women in singles bar parking lots.
None of them in our lot,
Otto interrupted defensively.
Our lot is very well lighted.
Well, that's true, Tony said.
But we've been going to singles bars all over the city, talking to bartenders and regular customers, showing them those mugshots, trying to get a line on Bobby Valdez. A couple of people at a place in Century City told us they thought they'd seen him here, but they couldn't be sure. He was here all right, Otto said.
Now that Otto's feathers had been smoothed, Frank took over the questioning again.
So he caused a commotion and you did your beer glass trick and he showed you his ID?
Yeah.
So what was the name on the ID?
Otto frowned.
I'm not sure.
Was it Robert Valdez?
I don't think so.
I'll try to remember.
It was a Chicano name.
Valdez is a Chicano name.
Yeah, this was more Chicano than that.
What do you mean?
Well, longer, with a couple of Z's in it.
Z's?
Yeah, and Q's. You know the kind of name I mean. Something like, Velasquez.
Was it Velasquez?
Nah, but like that.
Began with a V?
Yeah, I couldn't say for sure. I'm just talking about the sound of it.
What about the first name?
Well, I think I remember that.
And?
Juan.
Juan?
Yeah, very Chicano. You notice an address on his ID? I wasn't looking for that.
He mentioned where he lived?
We weren't exactly chummy.
He say anything at all about himself?
He just drank quietly and left.
And never came back?
That's right.
You're positive?
He's never been back on my shift anyway.
You got a good memory.
Only for troublemakers and the pretty ones.
We'd like to show those mugshots to some of your customers, Frank said.
Sure, go ahead.
The blonde, sitting next to Tony Clemenza, said, "Can I get a closer look at them? Maybe I was in here when he was. Maybe I even talked to him." Tony picked up the photographs and swiveled on his bar stool. She swung toward him as he swung toward her, and she pressed her pretty knees against his. When she took the pictures from him, her fingers lingered for a moment on his. She was a great believer in eye contact. She seemed to be trying to stare right through his brain and out the back of his skull. "I'm Judy. What's your name?" "Tony Clemenza." "Oh, I knew you were Italian. I could tell by your dark, soulful eyes." "They give me away every time." And that thick black hair, so curly." "And the spaghetti sauce stains on my shirt?" She looked at his shirt. "There aren't really any stains," he said. She frowned. "Just kidding. A little joke," he said. "Oh." "Do you recognize Bobby Valdez?" She finally looked at the mugshot. Nope. I must not have been here the night he came in, but he's not all that bad, is he? Kind of cute."
Baby face."
"It would be like going to bed with my kid brother," she said. "Kinky." She grinned. He took the pictures from her. "That's a very nice suit you're wearing," she said.
"Thank you."
"It's cut really nice."
"Thank you." This was not just a liberated woman exercising her right to be the sexual aggressor. He liked liberated women. This one was something else, something weird. The whips and chains type, or worse. She made him feel like a tasty little morsel, a very edible canapé, the last tiny piece of toast and caviar on a silver tray.
"You sure don't see many suits in a place like this," she said.
"I guess not."
"Body shirts, jeans, leather jackets, the Hollywood look. That's what you see in a place like this."
He cleared his throat. "Well," he said uneasily, "I want to thank you for helping us as much as you could." She said,
"I like men who dress well."
Their eyes locked again, and he saw that flicker of ravenous hunger and animal greed. He had the feeling that if he let her lead him into her apartment, the door would close behind him like a set of jaws. She'd be all over him in an instant, pushing and pulling and whirling him around as if she were a wave of digestive juices, breaking him down and sucking the nutrients out of him, using him until he fragmented and dissolved and simply ceased to exist, except as a part of her. "Gotta go to work," he said, sliding off the bar stool. "See you around."
"I hope so."
For 15 minutes, Tony and Frank showed the mugshots of Bobby Valdez to the customers in Paradise. As they moved from table to table, the band played Rolling Stones and Elton John and Bee Gees material at a volume that set up sympathetic vibrations in Tony's teeth. It was a waste of time. No one in Paradise remembered the killer with the baby face. On the way out, Tony stopped at the Long Oak Bar where Otto was mixing strawberry margaritas. "Tell me something," he shouted above the music. "Anything," Otto yelled. "Don't people come to these places to meet each other? Making connections, that's what it's all about." "Then why the hell do so many singles bars have bands like that one?" "What's wrong with the band?" "A lot of things, but mostly it's too damn loud." "So? So how can anyone possibly strike up an interesting conversation?" "Interesting conversation?" Otto said. "Hey man, they don't come here for interesting conversation. They come to meet each other, check each other out, see who they want to go to bed with." "But no conversation?" "Look at them. Just look around at them. What would they talk about? If we didn't play music loud and fairly steady, they'd get nervous." "All those maddeningly quiet spaces to fill, huh? How right you are. They'd go somewhere else, where the music was louder and they only needed body language." Otto shrugged. "It's a sign of the times." Maybe I should have lived in another time," Tony said. Outside, the night was mild, but he knew it would get colder. A thin mist was coming off the sea.
Not genuine fog yet, but a sort of damp, greasy breath that hung in the air and made halos around all the lights. Frank was waiting behind the wheel of the unmarked police sedan. Tony climbed in on the passenger side and buckled his seatbelt. They had one more lead to check out before they quit for the day. Earlier, a couple of people at that Century City singles bar had said they'd also seen Bobby Valdez at a joint called the Big Quake on Sunset Boulevard over in Hollywood. Traffic was moderate to heavy, heading toward the heart of the city. Sometimes Frank got impatient and darted from lane to lane, weaving in and out with toots of the horn and little squeals of the brakes, trying to get ahead a few car lengths, but not tonight. Tonight, he was going with the flow. Tony wondered if Frank Howard had been discussing philosophy with Otto. After a while, Frank said,
"You could have had her."
"Who?"
"That blonde, that Judy."
"I was on duty, Frank."
"You could have set something up for later. She was panting for you."
"Not my type."
"She was gorgeous."
"She was a killer."
"She was what?"
"She'd have eaten me up alive." Frank considered that for about 2 seconds, then said,
"Bullshit. I'd take a crack at her if I had the chance."
"You know where she's at."
"Maybe I'll mosey back there later when we're done."
"You do that," Tony said. "Then I'll come visit you in the rest home when she's finished with you."
"Hell, what's the matter with you? She wasn't that special. That kind of stuff can be handled easy."
"Maybe that's why I didn't want it."
"Send that one by me again?"
Tony Clemenza was tired. He wiped his face with his hands, as if weariness was a mask that he could pull off and discard. "She was too well handled, too well used."
"Since when did you become a Puritan?"
"I'm not," Tony said. Yeah, okay, maybe I am, just a little. Just a thin streak of Puritanism in there somewhere. God knows I've had more than a few of what they now call meaningful relationships. I'm far from pure. But I just can't see myself on the make in a place like Paradise, cruising, calling all the women foxes, looking for fresh meat. For one thing, I couldn't keep a straight face making the kind of chatter that fills in between the band's numbers. Can you hear me making that scene? "Hi, I'm Tony. What's your name? What's your sign? Are you into numerology? Have you taken EST training? Do you believe in the incredible totality of cosmic energy? Do you believe in destiny as an arm of some all-encompassing cosmic consciousness? Do you think we were destined to meet? Do you think we could get rid of all the bad karma we've generated individually by creating a good energy gestalt together? Wanna fuck?"
"Yeah, except for the part about fucking," Frank said. "I didn't understand a thing you said."
"Neither did I. That's what I mean. In a place like Paradise, it's all plastic chatter, glossy surface jive talk formulated to slide everyone into bed with as little friction as possible. In Paradise, you don't ask a woman anything really important. You don't ask about her feelings, her emotions, her talents, her fears, hopes, wants, needs, dreams. So what happens is you end up going to bed with a stranger. Worse than that, you find yourself making love to a fox, to a paper cutout from a men's magazine, an image instead of a woman, a piece of meat instead of a person, which means you aren't making love at all. The act becomes just the satisfying of a bodily urge, no different than scratching an itch or having a good bowel movement. If a man reduces sex to that, then he might as well stay home alone and use his hand." Frank braked for a red light and said,
"Your hand can't give you a blowjob."
"Jesus, Frank, sometimes you can be crude as hell." "Just being practical. What I'm trying to say is that, for me at least, the dance isn't worth the effort if you don't know your partner. I'm not one of those people who'd go to a disco just to revel in my own fancy choreography. I've got to know what the lady's steps are, how she wants to move and why, what she feels and thinks. Sex is just so damned much better if she means something to you, if she's an individual, a quirky person all her own, not just a smooth, sleek body that's rounded in all the right places, but a unique personality, a character with chips and dents and marks of experience."
"Shit, I can't believe what I'm hearing,"
Frank said as he drove away from the traffic signal.
It's that old bromide about sex being cheap and unfulfilling if love isn't mixed up with it somehow.
I'm not talking about undying love, Tony said. I'm not talking about unbreakable vows of fidelity until the end of time. You can love someone for a little while, in little ways. You can go on loving her even after the physical part of the relationship is over. Yeah, I'm friends with old lovers because we didn't look at each other as new notches on the gun. We had something in common, even after we stopped sharing a bed. Look, before I'm going to go for a tumble in the sack, before I'm going to get bare-assed and vulnerable with a woman, I want to know I can trust her. I want to feel she's special in some way, dear to me, a person worth knowing, worth revealing myself to, worth being a part of for a while.
Garbage,
Frank said scornfully. That's the way I feel.
Let me give you a warning.
Go ahead.
The best advice you'll ever get.
I'm listening.
If you think there's really something called love, if you honest to God believe there's actually a thing called love that's as strong and real as hate or fear, then all you're doing is setting yourself up for a lot of pain. It's a lie, a big lie. Love is something writers invented to sell books.
You don't really mean that.
The hell I don't.
Frank glanced away from the road for a moment, looked at Tony with pity.
You're how old? 33?
Almost 35, Tony said, as Frank looked back at the street and pulled around a slow-moving truck that was loaded down with scrap metal.
Well, I'm 10 years older than you, Frank said. So listen to the wisdom of age. Sooner or later, you're going to think you're in true love with some fluff, and while you're bending over to kiss her pretty feet, she's going to kick the shit out of you. Sure as hell she'll break your heart if you let her know you have one. Affection? Sure, that's okay. And lust. Lust is the word, my friend. Lust is what it's really all about, but not love. What you've got to do is forget all this love crap. Enjoy yourself. Get all the ass you can while you're young. Fuck 'em and run. You can't get hurt that way. If you keep daydreaming about love, you'll only go on making a complete goddamn fool out of yourself over and over and over again until they finally stick you in the ground.
That's too cynical for me. Frank shrugged. 6 months ago, he had gone through a bitter divorce. He was still sour from the experience.
And you're not really that cynical either, Tony said.
I don't think you really believe what you said. Frank didn't say anything.
You're a sensitive man, Tony said.
Frank shrugged again. For a minute or two, Tony tried to revive the dead conversation, but Frank had said everything he intended to say about the subject. He settled into his usual sphinx-like silence. It was surprising that he had said all he said, for Frank was not much of a talker. In fact, when Tony thought about it, the brief discussion just concluded seemed to have been the longest they'd ever had. Tony had been partners with Frank Howard for more than 3 months. He still was not sure if the pairing was going to work out. They were so different from each other in so many ways. Tony was a talker. Frank usually did little more than grunt in response. Tony had a wide variety of interests other than his job: films, books, food, the theater, music, art, skiing, running. So far as he could tell, Frank didn't care a great deal about anything except his work. Tony believed that a detective had many tools with which to extract information from a witness, including kindness, gentleness, wit, sympathy, empathy, attentiveness, charm, persistence, cleverness, and, of course, intimidation and the rare use of mild force. Frank felt he could get along fine with just persistence, cleverness, intimidation, and a bit more force than the department thought acceptable. He had no use whatsoever for the other approaches on Tony's list. As a result, at least twice a week, Tony had to restrain him subtly but firmly. Frank was subject to eye-bulging, blood-boiling rages when too many things went wrong in one day. Tony, on the other hand, was nearly always calm. Frank was 5'9", stocky, solid as a blockhouse. Tony was 6'1", lean, rangy, rugged-looking. Frank was blond and blue-eyed. Tony was dark. Frank was a brooding pessimist. Tony was an optimist. Sometimes it seemed they were such totally opposite types that the partnership never could be successful. Yet the choice was entirely theirs. Tony was willing to give more than a fair share of himself to the department because he was ambitious. He did not intend to remain a detective lieutenant for the rest of his life. He wanted to work his way up at least to captain, perhaps higher than that, perhaps all the way to the top, right into the chief's office, where the pay and retirement benefits were a hell of a lot better than what he would get if he stayed where he was. He had been raised in a large Italian family in which parsimony had been a religion as important as Roman Catholicism. His father, Carlo, was an immigrant who worked as a tailor. The old man had labored hard and long to keep his children housed, clothed, and fed, but quite often he had come perilously close to destitution and bankruptcy. There had been much sickness in the Clemenza family, and the unexpected hospital and pharmacy bills had eaten up a frighteningly high percentage of what the old man earned. While Tony was still a child, even before he was old enough to understand about money and household budgets, before he knew anything about the debilitating fear of poverty with which his father lived, he sat through hundreds, maybe thousands, of short but strongly worded lectures on fiscal responsibility. Carlo instructed him almost daily in the importance of hard work, financial shrewdness, ambition, and job security. His father should have worked for the CIA in the brainwashing department. Tony had been so totally indoctrinated, so completely infused with his father's fears and principles, that even at the age of 35, with an excellent bank account and a steady job, he felt uneasy if he was away from work more than 2 or 3 days. As often as not, when he took a long vacation, it turned into an ordeal instead of a pleasure. He put in a lot of overtime every week because he was Carlo Clemenza's son, and Carlo Clemenza's son could not possibly have done otherwise. Frank Howard had other reasons for giving a big piece of himself to the department. He did not appear to be any more ambitious than the next guy, and he did not seem unduly worried about money. As far as Tony could tell, Frank put in the extra hours because he really lived only when he was on the job. Being a homicide detective was the only role he knew how to play, the one thing that gave him a sense of purpose and worth. Tony looked away from the red taillights of the cars in front of them and studied his partner's face. Frank wasn't aware of Tony's scrutiny. His attention was focused on his driving. He peered intently at the quicksilver flow of traffic on Wilshire Boulevard. The green glow from the dashboard dials and gauges highlighted his bold features. He was not handsome in the classic sense, but he was good-looking in his own way. Broad brow, deeply set blue eyes, the nose a bit large and sharp, the mouth well-formed, but most often set in a grim scowl that flexed the strong jawline. The face unquestionably contained power and appeal, and more than a hint of unyielding single-mindedness. It was not difficult to picture Frank going home and sitting down and every night without fail dropping into a trance that lasted from quitting time until 8 the next morning. In addition to their willingness to work extended hours, Tony and Frank had a few other things in common. Although many plainclothes detectives had tossed out the old dress code and now reported for duty in everything from jeans to leisure suits, Tony and Frank still believed in wearing traditional suits and ties. They thought of themselves as professionals, doing a job that required special skills and education, a job as vital and demanding as that of any trial attorney or teacher or social worker, more demanding, in fact, and jeans simply did not contribute to a professional image. Neither of them smoked, neither of them drank on the job, and neither of them attempted to foist his paperwork on the other. So maybe it'll work out between us, Tony thought. Maybe, in time, I can quietly convince him to use more charm and less force with witnesses. Maybe I can get him interested in films and food, if not in books and art and theater. The reason I'm having so much trouble adjusting to him is that my expectations are far too high. But Jesus, if only he'd talk a little more instead of sitting there like a lump. For the rest of his career as a homicide detective, Tony would expect a great deal of anyone who rode with him because, for 5 years, until last May 7, he had worked with a nearly perfect partner.
Michael Savatino. He and Michael were both from Italian families. They shared certain ethnic memories, pains, and pleasures. More important than that, they employed similar methods in their police work, and they enjoyed many of the same extracurricular activities. Michael was an avid reader, a film buff, and an excellent cook. Their days had been punctuated by fascinating conversations. Last February, Michael and his wife Paula had gone to Las Vegas for a weekend. They saw 2 shows. They ate dinner twice at Batista's Hole in the Wall, the best restaurant in town. They filled out a dozen Keno cards and won nothing. They played $2 blackjack and lost $60. And 1 hour before their scheduled departure, Paula put a silver dollar in a slot machine that promised a progressive jackpot, pulled the handle, and won slightly more than $220,000. Police work never had been Michael's first choice for a career, but like Tony, he was a seeker of security. He attended the police academy and climbed relatively quickly from uniformed patrolman to detective because public service offered at least moderate financial security. In March, however, Michael gave the department a 60-day notice, and in May, he quit. All of his adult life, he had wanted to own a restaurant. 5 weeks ago, he opened Savatino's, a small but authentic Italian ristorante on Santa Monica Boulevard, not far from the Century City complex. A dream come true. How likely is it that I could make my dream come true the same way? Tony wondered as he studied the night city through which they moved. How likely is it that I could go to Vegas, win $200,000, quit the police force, and take a shot at making it as an artist? He did not have to ask the question aloud. He didn't need Frank Howard's opinion. He knew the answer. How likely was it? Not very damn likely. About as likely as suddenly learning he was the long-lost son of a rich Arabian prince. As Michael Savatino had always dreamed of being a restaurateur, so Tony Clemenza dreamed of earning his living as an artist. He had talent. He produced fine pieces in a variety of media: pen and ink, watercolor, oil. He was not merely technically skilled. He had a sharp and unique creative imagination as well. Perhaps if he had been born into a middle-class family with at least modest financial resources, he would have gone to a good school, would have received the proper training from the best professors, would have honed his God-given abilities, and would have become tremendously successful. Instead, he had educated himself with hundreds of art books and through thousands of hours of painstaking drawing practice and experimentation with materials. And he suffered from that pernicious lack of self-confidence so common to those who are self-taught in any field. Although he had entered 4 art shows and had twice won top prize in his division, he never seriously considered quitting his job and plunging into the creative life. That was nothing more than a pleasant fantasy, a bright daydream. No son of Carlo Clemenza would ever forsake a weekly paycheck for the dread uncertainties of self-employment, unless he had first banked a windfall from Las Vegas. He was jealous of Michael Savatino's good fortune. Of course, they were still close friends, and he was genuinely happy for Michael, delighted, really, but also jealous. He was human after all, and in the back of his mind, the same petty question kept blinking off and on, like a neon sign. Why couldn't it have been me? Slamming on the brakes, jolting Tony out of his reverie, Frank blew the horn at a Corvette that cut him off in traffic.
Asshole!
Easy, Frank.
Sometimes I wish I was back in uniform again, handing out citations.
That's the last thing you wish.
I'd nail his ass.
Except maybe he'd turn out to be out of his skull on drugs, or maybe just plain crazy. When you work the traffic detail too long, you tend to forget the world's full of nuts. You fall into a habit, a routine, and you get careless. So maybe you'd stop him and walk up to his door with your ticket book in hand, and he'd greet you with a gun. Maybe he'd blow your head off. No. I'm thankful traffic detail's behind me forever. At least when you're on a homicide assignment, you know the kind of people you're going to have to deal with. You never forget there's going to be someone with a gun or a knife or a piece of lead pipe up ahead somewhere.
You're a lot less likely to walk into a nasty little surprise when you're working homicide. Frank refused to be drawn into another discussion. He kept his eyes on the road, grumbled sullenly, wordlessly, and settled back into silence. Tony sighed. He stared at the passing scenery with an artist's eye for unexpected detail and previously unnoticed beauty. Patterns. Every scene, every seascape, every landscape, every street, every building, every room in every building, every person, everything had its own special patterns. If you could perceive the patterns in a scene, you could then look beyond the patterns to the underlying structure that supported them. If you could see and grasp the method by which a surface harmony had been achieved, you eventually could understand the deepest meaning and mechanisms of any subject, and then make a good painting of it. If you picked up your brushes and approached the canvas without first performing that analysis, you might wind up with a pretty picture, but you would not produce a work of art. Patterns. As Frank Howard drove east on Wilshire, on the way to the Hollywood singles bar called the Big Quake, Tony searched for patterns in the city and the night. At first, coming in from Santa Monica, there were the sharp, low lines of the sea-facing houses and the shadowy outlines of tall, feathery palms, patterns of serenity and civility and more than a little money. As they entered Westwood, the dominant pattern was rectilinear, clusters of office high-rises, oblong patches of light radiating from scattered windows in the mostly dark faces of the buildings. These neatly ordered rectangular shapes formed the patterns of modern thought and corporate power, patterns of even greater wealth than had been evident in Santa Monica's seaside homes. From Westwood they went to Beverly Hills, an insulated pocket within the greater fabric of the metropolis, a place through which the Los Angeles police could pass, but in which they had no authority. In Beverly Hills, the patterns were soft and lush and flowing in a graceful continuum of big houses, parks, greenery, exclusive shops, and more ultra-expensive automobiles than you could find anywhere else on Earth. From Wilshire Boulevard to Santa Monica Boulevard to Doheny, the pattern was one of ever-increasing wealth. They turned north on Doheny, crawled up the steep hills, and swung right onto Sunset Boulevard, heading for the heart of Hollywood. For a couple of blocks, the famous street delivered a little bit on the promise of its name and legend. On the right stood Scandia, one of the best and most elegant restaurants in town, and one of the half-dozen best in the entire country. Glittering discos, a nightclub specializing in magic, another spot owned and operated by a stage hypnotist, comedy clubs, rock and roll clubs, huge flashy billboards advertising current films and currently popular recording stars, lights, lights, and more lights. Initially, the boulevard supported the university studies and government reports that claimed Los Angeles and its suburbs formed the richest metropolitan area in the nation, perhaps the richest in the world. But after a while, as Frank continued to drive eastward, the blush of glamour faded. Even L.A. suffered from senescence. The pattern became marginally but unmistakably cancerous. In the healthy flesh of the city, a few malignant growths swelled here and there. Cheap bars, a striptease club, a shuttered service station, brassy massage parlors, an adult bookstore, a few buildings desperately in need of renovation, more of them block by block. The disease was not terminal in this neighborhood, as it was in others nearby, but every day it gobbled up a few more bites of healthy tissue. Frank and Tony did not have to descend into the scabrous heart of the tumor, for the Big Quake was still on the edge of the blight. The bar appeared suddenly in a blaze of red and blue lights on the right-hand side of the street. Inside, the place resembled paradise, except that the decor relied more heavily on colored lights and chrome and mirrors than it did in the Santa Monica bar. The customers were somewhat more consciously stylish, more aggressively au courant, and generally a shade better looking than the crowd in paradise. But to Tony, the patterns appeared to be the same as they were in Santa Monica, patterns of need, longing, and loneliness, desperate, carnivorous patterns. The bartender wasn't able to help them, and the only customer who had anything for them was a tall brunette with violet eyes. She was sure they would find Bobby at Janus, a discotheque in Westwood. She had seen him there the previous 2 nights. Outside in the parking lot, bathed in alternating flashes of red and blue light, Frank said,
"One thing just leads to another.
"As usual."
It's getting late.
"Yeah.
You want to try Janus now or leave it for tomorrow?"
"No," Tony said.
"Good."
They turned around and traveled west on Sunset, out of the area that showed signs of urban cancer, into the glitter of the Strip, then into greenery and wealth again, past the Beverly Hills Hotel, past mansions and endless marching rows of gigantic palm trees. As he often did when he suspected Tony might attempt to strike up another conversation, Frank switched on the police band radio and listened to communications calling black and whites in the division that provided protection for Westwood, toward which they were heading. Nothing much was happening on that frequency. A family dispute, a fender bender at the corner of Westwood Boulevard and Wilshire, a suspicious man in a parked car on a quiet residential street off Hillgard had attracted attention and needed checking out. In most of the city's other 16 police divisions, the night was far less safe and peaceful than it was in privileged Westwood. In the 77th, Newton, and Southwest divisions, which served the black community south of the Santa Monica Freeway, none of the mid-watch patrol officers would be bored. In their bailiwicks, the night was jumping. On the east side of town, in the Mexican-American neighborhoods, the gangs would continue to give a bad name to the vast majority of law-abiding Chicano citizens. By the time the mid-watch went off duty at 3 o'clock, 3 hours after the morning watch came online, there would be several ugly incidents of gang violence on the east side, a few punks stabbing other punks, maybe a shooting and a death or two as the macho maniacs tried to prove their manhood in the wearisome, stupid, but timeless blood ceremonies they had been performing with Latin passion for generations. To the northwest, on the far side of the hills, the affluent valley kids were drinking too damned much whiskey, smoking too much pot, snorting too much cocaine, and subsequently ramming their cars and vans and motorcycles into one another at ghastly speeds and with tiresome regularity. As Frank drove past the entrance to Bel Air Estates and started up a hill toward the UCLA campus, the Westwood scene suddenly got lively. Communications put out a woman in trouble call. Information was sketchy. Apparently, it was an attempted rape and assault with a deadly weapon. It was not clear if the assailant was still on the premises. Shots had been fired, but communications had been unable to ascertain from the complainant whether the gun belonged to her or the assailant. Likewise, they didn't know if anyone was hurt.
"Have to go in blind," Tony said. "And that address is just a couple of blocks from here," Frank said. "We could be there in a minute, probably a lot faster than the patrol car. Want to assist?" "Sure. I'll call in and tell them."
Tony picked up the microphone as Frank hung a hard left at the first intersection. A block later, they turned left again, and Frank accelerated as much as he dared along the narrow, tree-flanked street. Tony's heart accelerated with the car. He felt an old excitement, a cold, hard knot of fear in his guts. He remembered Parker Hitchison, a particularly quirky, morose, and humorless partner he had endured for a short while during his second year as a patrol officer, long before he won his detective's badge. Every time they answered a call, every damned time, whether it was a Code 3 emergency or just a frightened cat stuck in a tree, Parker Hitchison sighed mournfully and said, "Now we die." It was weird and decidedly unsettling. Over and over again on every shift, night after night, with sincere and unflagging pessimism, he said it. "Now we die," until Tony was almost crazy. Hitchison's funereal voice and those 3 somber words still haunted him in moments like this. Now we die. Frank wheeled around another corner, nearly clipping a black BMW that was parked too close to the intersection. The tires squealed and the sedan shimmied, and Frank said, That address ought to be right around here somewhere. Tony squinted at the shadowy houses that were only partly illuminated by the street lamps. There it is, I think, he said, pointing. It was a large neo-Spanish house set well back from the street on a spacious lot. Red tile roof, cream-colored stucco, leaded windows, 2 big wrought-iron carriage lamps, one on each side of the front door. Frank parked in the circular driveway. They got out of the unmarked sedan. Tony reached under his jacket and slipped the service revolver out of his shoulder holster. After Hilary had finished crying at her desk in the study, she had decided, in a daze, to go upstairs and make herself presentable before she reported the assault to the police. Her hair had been in complete disarray, her dress torn, her pantyhose shredded and hanging from her legs in ludicrous loops and tangles. She didn't know how quickly the reporters would arrive once the word had gotten out on the police radio, but she had no doubt that they would show up sooner or later. She was something of a public figure, having written 2 hit films and having received an Academy Award nomination 2 years ago for her Arizona Shifty Pete screenplay. She treasured her privacy and preferred to avoid the press if at all possible, but she knew that she would have little choice but to make a statement and answer a few questions about what had happened to her this night. It was the wrong kind of publicity. It was embarrassing. Being the victim in a case like this was always humiliating. Although it should make her an object of sympathy and concern, it actually would make her look like a fool, a patsy just waiting to be pushed around. She had successfully defended herself against Fry, but that would not matter to the sensation seekers. In the unfriendly glare of the television lights and in the flat gray newspaper photos, she would look weak. The merciless American public would wonder why she had let Fry into her house. They would speculate that she had been raped and that her story of fending him off was just a cover-up. Some of them would be certain that she had invited him in and had asked to be raped. Most of the sympathy she received would be shot through with morbid curiosity. The only thing she could control was her appearance when the newsmen arrived. She simply could not allow herself to be photographed in the pitiable, disheveled state in which Bruno Fry had left her. As she washed her face and combed her hair and changed into a silk robe that belted at the waist, she was not aware that these actions would damage her credibility with the police later. She didn't realize that, in making herself presentable, she was actually setting herself up as a target for at least one policeman's suspicion and scorn, as well as for charges of being a liar. Although she thought she was in command of herself, Hilary got the shakes again as she finished changing clothes. Her legs turned to jelly, and she was forced to lean against the closet door for a minute. Nightmarish images crowded her mind, vivid flashes of unsummoned memories. At first, she saw Fry coming at her with a knife, grinning like a death's head, but then he changed, melted into another shape, another identity, and he became her father, Earl Thomas. And then it was Earl who was coming at her, drunk and angry, cursing, taking swipes at her with his big, hard hands. She shook her head and drew deep breaths, and, with an effort, banished the vision. But she could not stop shaking. She imagined that she heard strange noises in another room of the house. A part of her knew that she was merely imagining it, but another part was sure that she could hear Fry returning for her. By the time she ran to the phone and dialed the police, she was in no condition to give the calm and reasoned report she had planned. The events of the past hour had affected her far more profoundly than she had thought at first, and recovering from the shock might take days, even weeks. After she hung up the receiver, she felt better, just knowing help was on the way. As she went downstairs, she said aloud, "Stay calm. Just stay calm. You're Hilary Thomas. You're tough. Tough as nails. You aren't scared. Not ever. Everything will be okay." It was the same litany that she had repeated as a child so many nights in that Chicago apartment. By the time she reached the first door, she had begun to get a grip on herself. She was standing in the foyer, staring out the narrow leaded window beside the door, when a car stopped in the driveway. 2 men got out of it. Although they had not come with sirens blaring and red lights flashing, she knew they were the police, and she unlocked the door, opened it. The first man onto the front stoop was powerfully built, blond, blue-eyed, and had the hard, no-nonsense voice of a cop. He had a gun in his right hand.
"Police, who are you?"
"Thomas," she said. "Hilary Thomas. I'm the one who called."
"This your house?"
"Yes. There was a man," a second detective, taller and darker than the first, appeared out of the night and interrupted her before she could finish the sentence.
"Is he on the premises?"
"What?"
"Is the man who assaulted you still here?"
"Oh, no, gone. He's gone."
"Which way did he go?"
the blond man asked. "Out this door."
"Did he have a car?"
"I don't know."
"Was he armed?"
"No. I mean, yes."
"Which is it?"
"He had a knife, but not now."
"Which way did he run when he left the house?"
"I don't know. I was upstairs.
How long ago did he leave?" the tall, dark one asked.
Maybe 15, maybe 20 minutes ago." They exchanged a look that she did not understand, but which she knew immediately was not good for her.
"What took you so long to call it in?"
the blonde asked. He was slightly hostile. She felt she was losing some important advantage that she could not identify. "At first I was confused," she said. "Hysterical. I needed a few minutes to get myself together."
20 minutes?
Well, maybe it was only 15. Both detectives put away their revolvers.
"We'll need a description,"
the dark one said. "I can give you better than that," she said as she stepped aside to let them enter. "I can give you a name."
"A name?"
"His name. I know him," she said. "The man who attacked me. I know who he is." The 2 detectives gave each other that look again. She thought, what have I done wrong? Hilary Thomas was one of the most beautiful women Tony had ever seen. She appeared to have a few drops of Indian blood. Her hair was long and thick, darker than his own, a glossy raven black. Her eyes were dark too, the whites as clear as pasteurized cream. Her flawless complexion was a light, milky bronze shade, probably largely the result of carefully measured time in the California sun. If her face was a bit long, that was balanced by the size of her eyes, enormous, and by the perfect shape of her patrician nose, and by the almost obscene fullness of her lips. Hers was an erotic face, but an intelligent and kind face as well, the face of a woman capable of great tenderness and compassion. There was also pain in that countenance, especially in those fascinating eyes, the kind of pain that came from experience, knowledge, and Tony expected that it was not merely the pain she had suffered that night. Some of it went back a long, long time. She sat on one end of the brushed corduroy sofa in the book-lined study, and Tony sat on the other end. They were alone. Frank was in the kitchen, talking on the phone to a desk man at headquarters. Upstairs, 2 uniformed patrolmen, Whitlock and Farmer, were digging bullets out of the walls. There was not a fingerprint man in the house because, according to the complainant, the intruder had worn gloves. "What's he doing now?" Hilary Thomas asked.
"Who?"
"Lieutenant Howard."
"He's calling headquarters and asking someone to get in touch with the sheriff's office up there in Napa County, where Fry lives."
"Why?"
"Well, for one thing, maybe the sheriff can find out how Fry got to L.A.
"What's it matter how he got here?" she asked. "The important thing is that he's here and he's got to be found and stopped."
"If he flew down," Tony said, "it doesn't matter much at all, but if Fry drove to L.A., the sheriff up in Napa County might be able to find out what car he used. With a description of the vehicle and a license number, we've got a better chance of nailing him before he gets too far."
She considered that for a moment, then said, "Why did Lieutenant Howard go to the kitchen? Why didn't he just use the phone in here?"
"I guess he wanted you to have a few minutes of peace and quiet," Tony said uneasily.
"I think he just didn't want me to hear what he was saying."
"Oh, no, he was only—"
"You know, I have the strangest feeling. she said, interrupting him. I feel like I'm the suspect instead of the victim.
You're just tense, he said. Understandably tense.
It isn't that. It's something about the way you're acting toward me. Well, not so much you as him.
Frank can seem cool at times, Tony said. But he's a good detective.
He thinks I'm lying.
Tony was surprised by her perspicacity. He shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. I'm sure he doesn't think any such thing.
He does, she insisted. And I don't understand why.
Her eyes fixed on his.
Level with me. Come on, what is it? What did I say wrong?
He sighed. You're a perceptive lady.
I'm a writer. It's part of my job to observe things a little more closely than most people do. And I'm also persistent, so you might as well answer my question and get me off your back.
One of the things that bothers Lieutenant Howard is the fact that you know the man who attacked you.
So?
This is awkward, he said unhappily.
Let me hear it anyway.
Well, he cleared his throat. Conventional police wisdom says that if the complainant in a rape or an attempted rape knows the victim, there's a pretty good chance that she contributed to the crime by enticing the accused to one degree or another.
Bullshit!
She got up, went to the desk, and stood with her back to him for a minute. He could see that she was struggling to maintain her composure. What he had said had made her extremely angry. When she turned to him at last, her face was flushed. She said,
This is horrible. It's outrageous. Every time a woman is raped by someone she knows, you actually believe she asked for it.
No, not every time.
But most of the time that's what you think, she said angrily.
No.
She glared at him. Let's stop playing semantical games. You believe it about me. You believe I enticed him.
No, Tony said. I merely explained what conventional police wisdom is in a case like this. I didn't say that I put much faith in conventional police wisdom. I don't. But Lieutenant Howard does. You asked me about him. You wanted to know what he was thinking, and I told you. She frowned.
Then you believe me?
Is there any reason I shouldn't?
It happened exactly the way I said.
All right. She stared at him.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you believe me when he doesn't?
I can think of only 2 reasons for a woman to bring false rape charges against a man, and neither of them makes any sense in your case. She leaned against the desk, folded her arms in front of her, cocked her head, and regarded him with interest.
What reasons?
Number 1, he has money and she doesn't. She wants to put him on the spot, hoping she can pry some sort of big settlement out of him in return for dropping the charges.
But I've got money.
Apparently you've got quite a lot of it, he said, looking around admiringly at the beautifully furnished room.
What's the other reason?
A man and a woman are having an affair, but he leaves her for another lady. She feels hurt, rejected, scorned. She wants to get even with him. She wants to punish him, so she accuses him of rape.
How can you be sure that doesn't fit me?
She asked. I've seen both your movies, so I figure I know a little bit about the way your mind works. You're a very intelligent woman, Miss Thomas. I don't think you could be foolish or petty or spiteful enough to send a man to prison just because he hurt your feelings. She studied him intently. He felt himself being weighed and judged. Obviously convinced that he was not the enemy, she returned to the couch and sat down in a swish of dark blue silk. The robe molded to her, and he tried not to show how aware he was of her strikingly female lines. She said,
I'm sorry I was snappish.
You weren't, he assured her. Conventional police wisdom makes me angry, too.
I suppose if this gets into court, Fry's attorney will try to make the jury believe that I enticed the son of a bitch.
You can count on it.
Will they believe him?
They often do.
But he wasn't just going to rape me, he was going to kill me.
You'll need proof of that.
The broken knife upstairs
can't be connected to him, Tony said. It won't be covered with his prints. And it's just a common kitchen knife. There's no way we can trace it to the point of purchase and tie it to Bruno Fry.
But he looked so crazy. He's unbalanced. The jury would see that. Hell, you'll see it when you arrest him. There probably won't even be a trial. He'll probably just be put away."
"If he's a lunatic, he knows how to pass for normal," Tony said. "After all, until tonight, he's been regarded as an especially responsible and upstanding citizen. When you visited his winery near St. Helena, you didn't realize you were in the company of a madman, did you?"
"No."
"Neither will the jury." She closed her eyes, pinched the bridge of her nose.
"So he's probably going to get away clean."
"I'm sorry to say there's a good chance that he will."
"And then he'll come back for me."
"Maybe."
Jesus.
"You wanted the unvarnished truth."
She opened her lovely eyes. "I did, yes. And thank you for giving it to me."
She even managed a smile. He smiled back at her. He wanted to take her in his arms, hold her close, comfort her, kiss her, make love to her. But all he could do was sit on his end of the couch like a good officer of the law and smile his witless smile and say, "Sometimes it's a lousy system."
"What are the other reasons?"
"Excuse me?"
"You said one reason Lieutenant Howard didn't believe me was because I knew the assailant. What are the other reasons? What else makes him think I'm lying?"
Tony was about to answer her when Frank Howard walked into the room.
"Okay,"
Frank said brusquely.
"We've got the sheriff looking into it up there in Napa County, trying to get a line on when and how this Fry character left town. We also have an APB out based on your description, Miss Thomas. Now, I went to the car and got my clipboard and this crime report form."
He held up the rectangular piece of masonite and the single sheet of paper affixed to it, took a pen from his inside coat pocket.
"I want you to walk Lieutenant Clemenza and me through your entire experience just once more so I can write it all down precisely in your own words. Then we can get out of your way."
She led them to the foyer and began her story with a detailed recounting of Bruno Fry's surprise appearance from the coat closet. Tony and Frank followed her to the overturned sofa, then upstairs to the bedroom, asking questions as they went. During the 30 minutes they needed to complete the form, as she reenacted the events of the evening, her voice now and then became tremulous, and again Tony had the urge to hold and soothe her. Just as the crime report was completed, a few newsmen arrived. She went downstairs to meet them. At the same time, Frank got a call from headquarters and took it on the bedroom phone. Tony went downstairs to wait for Frank and to see how Hilary Thomas would deal with the reporters. She handled them expertly. Pleading weariness and a need for privacy, she did not allow them into her house. She stepped outside onto the stone walk, and they gathered in front of her. A television news crew had arrived, complete with a minicam and the standard actor-reporter, one of those men who had gotten his job largely because of his chiseled features and penetrating eyes and deep fatherly voice. Intelligence and journalistic ability had little to do with being a performer in television news. Indeed, too much of either quality could be seriously disadvantageous. For optimum success, the career-minded television reporter had to think much the same way that his program was structured. In 3 and 4 and 5-minute segments, never dwelling longer than that on any one subject, and never exploring anything at great depth. A newspaper man and his photographer, not so pretty as the television man and a bit rumpled, were also present. Hilary Thomas fielded their questions with ease, answering only those that she wanted to answer, smoothly turning away all of those that were too personal or impertinent. The thing that Tony found most interesting about her performance was the way she kept the news people out of the house and out of her most private thoughts without offending them. That was no easy trick. There were many excellent reporters who could dig for the truth and write fine stories without violating the subject's rights and dignity, but there were just as many of the other kind, the bores and the con men. With the rise of what the Washington Post glowingly referred to as advocacy journalism, the despicable slanting of a story to support the reporter's and the editor's personal political and social beliefs, some members of the press, the conmen and the bores, had gone on a power trip of unprecedented irresponsibility. If you bristled at a reporter's manner and methods or at his obvious bias, If you dared to offend him, he might decide to use his pen to make you look like a fool, a liar, or a criminal. And he would see himself as the champion of enlightenment in a battle against evil. Clearly, Hilary was aware of the danger, for she dealt masterfully with them. She answered more questions than not, stroked the news people, accorded them respect, charmed them, and even smiled for the cameras. She didn't say that she knew her assailant. She didn't mention the name Bruno Fry. She didn't want the media speculating about her previous relationship with the man who had attacked her. Her awareness forced Tony to reevaluate her. He already knew that she was talented and intelligent. Now he saw she was also shrewd. She was the most intriguing woman he had encountered in a long time. She was nearly finished with the reporters, carefully extricating herself from them, when Frank Howard came down the stairs and stepped to the doorway, where Tony stood in the cool night breeze. Frank watched Hilary Thomas as she answered a reporter's question, and he scowled fiercely.
"I've got to talk to her."
"What did headquarters want?" Tony asked.
"That's what I've got to talk to her about,"
Frank said grimly. He had decided to be tight-lipped. He wasn't going to reveal his information until he was damned good and ready. That was another of his irritating habits.
"Well, she's almost through with him," Tony said. "Strutting and preening herself."
"Not at all."
"Sure, she's loving every minute of it."
"She handles them well," Tony said. "But she really doesn't seem to enjoy it."
"Movie people,"
Frank said scornfully.
"They need that attention and publicity like you and I need food."
The reporters were only 8 feet away, and although they were noisily questioning Hilary Thomas, Tony was afraid they might hear Frank.
"Not so loud," he said.
"I don't care if they know what I think," Frank said. "I'll even give them a statement about publicity hounds who make up stories to get newspaper coverage."
"Are you saying she made this all up? That's ridiculous."
"You'll see,"
Frank said. Tony was suddenly uneasy. Hilary Thomas brought out the chivalrous knight in him. He wanted to protect her. He didn't want to see her hurt. But Frank apparently had something decidedly unpleasant to discuss with her.
"I've got to talk to her now,"
Frank said.
"I'll be damned if I'll stand around cooling my heels while she sucks up to the press."
Tony put a hand on his partner's shoulder.
"Wait here. I'll get her."
Frank was angry about whatever headquarters had told him, and Tony knew the reporters would recognize that anger and be irritated by it. If they thought there was progress in the investigation, especially if it looked to be a juicy bit, a scandalous twist, they would hang around all night, pestering everybody. And if Frank actually had uncovered unflattering information about Hilary Thomas, the press would make headlines out of it, trumpet it with that unholy glee they reserved for choice dirt. Later, if Frank's information proved inaccurate, the television people most likely wouldn't make any correction at all, and the newspaper retraction, if there ever was one, would be 4 lines on page 20 of the second section. Tony wanted her to have an opportunity to refute whatever Frank might say, a chance to clear herself before the whole thing became a tawdry media carnival. He went to the reporters and said, "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but I believe Miss Thomas has already told you more than she's told us. You've squeezed her dry. Now, my partner and I were scheduled to go off duty a few hours ago, and we're awfully tired. We put in a hard day beating up innocent suspects and collecting bribes, so if you would let us finish with Miss Thomas, we would be most grateful." They laughed appreciatively and began to ask questions of him. He answered a few of them, giving out nothing more than Hilary Thomas had done. Then he hustled the woman into her house and closed the door. Frank was in the foyer. His anger had not subsided. He looked as if steam should be coming from his ears.
"Miss Thomas, I have some more questions to ask you."
"Okay."
"Quite a few questions. It'll take a while."
"Well, shall we go into the study?" Frank Howard led the way. To Tony, Hilary said, "What's happening?" He shrugged. "I don't know. I wish I did." Frank had reached the center of the living room. He stopped and looked back at her.
"Miss Thomas?"
She and Tony followed him into the study. Hilary sat on the brushed corduroy couch, crossed her legs, straightened her silk robe. She was nervous, wondering why Lieutenant Howard disliked her so intensely. His manner was cold. He was filled with an icy anger that made his eyes look like cross-sections of two steel rods. She thought of Bruno Fry's strange eyes, and she could not suppress a shiver. Lieutenant Howard glowered at her. She felt like the accused at a trial during the Spanish Inquisition. She would not have been terribly surprised if Howard had pointed a finger and charged her with witchcraft. The nice one, Lieutenant Clemenza, sat in the brown armchair. The warm amber light from the yellow-shaded floor lamp fell over him and cast soft shadows around his mouth and nose and deeply set eyes, giving him an even gentler and kinder aspect than he ordinarily possessed. She wished he was the one asking questions, but, at least for the moment, his role was evidently that of an observer. Lieutenant Howard stood over her, looked down at her with unconcealed contempt. She realized that he was trying to make her look away in shame or defeat, playing some police version of a childish staring contest. She looked back at him unwaveringly, until he turned from her and began to pace.
"Miss Thomas," Howard said, "there are several things about your story that trouble me."
"I know," she said. "It bothers you that I know the assailant. You figure I might have enticed him. Isn't that conventional police wisdom?" He blinked in surprise, but quickly recovered.
"Yes, that's one thing. And there's also the fact that we can't find out how he got into this house. Officer Whitlock and Officer Farmer have been from one end of the place to the other, twice, 3 times, and they can't find any sign of forced entry. No broken windows, no smashed or jimmied locks."
"So you think I let him in?" she said.
"I certainly must consider it."
"Well, consider this. When I was up there in Napa County a few weeks ago, doing research for a screenplay, I lost my keys at his winery. House keys, car keys."
"You drove all the way up there?"
"No, I flew. But all my keys were on the same ring. Even the keys for the rental car I picked up in Santa Rosa. They were on a flimsy chain, and I was afraid I'd lose them, so I slipped them on my own key ring. I never found them. The rental car people had to send out another set. And when I got back to L.A., I had to have a locksmith let me into my house and make new keys for me."
"You didn't have the locks changed?"
"It seemed like a needless expense," she said. "The keys I lost didn't have any identification on them. Whoever found them wouldn't know where to use them."
"And it didn't occur to you they might have been stolen?"
Lieutenant Howard asked. "No."
"But now you think Bruno Fry took the keys with the intention of coming here to rape and kill you?"
"Yes."
"What does he have against you?"
"I don't know."
"Is there any reason he should be angry with you?"
"No."
"Any reason he should hate you?"
"I hardly know him."
"It's an awfully long way for him to come."
"I know."
"Hundreds of miles."
"Look, he's crazy, and crazy people do crazy things." Lieutenant Howard stopped pacing, stood in front of her, glared down like one of the faces on a totem pole of angry gods.
"Doesn't it seem odd to you that a crazy man would be able to conceal his madness so well at home that he would have the iron control needed to keep it all bottled up until he was off in a strange city?"
"Of course it seems odd to me," she said. "It's weird, but it's true."
"Did Bruno Fry have an opportunity to steal those keys?"
"Yes. One of the winery foremen took me on a special tour. We had to clamber up scaffolding, between fermentation vats, between storage barrels, through a lot of tight places. I couldn't have easily taken my purse with me. It would have been in my way, so I left it in the main house."
"Fry's house?"
"Yes." He was crackling with energy, supercharged. He began to pace again, from the couch to the windows, from the windows to the bookshelves, then back to the couch again. His broad shoulders drawn up, head thrust forward. Lieutenant Clemenza smiled at her, but she was not reassured.
"Will anyone at the winery remember you losing your keys?" Lieutenant Howard asked.
"I guess so. Sure. I spent at least half an hour looking for them. I asked around, hoping someone might have seen them."
"But no one had."
That's right.
Where did you think you might have left them?
I thought they were in my purse.
That was the last place you remembered putting them?
Yes. I drove the rental car to the winery, and I was sure I'd put the keys in my purse when I had parked.
Yet when you couldn't find them, you never thought they might have been stolen.
No. Why would someone steal my keys and not my money? I had a couple of $100 in my wallet.
Another thing that bothers me. After you drove Fry out of the house at gunpoint, why did you take so long to call us?
I didn't take long.
20 minutes.
At most.
When you've just been attacked and nearly killed by a maniac with a knife, 20 minutes is a hell of a long time to wait. Most people want to get hold of the police right away. They want us on the scene in 10 seconds, and they get furious if it takes us a few minutes to get there.
She glanced at Clemenza, then at Howard, then at her fingers, which were tightly laced, white-knuckled. She sat up straight, squared her shoulders. I guess I broke down. It was a difficult and shameful admission for her. She had always prided herself on her strength. I went to that desk and sat down and began to dial the police number, and then I cried. I started to cry, and I couldn't stop for a while.
You cried for 20 minutes?
No, of course not. I'm really not the crying type. I mean, I don't fall apart easily.
How long did it take you to get control of yourself?
I don't know for sure.
15 minutes?
Not that long.
10 minutes?
Maybe 5.
When you regained control of yourself, why didn't you call us then? You were sitting right there by the phone.
I went upstairs to wash my face and change my clothes, she said. I've already told you about that.
I know, he said. I remember. Primping yourself for the press.
No, she said, beginning to get angry with him. I wasn't primping myself. I just thought I should—
That's the fourth thing that makes me wonder about your story,
Howard said, interrupting her.
It absolutely amazes me. I mean, after you were almost raped and murdered, after you broke down and wept, while you were still afraid that Fry might come back here and try to finish the job he started, you nevertheless took time out to make yourself look presentable. Amazing.
Excuse me, Lieutenant Clemenza said, leaning forward in the brown armchair. Frank, I know you've got something, and I know you're leading up to it. I don't want to spoil your rhythm or anything, but I don't think we can make assumptions about Miss Thomas's honesty and integrity based on how long she took to call in a complaint. We both know that people sometimes go into a kind of shock after an experience like this. They don't always do the rational thing. Miss Thomas's behavior isn't all that peculiar. She almost thanked Lieutenant Clemenza for what he had said, but she sensed a low-grade antagonism between the two detectives, and she did not want to fan that smoldering fire.
Are you telling me to get on with it?
Howard asked Clemenza. All I'm saying is it's getting late and we're all very tired, Clemenza told him.
You admit her story's riddled with holes.
I don't know that I'd put it quite like that, said Clemenza.
How would you put it?
Howard asked. Well, let's just say there are some parts of it that don't make sense yet. Howard scowled at him for a moment, then nodded.
Okay, good enough. I was only trying to establish that there are at least 4 big problems with her story. If you agree, then I'll get on with the rest of it.
He turned to Hilary.
Miss Thomas, I'd like to hear your description of the assailant just once more.
Why, you've got his name.
Indulge me.
She couldn't understand where he was going with his questioning. She knew he was trying to set a trap for her, but she hadn't the faintest idea what sort of trap, or what it would do to her if she got caught in it. All right, just once more. Bruno Fry is tall, about 6'4".
No names, please.
What?
Describe the assailant without using any names.
But I know his name, she said slowly, patiently.
Humor me,
he said humorlessly. She sighed and settled back against the sofa, feigning boredom. She didn't want him to know that he was rattling her. What the hell was he after? The man who attacked me, she said, was about 6'4", and he weighed maybe 240 pounds. Very muscular.
Race? Howard asked.
He was white.
Complexion?
Fair.
Any scars or moles?
No.
Tattoos?
Are you kidding?
Tattoos?
No.
Any other identifying marks?
No.
Was he crippled or deformed in any way?
He's a big, healthy son of a bitch, she said crossly.
Color of hair?
Dirty blonde.
Long or short?
Medium length.
Eyes?
Yes.
What?
Yes, he had eyes.
Miss Thomas?
Okay.
This is serious.
He had blue eyes, an unusual shade of blue-gray.
Age?
Around 40.
Any distinguishing characteristics?
Like what?
You mentioned something about his voice.
That's right. He had a deep voice. It rumbled. A gravelly voice, deep and gruff and scratchy.
All right,
Lieutenant Howard said, rocking slightly on his heels, evidently pleased with himself.
We have a good description of the assailant. Now, describe Bruno Fry for me.
I just did.
No, we're pretending that you didn't know the man who attacked you. We're playing this little game to humor me, remember? You just described your assailant, a man without a name. Now I want you to describe Bruno Fry for me.
She turned to Lieutenant Clemenza. Is this really necessary? She asked, exasperatedly. Clemenza said, Frank, can you hurry this along?
Look, I've got a point I'm trying to make,
Lieutenant Howard said.
I'm building up to it the best way I know how. Besides, she's the one slowing it down.
He turned to her, and again she had the creepy feeling she was on trial in another century, and that Howard was some religious inquisitionist. If Clemenza would permit it, Howard would simply take hold of her and shake until she gave the answers he wanted, whether or not they were the truth.
Miss Thomas, he said, if you'll just answer all of my questions, I'll be finished in a few minutes. Now, will you describe Bruno Fry?
Disgustedly, she said, 6'4", 240 pounds, muscular, blonde, blue-gray eyes, about 40 years old, no scars, no deformities, no tattoos, a deep, gravelly voice. Frank Howard was smiling. It was not a friendly smile.
Your description of the assailant and Bruno Fry are exactly the same. Not a single discrepancy. Not one. And, of course, you've told us that they were, in fact, one and the same man.
His line of questioning seemed ridiculous, but there was surely a purpose to it. He wasn't stupid. She sensed that already she had stepped into the trap, even though she could not see it.
Do you want to change your mind? Howard asked. Do you want to say that perhaps there's a small chance it was someone else? Someone who only resembled Fry?
I'm not an idiot, Hilary said. It was him.
There wasn't even maybe some slight difference between your assailant and Fry? Some little thing?
He persisted. No.
Not even the shape of his nose or the line of his jaw?
Howard asked. Not even that.
You're certain that Fry and your assailant shared precisely the same hairline, exactly the same cheekbones, the same chin?
Yes.
Are you positive beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was Bruno Fry who was here tonight?
Yes.
Would you swear to that in court?
Yes, she said, tired of his badgering.
Well, then. Well. I'm afraid if you testified to that effect, you'd wind up in jail yourself. Perjury is a crime.
What do you mean? He grinned at her. His grin was even more unfriendly than his smile.
Miss Thomas, what I mean is, you're a liar.
Hilary was so stunned by the bluntness of the accusation, by the boldness of it, so disconcerted by the ugly snarl in his voice, that she could not immediately think of a response. She didn't even know what he meant.
A liar, Miss Thomas, plain and simple.
Lieutenant Clemenza got out of his brown armchair and said, Frank, are we handling this right?
Oh, yeah, Howard said. We're handling it exactly right. While she was out there talking to the reporters and posing so prettily for the photographers, I got a call from headquarters. They heard back from the Napa County Sheriff.
Already?
Oh, yeah. His name's Peter Lorensky. Sheriff Lorensky looked into things for us up there at Fry's Vineyard, just like we asked him to, and you know what he found? He found that Mr. Bruno Fry didn't come to Los Angeles. Bruno Fry never left home. Bruno Fry is up there in Napa County right now, right this minute, in his own house, harmless as a fly.
Impossible, Hilary said, pushing up from the sofa.
Howard shook his head. Give up, Miss Thomas. Fry told Sheriff Lorensky that he intended to come to L.A. today for a week-long stay, just a short vacation, but he didn't manage to clear off his desk in time, so he canceled out and stayed home to get caught up on his work.
The sheriff's wrong, she said. He couldn't have talked to Bruno Fry.
Are you calling the sheriff a liar? Lieutenant Howard asked.
He must have talked to someone who was covering for Fry,
Hilary said, knowing how hopelessly implausible that sounded. No, Howard said. Sheriff Lorensky talked to Fry himself.
Did he see him? Did he actually see Fry? She demanded. Or did he only talk to someone on the phone, someone claiming to be Fry?
I don't know if it was a face-to-face chat or a phone conversation, Howard said. But remember, Miss Thomas, you told us about Fry's unique voice. Extremely deep, scratchy, guttural, gravelly voice. Are you saying someone could have easily imitated it on the phone?
If Sheriff Lorensky doesn't know Fry well enough, he might be fooled by a bad imitation.
It's a small county up there. A man like Bruno Fry, an important man like that, is known to just about everyone, and the sheriff has known him very well for more than 20 years, Howard said triumphantly.
Lieutenant Clemenza looked pained.
Although she did not care much what Howard thought of her, it was important to Hilary that Clemenza believed the story she had told. The flicker of doubt in his eyes upset her as much as Howard's bullying. She turned her back on them, went to the mullioned window that looked out on the rose garden, tried to control her anger, couldn't suppress it, and faced them again. She spoke to Howard, furious, emphasizing every word by pounding her fist against the window table.
Bruno Fry was here!
The vase full of roses rocked, toppled off the table, bounced on the thick carpet, scattering flowers and water. She ignored it.
What about the sofa he overturned? What about the broken porcelain I threw at him and the bullets I fired at him? What about the broken knife he left behind? What about the torn dress, the pantyhose?
It could be just clever stage dressing, Howard said. You could have done it all yourself, faked it up to support your story.
That's absurd,
Clemenza said. Miss Thomas, maybe it really was someone else, someone who looked a lot like Fry. Even if she had wanted to retreat in that fashion, she could not have done it. By forcing her to repeatedly describe the man who attacked her, by drawing several assurances from her that the assailant had been none other than Bruno Fry, Lieutenant Howard had made it difficult, if not impossible, for her to take the way out that Clemenza was offering. Anyway, she didn't want to back up and reconsider. She knew she was right.
It was Fry, she said adamantly. Fry and nobody else but Fry. I didn't make the whole thing up. I didn't fire bullets into the walls. I didn't overturn the sofa and tear up my own clothes. For God's sake, why would I do a crazy thing like that? What reason could I possibly have for a charade of that sort?
I've got some ideas, Howard said. I figure you've known Bruno Fry for a long time, and
I told you I only met him 3 weeks ago.
You've told us other things that turned out not to be true, Howard said. So I think you knew Fry for years, or at least for quite a while, and the two of you were having an affair.
No!
And for some reason he threw you over. Maybe he just got tired of you. Maybe it was another woman. Something. So I figure you didn't go up to his winery to research one of your screenplays like you said. I think you went up there just to get together with him again. You wanted to smooth things over, kiss and make up.
No!
But he wasn't having any of it. He turned you away again. But while you were there, you found out that he was coming to L.A. for a little vacation. So you made up your mind to get even with him. You figured he probably wouldn't have anything planned his first night in town, probably just a quiet dinner alone and early to bed. You were pretty sure he wouldn't have anyone to vouch for him later on if the cops wanted to know his every move that night. So you decided to set him up for a rape charge.
Damn you. This is disgusting.
It backfired on you, Howard said. Fry changed his plans. He didn't even come to L.A. So now you're caught in the lie.
He was here. She wanted to take the detective by the throat and choke him until he understood. Look, I have 1 or 2 friends who know me well enough to know if I'd been having an affair. I'll give you their names. Go see them. They'll tell you I didn't have anything going with Bruno Fry. Hell, they might even tell you I haven't had anything going with anyone for a while. I've been too busy to have much of a private life. I work long hours. I haven't had a lot of time for romance. And I sure as hell haven't had time to carry on with a lover who lives at the other end of the state. Talk to my friends. They'll tell you.
Friends are notoriously unreliable witnesses, Howard said. Besides, it might have been that one affair you kept all to yourself, the secret little fling. Face it, Miss Thomas, you painted yourself into a corner. The facts are these. You say Fry was in this house tonight, but the sheriff says he was up there in his own house as of 30 minutes ago. Now, St. Helena is over 400 miles by air, over 500 by car. He simply could not have gotten home that fast. And he could not have been in 2 places at once because, in case you haven't heard, that's a serious violation of the laws of physics.
Lieutenant Clemenza said, Frank, maybe you should let me finish up with Miss Thomas.
What's to finish? It's over. Done. Kaput.
Howard pointed an accusing finger at her.
You're damn lucky, Miss Thomas. If Fry had come to L.A. and this had gotten into court, you'd have committed perjury. You might have wound up in jail. You're also lucky that there's no sure way for us to punish someone like you for wasting our time like this.
I don't know that we've wasted our time, Clemenza said softly.
Like hell we haven't.
Howard glared at her.
I'll tell you one thing. If Bruno Fry wants to pursue a libel suit, I sure to God will testify for him.
Then he turned and walked away from her, toward the study door. Lieutenant Clemenza didn't make any move to leave and obviously had something more to say to her, but she didn't like having the other one walk out before some important questions were answered. Wait a minute, she said. Howard stopped and looked back at her.
Yeah?
What now? What are you going to do about my complaint? She said.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I'm going to the car, cancel that APB on Bruno Fry, then call it a day. I'm going home and drink a couple of cold bottles of Coors.
You aren't going to leave me here alone. What if he comes back?
Oh, Christ, Howard said. Will you please drop the act?
She took a few steps toward him. No matter what you think, no matter what the Napa County Sheriff says, I'm not putting on an act. Will you at least leave one of those uniformed men for an hour or so until I can get a locksmith to replace the locks on my doors? Howard shook his head.
No. I'll be damned if I'll waste more police time and taxpayers' money to provide you with protection you don't need. Give up. It's all over. You lost. Face it, Miss Thomas.
He walked out of the room. Hilary went to the brown armchair and sat down. She was exhausted, confused, and scared. Clemenza said, I'll make sure Officers Whitlock and Farmer stay with you until the locks have been changed. She looked up at him. Thank you. He shrugged. He was noticeably uncomfortable.
I'm sorry there's not much more I can do.
I didn't make up the whole thing, she said.
I believe you.
Fry really was here tonight, she said.
Well, I don't doubt that someone was here, but
not just someone, Fry.
If you'd reconsider your identification, we could keep working on the case, and
it was Fry, she said. Not angrily now, just wearily. It was him and no one else but him. For a long moment, Clemenza regarded her with interest, and his clear brown eyes were sympathetic. He was a handsome man, but it was not his good looks that most pleased the eye. There was an indescribably warm and gentle quality in his Italian features, a special concern and understanding so visible in his face that she felt he truly cared what happened to her. He said, "You've had a very rough experience. It's shaken you. That's perfectly understandable. And sometimes when you go through a shock like this, it distorts your perceptions. Maybe when you've had a chance to calm down, you'll remember things a little differently. I'll stop by sometime tomorrow. Maybe by then you'll have something new to tell me." "I won't," Hilary said without hesitation. "But thanks for being kind." She thought he seemed reluctant to leave, but then he was gone, and she was alone in the study. At last she got up, went to the desk, picked up the telephone. She thought of ringing the winery in Napa County, but she realized that would accomplish nothing. She knew only the business office number. She didn't have Fry's home phone listing. Even if his private number was available through information, and that was highly unlikely, she would not gain any satisfaction by dialing it. If she tried calling him at home, only one of two things could happen. One, he wouldn't answer, which would neither prove her story nor disprove what Sheriff Lorensky had said. Two, Fry would answer, surprising her. And then what? She would have to reevaluate the events of the night, face the fact that the man with whom she had fought was someone who only resembled Bruno Fry. Or perhaps he didn't look like Fry at all. Maybe her perceptions were so askew that she had perceived a resemblance where there was none. How could you tell when you were losing your grip on reality? How did madness begin? Did it creep up on you, or did it seize you in an instant without warning? She had to consider the possibility that she was losing her mind because, after all, there was a history of insanity in her family. For more than a decade, one of her fears had been that she would die as her father had died, wild-eyed, raving, incoherent, waving a gun and trying to hold off monsters that were not really there. Like father, like daughter? "I saw him," she said aloud. "Bruno Fry, in my house, here, tonight. I didn't imagine or hallucinate it. I saw him, damn it!" She opened the telephone book to the yellow pages and called a 24-hour-a-day locksmith service. After he fled Hilary Thomas's house, Bruno Fry drove his smoke-gray Dodge van out of Westwood. He went west and south to Marina del Rey, a small craft harbor on the edge of the city, a place of expensive garden apartments, even more expensive condominiums, shops, and unexceptional but lushly decorated restaurants, most with unobstructed views of the sea and the thousands of pleasure boats docked along the man-made channels. Fog was rolling in along the coast, as if a great cold fire burned upon the ocean. It was thick in some places and thin in others, getting denser all the time. He tucked the van into an empty corner of a parking lot near one of the docks, and, for a minute, he just sat there, contemplating his failure. The police would be looking for him, but only for a short while. Only until they found out that he had been at his place in Napa County all evening. And even while they were looking for him in the L.A. area, he would not be in much danger, for they wouldn't know what sort of vehicle he was driving. He was sure Hilary Thomas had not seen the van when he left, because it was parked 3 blocks from her house. Hilary Thomas. Not her real name, of course. Catherine. That's who she really was. Catherine.
"Stinking bitch,"
he said aloud. She scared him. In the past 5 years he had killed her more than 20 times, but she had refused to stay dead. She kept coming back to life in a new body with a new name, a new identity, a cleverly constructed new background. But he never failed to recognize Catherine hiding in each new persona. He had encountered her and killed her again and again, but she would not stay dead. She knew how to come back from the grave, and her knowledge terrified him more than he dared let her know. He was frightened of her, but he couldn't let her see that fear, for if she became aware of it, she'd overwhelm and destroy him. But she can be killed, Fry told himself. I've done it. I've killed her many times and buried many of her bodies in secret graves. I'll kill her again, too, and maybe this time she won't be able to come back. As soon as it was safe for him to return to her house in Westwood, he would try to kill her again. And this time, he planned to perform a number of rituals that he hoped would cancel out her supernatural power of regeneration. He had been reading books about the living dead, vampires, and other creatures. Although she was not really any of those things, although she was horrifyingly unique, he believed that some of the methods of extermination that were effective against vampires might work on her as well. Cut out her heart while it was still beating, drive a wooden stake through it, cut off her head, stuff her mouth full of garlic. It would work. Oh, God, it had to work. He left the van and went to a public phone close by. The damp air smelled vaguely of salt, seaweed, and machine oil. Water slapped against the pilings and the hulls of the small yachts, a curiously forlorn sound. Beyond the plexiglass walls of the booth, rank upon rank of masts rose from the tethered boats, like a defoliated forest looming out of the night mist. About the same time that Hilary was calling the police, Fry phoned his own house in Napa County and gave an account of his failed attack on the woman. The man on the other end of the line listened without interruption, then said,
"I'll handle the police."
They spoke for a few minutes, then Fry hung up. Stepping out of the booth, he looked around suspiciously at the darkness and swirling fog. Catherine could not possibly have followed him, but nevertheless he was afraid she was out there in the gloom, watching, waiting. He was a big man. He should not have been afraid of a woman, but he was. He was afraid of the one who would not die, the one who now called herself Hilary Thomas. He returned to the van and sat behind the wheel for a few minutes until he realized that he was hungry, starving. His stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten since lunch. He was familiar enough with Marina del Rey to know there was not a suitable restaurant in the neighborhood. He drove south on the Pacific Coast Highway to Culver Boulevard, then west, then south again on Vista del Mar. He had to proceed slowly, for the fog was heavy along that route. It threw the van's headlight beams back at him and reduced visibility to 30 feet, so that he felt as if he was driving underwater in a murky phosphorescent sea. Almost 20 minutes after he completed the telephone call to Napa County, and about the same time that Sheriff Lorensky was looking into the case up there on behalf of the L.A. police, Fry found an interesting restaurant on the northern edge of El Segundo. The red and yellow neon sign cut through the fog. Garridos. It was a Mexican place, but not one of those Norte Americano chrome and glass outlets serving imitation comida. It appeared to be authentically Mexican. He pulled off the road and parked between two hot rods that were equipped with the hydraulic lifts so popular with young Chicano drivers. As he walked around to the entrance, he passed a car bearing a bumper sticker that proclaimed Chicano Power. Another one advised everyone to support the Farm Workers Union. Fry could already taste the enchiladas. Inside, Garridos looked more like a bar than a restaurant, but the close, warm air was redolent with the odors of a good Mexican kitchen. On the left, a stained and scarred wooden bar ran the length of the big rectangular room. Approximately a dozen dark men and 2 lovely young senoritas sat on stools or leaned against the bar, most of them chattering in rapid Spanish. The center of the room was taken up by a single row of 12 tables running parallel to the bar, each covered with a red tablecloth. All of the tables were occupied by men and women who laughed and drank a lot as they ate. On the right, against the wall, There were booths with red leatherette upholstery and high backs. Fry sat down in one of them. The waitress who hustled up to his table was a short woman, almost as wide as she was tall, with a very round and surprisingly pretty face. Raising her voice above Freddie Fender's sweet and plaintive singing, which came from the jukebox, she asked Fry what he wanted and took his order: a double platter of chili verde and 2 cold bottles of Dos Equis. He was still wearing leather gloves. He took them off and flexed his hands. Except for a blonde in a low-cut sweater who was with a mustachioed Chicano stud, Fry was the only one in Garrido's who didn't have Mexican blood in his veins. He knew some of them were staring at him, but he didn't care. The waitress brought the beer right away. Fry didn't bother with the glass. He put the bottle to his lips, closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and chugged it down. In less than a minute, he had drained it. He drank the second beer with less haste than he had consumed the first, but it was also gone by the time she brought his dinner. He ordered 2 more bottles of Dos Equis. Bruno Fry ate with voracity and total concentration, unwilling or unable to look away from his plate, oblivious of everyone around him, head lowered to receive the food in the fevered manner of a graceless glutton. Making soft animal murmurs of delight, he forked the chili verde into his mouth, gobbled up huge dripping bites of the stuff, one after the other, chewed hard and fast, his cheeks bulging. A plate of warm tortillas was served on the side, and he used those to mop up the delicious sauce. He washed everything down with big gulps of icy beer. He was already 2/3 finished when the waitress stopped by to ask if the meal was all right, and she quickly realized the question was unnecessary. He looked up at her with eyes that were slightly out of focus. In a thick voice that seemed to come from a distance, he asked for 2 beef tacos, a couple of cheese enchiladas, rice, refried beans, and 2 more bottles of beer. Her eyes went wide, but she was too polite to comment on his appetite. He ate the last of the chili verde before she brought his second order, but he did not rise out of his trance when the plate was clean. Every table had a bowl of taco chips, and he pulled his in front of him. He dipped the chips into the cup of hot sauce that came with them, popped them into his mouth whole, crunched them up with enormous pleasure and a lot of noise. When the waitress arrived with more food and beer, he mumbled a thank you and immediately began shoveling cheese enchiladas into his mouth. He worked his way through the tacos and the side dishes. A pulse thumped visibly in his bull neck. Veins stood out boldly across his forehead. A film of sweat sheathed his face, and beads of sweat began to trickle down from his hairline. At last he swallowed the final mouthful of refried beans and chased it with beer and pushed the empty plates away. He sat for a while with one hand on his thigh, one hand wrapped around a bottle, staring across the booth at nothing in particular. Gradually the sweat dried on his face, and he became aware of the jukebox music again. Another Freddie Fender tune was playing. He sipped his beer and looked around at the other customers, taking an interest in them for the first time. His attention was drawn to a group at the table nearest the door. 2 couples, good-looking girls, darkly handsome men, all in their early 20s. The guys were putting on an act for the women, talking just a fraction too loud and laughing too much, doing the rooster act, trying too hard, determined to impress the little hens. Fry decided to have some fun with them. He thought about it, figured out how he would set it up, and grinned happily at the prospect of the excitement he would cause. He asked the waitress for his check, gave her more than enough money to cover it, and said,
"Keep the change."
"Oh, you're very generous," she said, smiling and nodding as she went off to the cash register. He pulled on the leather gloves. His 6th bottle of beer was still half full, and he took it with him when he slid out of the booth. He headed toward the exit, and contrived to hook a foot on a chair leg as he passed the 2 couples who had interested him. He stumbled slightly, easily regained his balance, and leaned toward the 4 surprised people at the table, letting them see the beer bottle, trying to look like a drunk. He kept his voice low, for he didn't want others in the restaurant to be aware of the confrontation he was fomenting. He knew he could handle 2 of them, but he wasn't prepared to fight an army. He peered blearily at the toughest-looking of the 2 men, gave him a big grin, and spoke in a low, mean snarl that belied his smile.
"Keep your goddamn chair out of the aisle, you stupid spick."
The stranger had been smiling at him, expecting some sort of drunken apology. When he heard the insult, his wide brown face went blank, and his eyes narrowed. Before that man could get up, Fry swung to the other one and said,
"Why don't you get a foxy lady like that blonde back there? What do you want with these 2 greasy wet-back cunts?"
Then he made swiftly for the door so the fight wouldn't start inside the restaurant. Chuckling to himself, he pushed through the door, staggered into the foggy night, and hurried around the building to the parking lot on the north side to wait. He was only a few steps from his van when one of the men he had left behind called to him in Spanish-accented English,
"Hey, wait a second, man."
Fry turned, still pretending drunkenness, weaving and swaying as if he found it difficult to keep the ground under his feet.
"What's up?"
he asked stupidly. They stopped, side by side, apparitions in the mist. The stocky one said,
"Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing, man? You spicks looking for trouble?"
Fry asked, slurring his words.
"Cerdo,"
the stocky one said.
"Mugriento, cerdo,"
said the slim man. Fry said,
"For Christ's sake, stop jabbering that damn monkey talk at me. If you have something to say, speak English."
"Miguel called you a pig," said the slim one. "And I called you a filthy pig." Fry grinned and made an obscene gesture. Miguel, the stocky man, charged, and Fry waited motionless, as if he didn't see him coming. Miguel rushed in with his head down, his fists up, his arms tucked close to his sides. He threw 2 quick and powerful punches at Fry's iron-muscled midsection. The brown man's granite hands made sharp, hard slapping sounds as they landed, but Fry took both blows without flinching. By design, he was still holding the beer bottle, and he smashed it against the side of Miguel's head. Glass exploded and rained down on the parking lot in dissonant musical notes. Beer and beer foam splashed over both men. Miguel dropped to his knees with a horrible groan, as if he had been pole-axed.
"Pablo!"
he called pleadingly to his friend. Grabbing the injured man's head with both hands, Fry held him steady long enough to ram a knee into the underside of his chin. Miguel's teeth clacked together with an ugly noise. As Fry let go of him, the man fell sideways, unconscious, his breath bubbling noisily through bloody nostrils. Even as Miguel crumpled onto the fog-damp pavement, Pablo came after Fry. He had a knife. It was a long, thin weapon, probably a switchblade, probably sharpened into cutting edges on both sides, certain to be as wickedly dangerous as a razor. The slim man was not a charger, as Miguel had been. He moved swiftly but gracefully, almost like a dancer, making an opening by virtue of his speed and agility, striking with the lightning moves of a snake. The knife flashed in, from left to right, and if Fry had not jumped back, it would have torn open his stomach, spilling his guts. Crooning eerily to himself, Pablo pressed steadily forward, slashing at Fry again and again from left to right, from right to left. As Fry retreated, he studied the way Pablo used the knife, and by the time he backed up against the rear end of the Dodge van, he saw how to handle him. Pablo made long, sweeping passes with the knife instead of the short, vicious arcs employed by skilled knife fighters. Therefore, on the outward half of each swing, after the blade had passed Fry but before it started coming back again, there was a second or two when the weapon was moving away from him, posing no threat whatsoever, a moment when Pablo was vulnerable. As the slim man edged in for the kill, confident that his prey had nowhere to run,
Fry timed one of the arcs and sprang forward at precisely the right instant. As the blade swung away from him, Fry seized Pablo's wrist, squeezing and twisting it, bending it back against the joint. The slim man cried out in agony. The knife flew out of his slender fingers. Fry stepped behind him, got a hammerlock on him, and ran him face first into the rear end of the van. He twisted Pablo's arm even farther, got the hand all the way up between the shoulder blades, until it seemed something would have to snap. With his free hand, Fry gripped the seat of the man's trousers, literally lifted him off his feet, all 140 pounds of him, and slammed him into the van a second time, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, until the screaming stopped. When he let go of Pablo, the slim man went down like a sack of rags. Miguel was on his hands and knees. He spit blood and shiny white bits of teeth onto the black macadam. Fry went to him.
"Trying to get up, friend?"
Laughing softly, Fry stepped on his fingers. He ground his heel on the man's hand, then stepped back. Miguel squealed, fell on his side. Fry kicked him in the thigh. Miguel did not lose consciousness, but he closed his eyes, hoping Fry would just go away. Fry felt as if electricity was coursing through him, 1,000,000,000,000 volts bursting from synapse to synapse, hot and crackling and sparking within him. Not a painful feeling, but a wild and exciting experience, as if he had just been touched by the Lord God Almighty and filled up with the most beautiful and bright and holy light. Miguel opened his swollen dark eyes.
"All the fight gone out of you?"
Fry asked.
"Please,"
Miguel said around broken teeth and split lips. Exhilarated, Fry put a foot against Miguel's throat and forced him to roll onto his back.
"Please."
Fry took his foot off the man's throat.
"Please."
High with a sense of his own power, floating, flying, soaring, Fry kicked Miguel in the ribs. Miguel choked on his own scream. Laughing exuberantly, Fry kicked him repeatedly until a couple of ribs gave way with an audible crunch. Miguel began to do something he had struggled manfully not to do for the past few minutes. He began to cry. Fry returned to the van. Pablo was on the ground by the rear wheels, flat on his back, unconscious, saying,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Over and over again. Fry circled Pablo, kicking him in the calves and knees and thighs and hips and ribs. A car started to pull into the lot from the street, but the driver saw what was happening and wanted no part of it. He put the car in reverse, backed out of there, and sped off with a screech of tires. Fry dragged Pablo over to Miguel, lined them up side by side, out of the way of the van. He didn't want to run over anyone. He didn't want to kill either of them, for too many people in the bar had gotten a good look at him. The authorities wouldn't have much desire to pursue the winner of an ordinary street fight, especially when the losers had intended to gang up on a lone man. But the police would look for a killer, so Fry made sure that both Miguel and Pablo were safe. Whistling happily, he drove back toward Marina del Rey and stopped at the first open service station on the right-hand side of the street. While the attendant filled the tank, checked the oil, and washed the windshield, Fry went to the men's room. He took a shaving kit with him and spent 10 minutes freshening up. When he traveled, he slept in the van, and it was not as convenient as a camper. It did not have running water. On the other hand, it was more maneuverable, less visible, and far more anonymous than a camper. To take full advantage of the many luxuries of a completely equipped motorhome, he would have to stop over at a campground every night, hooking up to sewer and water and electric lines, leaving his name and address wherever he went. That was too risky. In a motorhome,
He would leave a trail that even a noseless bloodhound could follow, and the same would be true if he stayed at motels where, if the police asked about him later, desk clerks would surely remember the tall and extravagantly muscled man with the penetrating blue eyes. In the men's room at the service station, he stripped out of his gloves and yellow sweater, washed his torso and underarms with wet paper towels and liquid soap, sprayed himself with deodorant, and dressed again. He was always concerned about cleanliness. He liked to be clean and neat at all times. When he felt dirty, he was not only uncomfortable, but deeply depressed as well, and somewhat fearful. It was as if being dirty stirred up vague recollections of some intolerable experience long forgotten, brought back hideous memories to the edge of his awareness, where he could sense but not see them, perceive but not understand them. Those few nights when he had fallen into bed without bothering to wash up, his repeating nightmare had been far worse than usual, expelling him from sleep in a screaming, flailing terror. And although he had awakened on those occasions, as always, with no clear memory of what the dreams had been about, he had felt as if he had just clawed his way out of a sickeningly filthy place, a dark and close and foul hole in the ground. Rather than risk intensifying the nightmare that was sure to come, he washed himself there in the men's room, shaved quickly with an electric razor, patted his face with aftershave lotion, brushed his teeth, and used the toilet. In the morning he would go to another service station and repeat the routine, and he would also change into fresh clothes at that time. He paid the attendant for the gasoline and drove back to Marina del Rey through ever-thickening fog. He parked the van in the same dockside lot from which he had made the call to his house in Napa County. He got out of the Dodge and walked to the public phone booth and called the same number again.
"Hello? It's me,"
Fry said.
"The heat's off. The police called?" "Yeah."
They talked for a minute or two, and then Fry returned to the Dodge. He stretched out on the mattress in the back of the van and switched on a flashlight he kept there. He could not tolerate totally dark places. He could not sleep unless there was at least a thread of illumination under a door or a nightlight burning dimly in a corner. In perfect darkness, he began to imagine that strange things were crawling on him, skittering over his face, squirming under his clothes. Without light, he was assaulted by the threatening but wordless whispers that he sometimes heard for a minute or two after he awakened from his nightmare, the blood-freezing whispers that loosened his bowels and made his heart skip. If he could ever identify the source of those whispers, or finally hear what they were trying to tell him, he would know what the nightmare was about. He would know what caused the recurring dream, the icy fear, and he might finally be able to free himself from it. The problem was that whenever he woke and heard the whispers, that tail end of the dream, he was in no state of mind to listen closely and to analyze them. He was always in a panic, wanting nothing more than to have the whispers fade away and leave him in peace. He tried to sleep in the indirect glow of the flashlight, but he could not. He tossed and turned. His mind raced. He was wide awake. He realized that it was the unfinished business with the woman that was keeping him from sleep. He had been primed for the kill, and it had been denied him. He was edgy. He felt hollow, incomplete. He had tried to satisfy his hunger for the woman by feeding his stomach. When that had not worked, he had tried to take his mind off her by provoking a fight with those two Chicanos. Food and enormous physical exertion were the two things he had always used to stifle his sexual urges and to divert his thoughts from the secret bloodlust that sometimes burned fiercely within him. He wanted sex, a brutal and bruising kind of sex that no woman would willingly provide, so he gorged himself instead. He wanted to kill, so he spent 4 or 5 hard hours lifting progressive weights until his muscles cooked into pudding and the violence steamed out of him. The psychiatrists called it sublimation. Lately, it had been less and less effective in dissipating his unholy cravings. The woman was still on his mind. The sleekness of her, the swell of hips and breasts. Hilary Thomas. No, that was just a disguise. Catherine. That was who she really was. Catherine. Catherine the bitch, in a new body. He could close his eyes and picture her naked upon a bed, pinned under him, thighs spread, squirming, writhing, quivering like a rabbit that sees the muzzle of a gun. He could envision his hand moving over her heavy breasts and taut belly, over her thighs and the mound of her sex, and then his other hand raising the knife, plunging it down, jamming the silvered blade into her, all the way into her softness, her flesh yielding to him, the blood springing up in bright, wet promise. He could see the stark terror and excruciating pain in her eyes as he smashed through her chest and dug for her living heart, trying to rip it out while it was still beating. He could almost feel her slick, warm blood and smell the slightly bitter, coppery odor of it. As the vision filled his mind and took command of all his senses, he felt his testicles draw tight, felt his penis twitch and grow stiff. Another knife. And he wanted to plunge it into her, all the way into her marvelous body. First his thick, pulsing penis, and then the blade, spurting his fear and weakness into her with one weapon, drawing out her strength and vitality with the other. He opened his eyes. He was sweating. Catherine. The bitch. For 35 years he had lived in her shadow, had existed miserably in constant fear of her. 5 years ago she had died of heart disease, and he had tasted freedom for the first time in his life. But she kept coming back from the dead, pretending to be other women, looking for a way to take control of him again. He wanted to use her and kill her to show her that she did not scare him. She had no power over him any more. He was now stronger than she was. He reached for the bundle of chamois cloths that lay beside the mattress, untied them, unwrapped his spare knife. He wouldn't be able to sleep until he killed her. Tonight. She wouldn't be expecting him back so soon. He looked at his watch. Midnight. People would still be returning home from the theater, late dinner, parties. Later, the streets would be deserted, the houses lightless and quiet, and there would be less chance of being spotted and reported to the police. He decided that he would leave for Westwood at 2 o'clock. Chapter 3. The locksmith came and changed the locks on the front and back doors, then went on to another job in Hancock Park. Officers Farmer and Whitlock left. Hilary was alone. She didn't think she could sleep, but she knew for sure she couldn't spend the night in her own bed. When she stood in that room, her mind's eye filled with vivid images of terror. Fry smashing through the door, stalking her, grinning demoniacally, moving inexorably toward the bed and suddenly leaping onto it, rushing across the mattress with the knife raised high. As before, in a curious dreamlike flux, the memory of Fry became a memory of her father, so that for an instant she had the crazy notion that it had been Earl Thomas, raised from the dead, who had tried to kill her tonight. But it was not merely the residual vibrations of evil in the room that put it off limits. She was also unwilling to sleep there until the ruined door had been removed and a new one hung, a job that couldn't be taken care of until she could get hold of a carpenter tomorrow. The flimsy door that had been there had not held long against Fry's assault.
and she had decided to have it replaced with a solid-core hardwood door and a brass deadbolt. But if Fry came back and somehow got into the house tonight, he would be able to walk right into her room while she slept. If she slept. And sooner or later he would come back. She was as certain of that as she ever had been about anything. She could go to a hotel, but that didn't appeal to her. It would be like hiding from him, running away. She was quietly proud of her courage. She never ran away from anyone or anything. She fought back with all of her ingenuity and strength. She hadn't run away from her violent and unloving parents. She had not even sought psychological escape from the searing memory of the final monstrous and bloody events in that small Chicago apartment, had not accepted the kind of peace that could be found in madness or convenient amnesia, which were two ways out that most people would have taken if they'd been through the same ordeal. She had never backed away from the endless series of challenges she had encountered while struggling to build a career in Hollywood, first as an actress, then as a screenwriter. She had gotten knocked down plenty of times, but she had picked herself up again, and again. She persevered, fought back, and won. She would also win this bizarre battle with Bruno Fry, even though she would have to fight it alone. Damn the police. She decided to sleep in one of the guest rooms, where there was a door she could lock and barricade. She put sheets and a blanket on the queen-size bed, hung towels in the adjoining guest bathroom. Downstairs, she rummaged through the kitchen drawers, taking out a variety of knives and testing each for balance and sharpness. The large butcher's knife looked deadlier than any of the others, but in her small hand it was unwieldy. It would be of little use in close quarters fighting, for she needed room to swing it. It might be an excellent weapon for attack, but it was not so good for self-defense. Instead, she chose an ordinary utility knife with a 4-inch blade, small enough to fit in a pocket of her robe, large enough to do considerable damage if she had to use it. The thought of plunging a knife into another human being filled her with revulsion. But she knew that she could do it if her life was threatened. At various times during her childhood, she had hidden a knife in her bedroom under the mattress. It had been insurance against her father's unpredictable fits of mindless violence. She had used it only once, that last day, when Earl had begun to hallucinate from a combination of delirium tremens and just plain lunacy. He had seen giant worms coming out of the walls and huge crabs trying to get in through the windows. In a paranoid, schizophrenic fury, he had transformed that small apartment into a reeking charnel house, and she had saved herself only because she'd had a knife. Of course, a knife was inferior to a gun. She wouldn't be able to use it against Fry until he was on top of her, and then it might be too late. But the knife was all she had. The uniformed patrolman had taken her .32 pistol with them when they left right behind the locksmith. Damn them to hell! After Detectives Clemenza and Howard had gone, Hilary and Officer Farmer had had a maddening conversation about the gun laws. She became furious every time she thought of it.
Miss Thomas, about this pistol.
What about it?
You need a permit to keep a handgun in your house.
I know that. I've got one.
Could I see the registration?
It's in the nightstand drawer. I keep it with the gun.
May Officer Whitlock go upstairs and get it?
Go ahead.
And a minute or two later, Miss Thomas, I gather you once lived in San Francisco.
For about 8 months. I did some theater work up there when I was trying to break in as an actress.
Well, this registration bears a San Francisco address.
I was renting a North Beach apartment because it was cheap and I didn't have much money in those days. A woman alone in that neighborhood sure needs a gun.
Miss Thomas, aren't you aware that you're required to fill out a new registration form when you move from one county to another?
No.
You really aren't aware of that?
Look, I just write movies. Guns aren't my business.
If you keep a handgun in your house, you're obliged to know the laws governing its registration and use.
Okay, I'll register it as soon as I can.
Well, you see, you'll have to come in and register it if you want it back.
Get it back?
I'll have to take it with me.
Are you kidding?
It's the law, Miss Thomas.
Wait, you're going to leave me alone, unarmed?
I don't think you need to worry about...
Who put you up to this?
I'm only doing my job.
Howard put you up to it, didn't he?
Detective Howard did suggest I check the registration, but he didn't.
Jesus!
All you have to do is come in, pay the proper fee, fill out a new registration, and we'll return your pistol.
What if Fry comes back here tonight?
It isn't very likely, Miss Thomas.
But what if he does?
Call us. We've got some patrol cars in the area. We'll get here
just in time to phone for a priest and a morgue wagon.
You've got nothing to fear but...
Fear itself? Tell me, Officer Farmer, do you have to take a college course in the use of the cliché before you can become a cop?
I'm only doing my duty, Miss Thomas.
Oh, what's the use?
Farmer had taken the pistol, and Hilary had learned a valuable lesson. The police department was an arm of the government, and you could not rely on the government for anything. If the government couldn't balance its own budget and refrain from inflating its own currency, if it couldn't find a way to deal with the rampant corruption within its own offices, if it was even beginning to lose the will and the means to maintain an army and to provide national security, then why should she expect it to stop a single maniac from cutting her down? She had learned long ago that it was not easy to find someone in whom she could place her faith and trust. Not her parents, not relatives, every one of whom preferred not to get involved, not the paper-shuffling social workers to whom she had turned for help when she was a child, not the police. In fact, she saw now that the only person anyone could trust and rely on was himself. All right, she thought angrily. Okay, I'll deal with Bruno Fry myself. How? Somehow. She left the kitchen with the knife in her hand, went to the mirrored wet bar that was tucked into a niche between the living room and the study, and poured a generous measure of Remy Martin into a large crystal snifter. She carried the knife and the brandy upstairs to the guest room, defiantly switching off the lights as she went. She closed the bedroom door, locked it, and looked for some way to fortify it. A highboy stood against the wall to the left of the door, a heavy, dark pine piece taller than she was. It weighed too much to be moved as it was, but she made it manageable by taking out all the drawers and setting them aside. She dragged the big wooden chest across the carpet, pushed it squarely against the door, and replaced the drawers. Unlike many highboys, this one had no legs at all. It rested flat on the floor and had a relatively low center of gravity that made it a formidable obstacle for anyone trying to bull his way into the room. In the bathroom, she put the knife and the brandy on the floor. She filled the tub with water as hot as she could stand it, stripped, and settled slowly into it, wincing and gasping as she gradually submerged. Ever since she had been pinned beneath Fry on the bedroom floor, ever since she'd felt his hand pawing at her crotch and shredding her pantyhose, she had felt dirty, contaminated. Now she soaked herself with great pleasure, worked up a thick lilac-scented lather, scrubbed vigorously with a washcloth, pausing occasionally to sip Remy Martin. At last, when she felt thoroughly clean again, she put the bar of soap aside and settled down even farther into the fragrant water. Steam rose over her, and the brandy made steam within her, and the pleasant combination of inner and outer heat forced fine drops of perspiration out of her brow. She closed her eyes and concentrated on the contents of the crystal snifter. The human body will not run for long without the proper maintenance. The body, after all, is a machine, a marvelous machine made of many kinds of tissues and fluids, chemicals and minerals, a sophisticated assemblage with one heart engine and a lot of little motors, a lubricating system and an air-cooling system, ruled by the computer brain with drive trains made out of muscles, all constructed upon a clever calcium frame. To function, it needs many things, not the least of which are food, relaxation, and sleep. Hilary had thought she would be unable to sleep after what had happened, that she would spend the night like a cat with its ears up, listening for danger. But she had exerted herself tonight in more ways than one, and although her conscious mind was reluctant to shut down for repairs, her subconscious knew it was necessary and inevitable. By the time she finished the brandy, she was so drowsy that she could hardly keep her eyes open. She climbed out of the tub, opened the drain, and dried herself on a big fluffy towel as the water gurgled away. She picked up the knife and walked out of the bathroom, leaving the light on, pulling the door halfway shut. She switched off the lights in the main room. Moving languorously in the soft glow and velvet shadows, she put the knife on the nightstand and slid naked into bed. She felt loose, as if the heat had unscrewed her joints. She was a bit dizzy, too, the brandy. She lay with her face toward the door. The barricade was reassuring. It looked very solid, impenetrable. Bruno Fry wouldn't get through it, she told herself, not even with a battering ram. A small army would find it difficult to get through that door. Not even a tank would make it. What about a big old dinosaur? She wondered sleepily. One of those Tyrannosaurus Rex fellas like in the funny monster pictures. Godzilla. Could Godzilla bash through that door? By 2 o'clock Thursday morning, Hilary was asleep. At 2:25 Thursday morning, Bruno Fry drove slowly past the Thomas place. The fog was into Westwood now, but it was not as turbid as it was nearer the ocean. He could see the house well enough to observe that there was not even the faintest light beyond any of the front windows. He drove 2 blocks, swung the van around, and went by the house again, even slower this time, carefully studying the cars parked along the street. He didn't think the cops would post a guard for her, but he wasn't taking any chances. The cars were empty. There was no stakeout. He put the Dodge between a pair of Volvos 2 blocks away and walked back to the house through pools of foggy darkness, through pale circles of hazy light from the mist-cloaked street lamps. As he crossed the lawn, his shoes squished in the dew-damp grass, a sound that made him aware of how ethereally quiet the night was otherwise. At the side of the house, he crouched next to a bushy oleander plant and looked back the way he had come. No alarm had been set off. No one was coming after him. He continued to the rear of the house and climbed over a locked gate. In the backyard, he looked up at the wall of the house and saw a small square of light on the 2nd floor. From the size of it, he supposed it was a bathroom window. The larger panes of glass to the right of it showed vague traces of light at the edges of the drapes. She was up there. He was sure of it. He could sense her, smell her. The bitch. Waiting to be taken and used. Waiting to be killed. Waiting to kill me, he wondered. He shuddered. He wanted her, had a fierce heart-on for her, but he was also afraid of her. Always before, she had died easily. She had always come back from the dead in a new body, masquerading as a new woman, but she had always died without much of a struggle. Tonight, however, Catherine had been a regular tigress, shockingly strong and clever and fearless. This was a new development, and he did not like it. Nevertheless, he had to go after her. If he didn't pursue her from one reincarnation to the next, if he didn't keep killing her until she finally stayed dead, he would never have any peace. He did not bother to try opening the kitchen door with the keys he had stolen out of her purse the day she had been to the winery. She had probably had new locks installed. Even if she hadn't taken that precaution, he would be unable to get in through the door. Tuesday night, the first time he had attempted to get into the house, she had been at home, and he had discovered that one of the locks would not open with a key if it had been engaged from inside. The upper lock opened without resistance, but the lower one would only release if it had been locked from outside with a key. He had not gotten into the house on that occasion, had to come back the next night, Wednesday night, 8 hours ago, when she was out to dinner and both of his keys were usable. But now she was in there, and although she might not have had the locks replaced, she had turned those special deadbolts from the inside, effectively barring entrance regardless of the number of keys he possessed. He moved along to the corner of the house, where a big mullioned window looked into the rose garden. It was divided into a lot of 6-inch square panes of glass by thin strips of dark, well-lacquered wood. The book-lined study lay on the other side. He took a penlight from one pocket, flicked it on, and directed the narrow beam through the window. Squinting, he searched the length of the sill and the less visible horizontal center bar until he located the latch, then turned off the penlight. He had a roll of masking tape, and he began to tear strips from it, covering the small pane that was nearest the window lock. When the 6-inch square was completely masked over, he used his gloved fist to smash through it. One hard blow. The glass shattered almost soundlessly and did not clatter to the floor, for it stuck onto the tape. He reached inside and unlatched the window, raised it, heaved himself up and across the sill. He barely avoided making a hell of a racket when he encountered a small table and nearly fell over it. Standing in the center of the study, heart pounding, Fry listened for movement in the house, for a sign that she had heard him. There was only silence. She was able to rise up from the dead and come back to life in a new identity, but that was evidently the limit of her supernatural power. Obviously, she was not all-seeing and all-knowing. He was in her house, but she did not know it yet. He grinned. He took the knife from the sheath that was fixed to his belt, held it in his right hand. With the penlight in his left hand, he quietly prowled through every room on the ground floor. They were all dark and deserted. Going up the stairs to the second floor, he stayed close to the wall in case any of the steps creaked. He reached the top without making a sound. He explored the bedrooms, but he encountered nothing of interest until he approached the last room on the left. He thought he saw light coming under the door, and he switched off his flash. In the pitch-black corridor, only a nebulous silvery line marked the threshold of the last room, but it was more marked than any of the others. He went to the door and cautiously tried the knob. Locked. He had found her. Catherine. Pretending to be someone named Hilary Thomas. Oh, the bitch, the rotten bitch. Catherine, Catherine, Catherine. As the name echoed through his mind, he clenched his fist around the knife and made short, jabbing motions at the darkness, as if he were stabbing her. Stretching out face down on the floor of the hallway, Fry looked through the inch-high gap at the bottom of the door. A large piece of furniture, perhaps a dresser, was pushed up against the other side of the entrance. A vague, indirect light spread across the bedroom from an unseen source on the right, some of it finding its way around the edges of the dresser and under the door. He was delighted by what little he could see, and a flood of optimism filled him. She had barricaded herself in the room, which meant the hateful bitch was afraid of him. She was afraid of him. Even though she knew how to come back from the grave, she was frightened of dying.
Or maybe she knew or sensed that this time she would not be able to return to the living. He was going to be damned thorough when he disposed of the corpse, far more thorough than he had been when he had disposed of the many other women whose bodies she had inhabited. Cut out her heart, pound a wooden stake through it, cut off her head, fill her mouth with garlic. He also intended to take the head and the heart with him when he left the house. He would bury the pair of grisly trophies in separate and secret graves, in the hallowed ground of 2 different churchyards, and far away from wherever the body itself might be interred. Apparently she was aware that he planned to take extraordinary precautions this time, for she was resisting him with a fury and a purpose the likes of which she had never shown before. She was very quiet in there. Asleep? No, he decided. She was too scared to sleep. She was probably sitting up in bed with the pistol in her hands. He pictured her hiding in there like a mouse seeking refuge from a prowling cat, and he felt strong, powerful, like an elemental force. Hatred boiled blackly within him. He wanted her to squirm and shake with fear as she had made him do so many years. An almost overpowering urge to scream at her took hold of him. He wanted to shout her name, Catherine, Catherine, and fling curses at her. He kept control of himself, only with an effort that brought sweat to his face and tears to his eyes. He got to his feet and stood silently in the darkness, considering his options. He could throw himself against the door, break through it, and push the obstacle out of the way, but that would surely be suicidal. He wouldn't get through the fortifications fast enough to surprise her. She would have plenty of time to line up the sights of the gun and put 6 bullets into him. The only other thing he could do was wait for her to come out. If he stayed in the hallway and didn't make a sound all night, the uneventful hours might wear the edges off her watchfulness. By morning, she might get the idea that she was safe and that he wasn't ever coming back. When she walked out of there, he could seize her and force her back to the bed before she knew what was happening. Fry crossed the corridor in 2 steps and sat on the floor with his back against the wall. In a few minutes, he began to hear rustling sounds in the dark, soft, scurrying noises. Imagination, he told himself. That familiar fear. But then he felt something creeping up his leg, under his trousers. It's not really there, he told himself. Something slithered under one sleeve and started up his arm, something awful but unidentifiable. And something ran across his shoulder and up his neck onto his face, something small and deadly. It went for his mouth. He pressed his lips together. It went for his eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut. It went for his nostrils, and he brushed frantically at his face, but he couldn't find it, couldn't knock it off. No! He switched on the penlight. He was the only living creature in the hallway. There was nothing moving under his trousers, nothing under his sleeves, nothing on his face. He shuddered. He left the penlight on. At 9 o'clock Thursday morning, Hilary was awakened by the telephone. There was an extension in the guest room. The bell switch accidentally had been turned all the way up to maximum volume, probably by someone from the house-cleaning service that she employed. The strident ringing broke into Hilary's sleep and made her sit up with a start. The caller was Wally Topellis. While having breakfast, he had seen the morning paper's account of the assault and attempted rape. He was shocked and concerned. Before she could tell him any more than the newspaper had done, she made him read the article to her. She was relieved to hear that it was short, just a small picture and a few column inches on the 6th page. It was based entirely on the meager information that she and Lieutenant Clemenza had given the reporters last night. There was no mention of Bruno Fry, or of Detective Frank Howard's conviction that she was a liar. The press had come and gone with perfect timing, just missing the kind of juicy angle that would have put the story at least a few pages closer to page 1. She told Wally all of it, and he was outraged.
That stupid goddamn cop! If he'd made any effort at all to find out about you, what kind of person you are, he'd have known you couldn't possibly make up a story like that. Look, kid, I'll take care of this. Don't worry, I'll get some action for you.
How?
I'll call some people.
Who?
How about the chief of police, for starters?
Oh, sure.
Hey, he owes me, Wally said. For the past 5 years in a row, who was it that organized the annual police benefit show? Huh? Who was it that got some of the biggest Hollywood stars to appear for nothing? Who was it got singers and comedians and actors and magicians all free for the police fund?
You?
Damn right it was me.
But what can he do?
He can reopen the case.
When one of his detectives swears it was a hoax?
His detective is brain damaged.
I have a hunch this Frank Howard might have a very good record, she said.
Then the way they rate their people is a disgrace. Their standards are either very low or all screwed up.
You might have a pretty hard time convincing the chief of that.
I can be very persuasive, my lamb.
But even if he owes you a favor, how can he reopen the case without new evidence? He may be the chief, but he has to follow the rules, too.
Look, he can at least talk to the sheriff up there in Napa County.
And Sheriff Lorensky will give the chief the same story he was putting out last night. He'll say Fry was at home baking cookies or something.
Then the sheriff's an incompetent fool who took the word of someone on Fry's household staff. Or he's a liar. Or maybe he's even in on this with Fry somehow.
You go to the chief with that theory, she said, and he'll have both of us tested for paranoid schizophrenia.
If I can't squeeze some action out of the cops, Wally said, then I'll hire a good PI team.
Private investigators?
I know just the agency. They're good. Considerably better than most cops. They'll pry open Fry's life and find all the little secrets in it. They'll come up with the kind of evidence that'll get the case reopened.
Isn't that expensive?
I'll split the cost with you, he said.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's generous of you, but
it's not generous of me at all. You're an extremely valuable property, my lamb. I own a percentage of you, so anything I pay to a PI team is just insurance. I only want to protect my interests.
That's baloney, and you know it, she said. You are generous, Wally, but don't hire anyone just yet. The other detective that I told you about, Lieutenant Clemenza, said he'd stop around later this afternoon to see if I remembered anything more. He still sort of believes me, but he's confused because Lorensky shot a big hole in my story. I think Clemenza would use just about any excuse he could find to get the case reopened. Let's wait until I've seen him. Then, if the situation still looks bleak, we'll hire your PI.
Well, all right, Wally said reluctantly. But in the meantime, I'm going to tell them to send a man over to your place for protection.
Wally, I don't need a bodyguard.
Like hell you don't.
I was perfectly safe all night, and I—
Listen, kid, I'm sending someone over. That's final. There won't be any arguing with Uncle Wally. If you won't let them inside, he'll just stand by your front door like a palace guard.
Really,
Sooner or later, Wally said gently, you're going to have to face the fact that you can't get through life alone, entirely on your own steam. No one does. No one, kid. Now and then, everyone has to accept a little help. You should have called me last night.
I didn't want to disturb you.
For God's sake, you wouldn't have disturbed me. I'm your friend. In fact, you disturbed me a whole lot more by not disturbing me last night. Kid, it's all right to be strong and independent and self-reliant, but when you carry it too far, when you isolate yourself like this, it's a slap in the face to everybody who cares about you. Now, will you let the guard in when he arrives?
She sighed. Okay.
Good. He'll be there within an hour, and you'll call me as soon as you've talked to Clemenza?
I will.
Promise?
I promise.
Did you sleep last night?
Surprisingly, yes.
If you didn't get enough sleep, he said, take a nap this afternoon.
Hilary laughed. You'd make a wonderful Jewish mother.
Maybe I'll bring over a big pot of chicken soup this evening. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Wally. Thanks for calling.
When she hung up the receiver, she glanced at the highboy that stood in front of the door. After the uneventful night, the barricade looked foolish. Wally was right. The best way to handle this was to hire around-the-clock bodyguards and then put a first-rate team of private investigators on Fry's trail. Her original plan for dealing with the problem was ludicrous. She simply could not board up the windows and play Battle of the Alamo with Fry. She got out of bed, put on her silk robe, and went to the highboy. She took the drawers out and put them aside. When the tall chest was light enough to be moved, she dragged it away from the door, back to the indentation in the carpet that marked where it had rested until last night. She replaced the drawers. She went to the nightstand, picked up the knife, and smiled ruefully as she realized how naive she had been. Hand-to-hand combat with Bruno Fry? Knife fighting with a maniac? How could she have thought that she would have any chance whatsoever in such an uneven contest? Fry was many times stronger than she was. She had been fortunate last night when she had managed to get away from him. Luckily, she'd had the pistol. But if she tried fencing with him, he would cut her to ribbons. Intending to return the knife to the kitchen, wanting to be dressed for the day by the time the bodyguard arrived, she went to the bedroom door, unlocked it, opened it, stepped into the hallway, and screamed as Bruno Fry grabbed her and slammed her up against the wall. The back of her head hit the plaster with a sharp crack, and she struggled to remain above a wave of darkness that washed in behind her eyes. He clutched her throat with his right hand, pinned her in place. With his left hand he tore open the front of her robe and squeezed her bare breasts, leering at her, calling her a bitch and a slut. He must have been listening when she talked to Wally, must have heard that the police had taken away her pistol, for he had absolutely no fear of her. She hadn't mentioned the knife to Wally, and Fry was not prepared for it. She rammed the 4-inch blade into his flat, hard-muscled belly. For a few seconds he seemed unaware of it. He slid his hand down from her breasts, tried to thrust a couple of fingers into her vagina. As she jerked the knife out of him, he was stricken by pain. His eyes went wide, and he let out a high-pitched yelp. Hilary stuck the blade into him again, piercing him high and toward the side, this time, just under the ribs. His face was suddenly as white and greasy-looking as lard. He howled, let go of her, stumbled backwards until he collided with the other wall and knocked an oil painting to the floor. A violent, spasmodic shiver of revulsion snapped through Hilary as she realized what she had done. But she did not drop the knife, and she was fully prepared to stab him again if he attacked her. Bruno Fry looked down at himself in astonishment. The blade had sunk deep. A thin stream of blood oozed from him, rapidly staining his sweater and pants. Hilary did not wait for his expression of amazement to metamorphose into agony and anger. She turned and hurried into the guest room, threw the door shut and locked it. For half a minute, she listened to Fry's soft groans and curses and clumsy movements, wondering if he had sufficient strength left to smash through the door. She thought she heard him lumbering down the hall toward the stairs, but she couldn't be sure. She ran to the telephone. With bloodless and palsied hands, she picked up the receiver and dialed the operator. She asked for the police.
Oh, the bitch! The rotten bitch!
Fry slipped one hand under the yellow sweater and gripped the lower of the two wounds, the gut puncture, for that was the one doing the most bleeding. He squeezed the lips of the cut together as best he could, trying to stop the life from flowing out of him. He felt the warm blood soaking through the stitching of the gloves onto his fingers. He was suffering very little pain, a dull burning in his stomach, an electric tingle along his left side, a mild rhythmic twinge timed to his heartbeat. That was the extent of it. Nevertheless, he knew that he had been badly hurt and was getting worse by the second. He was pathetically weak. His great strength had gushed out of him suddenly and completely. Holding his belly with one hand, clutching the bed, he was streaming sweat. Outside, the sun stung his eyes.
It was brighter than he had ever seen it, a monstrous sun that filled the sky and beat mercilessly upon him. He felt as if it were shining through his eyes and starting tiny fires on the surface of his brain. Bending over his wounds, cursing, he shuffled south along the sidewalk until he came to the smoke-gray van. He pulled himself up into the driver's seat, drew the door shut as if it weighed 10,000 pounds. He drove with one hand to Wilshire Boulevard, turned right, went to Sepulveda, made a left, looking for a public telephone that offered a lot of privacy. Every bump in the road was like a blow to his solar plexus. At times, the automobiles around him appeared to stretch and flex and balloon, as if they were constructed of a magical elastic metal, and he had to concentrate to force them back into more familiar shapes. Blood continued to trickle out of him, no matter how tightly he pressed on the wound. The burning in his stomach grew worse. The rhythmic twinge became a sharp pinch, but the catastrophic pain that he knew was coming had not yet arrived. He drove an interminable distance on Sepulveda before he finally located a payphone that suited his needs. It was in a back corner of a supermarket parking lot, 80 or 100 yards from the store. He parked the van at an angle, screening the phone from everyone at the market and from motorists passing on Sepulveda. It was not a booth, just one of those plastic windscreens that were supposed to provide excellent soundproofing, but which had no effect at all on background noise. But at least it appeared to be in service, and it was private enough. A high cement block fence rose behind it, separating the supermarket property from the fringes of a housing tract. On the right, a cluster of shrubs and 2 small palms shielded the phone from the side street leading off Sepulveda. No one was likely to see him well enough to realize he was hurt. He didn't want anyone nosing around. He slid across the seat to the passenger side and got out that door. When he looked down at the thick red muck oozing between the fingers that were clamped over the worse wound, he felt dizzy, and he looked quickly away. He only had to take 3 steps to reach the phone, but each of them seemed like a mile. He could not remember his telephone credit card number, which had been as familiar to him as his birth date, so he called Collect to Napa Valley. The operator rang it 6 times.
Hello?
I have a collect call for anyone from Bruno Fry. Will you accept the charges?
Go ahead, operator.
There was a soft click as she went off the line.
I'm hurt real bad. I think I'm dying,
Fry told the man in Napa County.
Oh, Jesus, no. No. I'll have to call an ambulance,
Fry said.
And everyone will know the truth.
They spoke for a minute, both of them frightened and confused. Suddenly, Fry felt something loosen inside him, like a spring popping, and a bag of water bursting. He screamed in pain. The man in Napa County cried out in sympathy, as if he felt the same pain.
Got to get an ambulance,
Fry said. He hung up. Blood had run all the way down his pants to his shoes, and now it was dribbling onto the pavement. He lifted the receiver off the hook and put it down on the metal shelf beside the phone box. He picked up a dime from the same shelf on which he had put his pocket change, but his fingers weren't working properly. He dropped it and looked down stupidly as it rolled across the macadam. Found another dime. Held this one as tightly as he could. He lifted the dime as if it were a lead disc as big as an automobile tire. Finally, put it in the proper slot. He tried to dial 0. He didn't even have enough energy to perform that small chore. His muscle-packed arms, his big shoulders, his gigantic chest, his powerful back, his hard, rippled belly, and his massive thighs all failed him. He couldn't make the call, and he couldn't even stand up any longer. He fell, rolled over once, and lay face down on the macadam. He couldn't move. He couldn't see. He was blind. It was a very black darkness. He was scared. He tried to tell himself that he would come back from the dead as Catherine had done. "I'll come back and get her," he thought. "I'll come back." But he really didn't believe it. As he lay there, getting increasingly lightheaded, he had a surprisingly lucid moment when he wondered if he had been all wrong about Catherine coming back from the dead. Had it been his imagination? Had he just been killing women who resembled her? Innocent women? Was he mad? A new explosion of pain blew those thoughts away and forced him to consider the smothering darkness in which he lay. He felt things moving on him, things crawling on him, things crawling on his arms and legs, things crawling on his face. He tried to scream, couldn't. He heard the whispers. "No!" His bowels loosened. The whispers swelled into a raging, sibilant chorus and, like a great dark river, swept him away. Thursday morning, Tony Clemenza and Frank Howard located Jilly Jenkins, an old friend of Bobby Angel Valdez. Jilly had seen the baby-faced rapist and killer in July, but not since. At that time, Bobby had just quit a job at VVG Laundry on Olympic Boulevard. That was all Jilly knew. VVG was a large one-story stucco building dating from the early 50s, when an entire Los Angeles school of benighted architects first thought of crossing ersatz Spanish texture and form with utilitarian factory design. Tony had never been able to understand how even the most insensitive architect could see beauty in such a grotesque crossbreed. The orange-red tile roof was studded with dozens of fire-brick chimneys and corrugated metal vents. Steam rose from about half of those outlets. The windows were framed with heavy timbers, dark and rustic, as if this were the casa of some great and rich terrateniente. But the ugly factory window glass was webbed with wire. There were loading docks where the verandas should have been. The walls were straight, the corners sharp, the overall shape box-like, quite the opposite of the graceful arches and rounded edges of genuine Spanish construction. The place was like an aging whore wearing more refined clothes than was her custom, trying desperately to pass for a lady. "Why did they do it?" Tony asked as he got out of the unmarked police sedan and closed the door.
"Do what?"
Frank asked. "Why did they put up so many of these offensive places? What was the point of it?" Frank blinked.
"What's so offensive?"
"It doesn't bother you?"
"It's a laundry. Don't we need laundries?"
"Is anybody in your family an architect?"
"Architect?
Nah," Frank said.
Why'd you ask?"
I just wondered.
You know, sometimes you don't make a whole hell of a lot of sense."
"So I've been told," Tony said. In the business office at the front of the building, when they asked to see the owner, Vincent Garamalkas, they were given worse than a cool reception. The secretary was downright hostile. The VVG Laundry had paid 4 fines in 4 years for employing undocumented aliens. The secretary was certain that Tony and Frank were agents with the Immigration and Naturalization Service. She thawed a bit when she saw their LAPD identification, but she was still not cooperative until Tony convinced her that they hadn't even a smidgen of interest in the nationalities of the people working at VVG. At last, reluctantly, she admitted that Mr. Garamalkas was on the premises. She was about to take them to him when the phone rang, so she gave them hasty directions and asked them to find him on their own. The enormous main room of the laundry smelled of soap and bleach and steam. It was a damp place, hot and noisy. Industrial washing machines thumped, buzzed, sloshed. Huge dryers whirred and rumbled monotonously. The clacking and hissing of automatic folders put Tony's teeth on edge. Most of the workers unloading the laundry carts, and the husky men feeding the machines, and the women tagging linens at a double row of long tables, were speaking to one another in loud and rapid Spanish. As Tony and Frank walked from one end of the room to the other, some of the noise abated, for the workers stopped talking and eyed them suspiciously. Vincent Garamalkas was at a battered desk at the end of the big room. The desk was on a 3-foot-high platform that made it possible for the boss to watch over his employees. Garamalkas got up and walked to the edge of the platform when he saw them coming. He was a short, stocky man, balding, with hard features and a pair of gentle hazel eyes that didn't match the rest of his face. He stood with his hands on his hips, as if he were defying them to step onto his level.
"Police,"
Frank said, flashing ID.
Yeah?
Garamalkas said.
"Non-immigration," Tony assured him.
Why should I be worried about immigration?
Garamalkas asked defensively.
"Your secretary was,"
Frank said. Garamalkas scowled down at them.
I'm clean. I hire nobody but U.S. citizens or documented aliens.
Sure,"
Frank said sarcastically.
"And bears don't shit in the woods anymore."
Look, Tony said, we really don't care about where your workers come from.
So what do you want?
We'd like to ask a few questions.
About what?
"This man,"
Frank said, passing up the 3 mugshots of Bobby Valdez. Garamalkas glanced at them.
What about him?
"You know him?"
Frank asked.
Why?
"We'd like to find him.
What for?
He's a fugitive."
What'd he do?
"Listen,"
Frank said, fed up with the stocky man's sullen responses.
"I can make this hard or easy for you. We could do it here or downtown. And if you want to play Mr. Hardass, we can bring the Immigration and Naturalization Service into it. We don't really give a good goddamn whether or not you hire a bunch of Mexicans, but if we can't get cooperation from you, we'll see that you get busted every which way but loose. You got me? You hear it?"
Tony said, "Mr. Garamalkas, my father was an emigrant from Italy. He came to this country with his papers in order, and eventually he became a citizen. But one time he had some trouble with agents from the Immigration Service. It was just a mistake in their records, a paperwork file-up. But they hounded him for more than 5 weeks. They called him at work and paid surprise visits to our apartment at odd hours. They demanded records and documentation, but when Papa provided those things, they called them forgeries. There were threats, lots of threats. They even served deportation papers on him before it was all straightened out. He had to hire a lawyer he couldn't afford, and my mother was hysterical most of the time until it was settled. So you see, I don't have any love for the Immigration Service. I wouldn't go one step out of my way to help them pin a rap on you. Not one damn step, Mr. Garamalkas." The stocky man looked down at Tony for a moment, then shook his head and sighed.
Don't they burn you up? I mean, a year or 2 ago, when all those Iranian students were making trouble right here in L.A., overturning cars and trying to set houses on fire, did the damn Immigration Service even consider booting their asses out of the country? Hell no. The agents were too busy harassing my workers. These people I employ don't burn down other people's houses. They don't overturn cars and throw rocks at policemen. They're good, hard-working people. They only want to make a living. The kind of living they can't make south of the border. You know why immigration spends all its time chasing them? I'll tell you. I've got it figured out. It's because these Mexicans don't fight back. They're not political or religious fanatics like a lot of these Iranians. They aren't crazy or dangerous. It's a whole hell of a lot safer and easier for immigration to come after these people because they generally just go along quietly. The whole damn system's a disgrace.
"I can understand your point of view," Tony said. "So if you'd just take a look at these mugshots." But Garamalkas was not ready to answer their questions. He still had a few things to get off his chest. Interrupting Tony, he said,
4 years ago, I got fined the first time. The usual things. Some of my Mexican employees didn't have green cards. Some others were working on expired cards. After I settled up in court, I decided to play it straight from then on. I made up my mind to hire only Mexicans with valid work cards. And if I couldn't find enough of those, I was going to hire U.S. citizens. You know what? I was stupid. I was really stupid to think I could stay in business that way. See, I can only afford to pay minimum wage to most of these workers. Even then, I'm stretching myself thin. The problem is, Americans won't work for minimum wage. If you're a citizen, you can get more from welfare for not working than you can make at a job that pays minimum wage. And the welfare is tax-free. So I just about went crazy for about 2 months, trying to find workers, trying to keep the laundry going out on schedule. I nearly had a heart attack. See, my customers are places like hotels, motels, restaurants, barbershops, and they all need to get their stuff back fast and on a dependable schedule. If I hadn't started hiring Mexicans again, I'd have gone out of business.
Frank didn't want to hear any more. He was about to say something sharp, but Tony put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed gently, urging him to be patient.
Look,
Garamalka said,
I can understand not giving illegal aliens welfare and free medical care and like that, but I can't see the sense in deporting them when they're only doing jobs that no one else wants to do. It's ridiculous. It's a disgrace.
He sighed again, looked at the mugshots of Bobby Valdez that he was holding, and said,
Yeah, I know this guy.
We heard he used to work here.
That's right.
When?
Beginning of the summer, I think. May, part of June.
After he skipped out on his parole officer, Frank said to Tony.
I don't know anything about that,
Garamalka said. What name did he give you? Tony asked.
Juan.
Last name?
Yeah, I don't remember. He was only here 6 weeks or so, but he'll still be in the files.
Garamalkas stepped down from the platform and led them back across the big room, through the steam and the smell of detergent and the suspicious glances of the employees. In the front office, he asked the secretary to check the files, and she found the right pay record in a minute. Bobby had used the name Juan Masqueza. He had given an address on La Brea Avenue.
Did he really live at this apartment?
Frank asked. Garamalkas shrugged.
It wasn't the sort of important job that required a background credit check.
Did he say why he was quitting?
Nah.
Did he tell you where he was going?
I'm not his mother.
I mean, did he mention another job?
Nah, he just cut out.
If we don't find Masqueza at this address, Tony said, we'd like to come back and talk to your employees. Maybe one of them got to know him. Maybe somebody here is still friends with him.
You can come back if you want,
Garamalka said.
But you'll have some trouble talking to my people.
Why's that? Grinning, he said,
A lot of them don't speak English.
Tony grinned back at him and said, Yo leo, escribo y hablo español.
Ah,
Garamalka said, impressed. The secretary made a copy of the pay record for them, and Tony thanked Garamalkas for his cooperation. In the car, as Frank pulled into traffic and headed toward La Brea Avenue, he said,
I've got to hand it to you.
Tony said, What's that?
You got more out of him quicker than I could have.
Tony was surprised by the compliment. For the first time in their 3-month association, Frank had admitted that his partner's techniques were effective.
I wish I had a little bit of your style,
Frank said.
Not all of it, you understand. I still think my way's best most of the time, but now and then we run across someone who'd never open up to me in a million years, but he'd pour out his guts to you in about a minute flat. Yeah, I wish I had a little of your smoothness.
Well, you can do it.
Not me, no way.
Of course you can.
You've got a way with people,
Frank said.
I don't.
Well, you can learn it.
Nah. It works out well enough the way it is. We've got the classic mean cop, nice cop routine, except we aren't playing at it. With us, it just sort of naturally works out that way.
You're not a mean cop. Frank didn't respond to that. As they stopped at a red light, he said,
There's something else I've got to say, and you probably won't like it.
Try me, Tony said.
It's about that woman last night.
Hilary Thomas?
Yeah. You liked her, didn't you?
Well, sure. She seemed nice enough.
That's not what I mean. I mean, you liked her. You had the hots for her.
Oh, no. She was good-looking, but I didn't...
Don't play innocent with me. I saw the way you looked at her.
The traffic light changed. They rode in silence for a block. Finally, Tony said, "You're right. I don't get all hot and bothered by every pretty girl I see. You know that.
Sometimes I think you're a eunuch."
Hilary Thomas is different. It's not just the way she looks. She's gorgeous, of course, but that's not all of it. I like the way she moves, the way she handles herself. I like to listen to her talk, and not just the sound of her voice. More than that, I like the way she expresses herself. I like the way she thinks."
"I like the way she looks,"
Frank said.
"but the way she thinks leaves me cold."
"She wasn't lying," Tony said.
"You heard what the sheriff..."
She might have been mixed up about exactly what happened to her, but she didn't create the whole story out of thin air. She probably saw someone who looked like Fry, and she..." Frank interrupted.
"Here's where I've got to say what you won't want to hear."
"I'm listening."
"No matter how hot she made you, that's no excuse for what you did to me last night."
Tony looked at him, confused. "What'd I do?"
"You're supposed to support your partner in a situation like that."
"I don't understand." Frank's face was red. He didn't look at Tony. He kept his eyes on the street and said,
"Several times last night when I was questioning her, you took her side against mine."
"Frank, I didn't intend..."
"You tried to keep me from pursuing a line of questioning that I knew was important."
"I felt you were too harsh with her."
"Then you should have indicated your opinion a whole hell of a lot more subtly than you did. With your eyes, with a gesture, a touch. You handle it that way all the time. But with her, you came charging in like a white knight."
"She had been through a very trying ordeal and..."
"Bullshit,"
Frank said.
"She hadn't been through any ordeal. She made it all up."
"I still won't accept that."
"Because you're thinking with your balls instead of your head."
"Frank, that's not true and it's not fair."
"If you thought I was being so damned rough, why didn't you take me aside and ask what I was after?"
"I did ask, for Christ's sake," Tony said, getting angry in spite of himself. "I asked you about it just after you took the call from HQ, while she was still out on the lawn talking to the reporters. I wanted to know what you had, but you wouldn't tell me."
"I didn't think you'd listen,"
Frank said.
"By that time you were mooning over her like a lovesick boy."
That's crap, and you know it. I'm as good a cop as you are. I don't let personal feelings screw up my work. But you know what? I think you do."
"Do what?"
"I think you do let personal feelings screw up your work sometimes," Tony said.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"You have this habit of hiding information from me when you come up with something really good," Tony said. "Now that I think about it, you only do it when there's a woman in the case, when it's some bit of information you can use to hurt her, something that'll break her down and make her cry. You hide it from me, and then you spring it on her by surprise in the nastiest way possible."
"I always get what I'm after."
"Yeah, but there's usually a nicer and easier way it could be gotten."
"Your way, I suppose."
"Just 2 minutes ago you admitted my way works." Frank didn't say anything. He glowered at the cars ahead of them. "You know, Frank, whatever your wife did to you through the divorce, no matter how much she hurt you, that's no reason to hate every woman you meet."
"I don't."
"Maybe not consciously, but subconsciously..."
"Don't give me any of that Freud shit."
"Okay, all right," Tony said. "But I'll swap accusation for accusation. You say I was unprofessional last night, and I say you were unprofessional. Stalemate." Frank turned right on La Brea Avenue. They stopped at another traffic signal. The light changed, and they inched forward through the thickening traffic. Neither of them spoke for a couple of minutes. Then Tony said, "Whatever weakness and faults you might have, you're a pretty damn good cop." Frank glanced at him, startled. "I mean it," Tony said. "There's been friction between us. A lot of the time we rub each other the wrong way. Maybe we won't be able to work together. Maybe we'll have to put in requests for new partners. But that'll just be a personality difference. In spite of the fact that you're about 3 times as rough with people as you ever need to be, you're good at what you do." Frank cleared his throat.
"Well, you too."
"Thank you.
Except sometimes you're just too, sweet."
"And you can be a sour son of a bitch sometimes."
"Want to ask for a new partner?"
"I don't know yet."
"Me either."
"But if we don't start getting along better, it's too dangerous to go on together much longer.
Partners who make each other tense can get each other killed."
"I know,"
Frank said.
"I know that. The world's full of assholes and junkies and fanatics with guns. You have to work with your partner as if he was just another part of you, like a third arm. If you don't, you're a lot more likely to get blown away."
"So I guess we should think seriously about whether we're right for each other."
"Yeah,"
Frank said. Tony started looking for street numbers on the buildings they passed. "We should be just about there."
That looks like the place,"
Frank said, pointing. The address on Juan Mezqueza's VVG pay record was a 16-unit garden apartment complex in a block largely taken over by commercial interests. Service stations, a small motel, a tire store, an all-night grocery. From a distance, the apartments looked new and somewhat expensive, but on closer inspection, Tony saw signs of decay and neglect. The exterior walls needed a new coat of stucco. They were badly chipped and cracked. The wooden stairs and railings and doors all needed new paint. A signpost near the entrance said the place was Las Palmeras Apartments. The sign had been hit by a car and badly damaged, but it hadn't been replaced. Las Palmeras looked good from a distance because it was cloaked in greenery that masked some of its defects and softened the splintery edges. But even the landscaping, when scrutinized closely, betrayed the seediness of Las Palmeras. The shrubs had not been trimmed in a long time, and the trees were raggedy, and the jade shrubs were in need of care. The pattern at Las Palmeras could be summed up in one word: transition. The few cars in the parking area reinforced that evaluation. There were 2 middle-priced new cars that were lovingly cared for, gleaming with fresh wax. No doubt they belonged to young men and women of optimism, and were signs of accomplishment to them. A battered and corroded old Ford leaned on one flat tire, unused and unusable. An 8-year-old Mercedes stood beyond the Ford, washed and waxed, but a bit worse for wear. There was a rusty dent in one rear fender. In better days, the owner was able to purchase a $25,000 automobile, but now he apparently couldn't come up with the $200 deductible part of the repair bill. Las Palmeras was a place for people in transition. For some of them, it was a way station on the upward climb to bright and beckoning careers. For others, it was a precarious spot on the cliff, the last respectable toehold on a sad and inevitable fall into total ruin. As Frank parked by the manager's apartment, Tony realized that Las Palmeras was a metaphor for Los Angeles. This city of angels was perhaps the greatest land of opportunity the world had ever known. Incredible quantities of money moved through here, and there were 1,000 ways to earn a sizable bankroll. L.A. produced enough success stories to fill a daily newspaper. But the truly astounding affluence also created a variety of tools for self-destruction and made them widely available. Any drug you wanted could be found and bought easier and quicker in Los Angeles than in Boston or New York or Chicago or Detroit. Grass, hashish, heroin, cocaine, uppers, downers, LSD, PCP. The city was a junkie's supermarket. Sex was freer, too. Victorian principles and sensibilities had collapsed in Los Angeles faster than they had in the rest of the country, partly because the rock music business was centered there, and sex was an integral part of that world. But there were other vastly more important factors that had contributed to the unchaining of the average Californian's libido. The climate had something to do with it. The warm, dry days and the subtropical light and the competing winds, desert and sea winds, had a powerful erotic influence. The Latin temperament of the Mexican immigrants made its mark on the population at large. But perhaps most of all, in California you felt that you were on the edge of the Western world, on the brink of the unknown, facing an abyss of mystery. It was seldom a conscious awareness of being on the cultural edge, but the subconscious mind was bathed in that knowledge at all times, an exhilarating and sometimes scary feeling. Somehow, all of those things combined to break down inhibitions and stir the gonads. A guilt-free view of sex was healthy, of course, but in the special atmosphere of L.A., where even the most bizarre carnal tastes could be indulged with little difficulty, some men and women could become as addicted to sex as to heroin. Tony had seen it happen. There were some people, certain personality types, who chose to throw everything away, money, self-respect, reputation, in an endless party of fleshy embraces and brief wet thrills. If you couldn't find your personal humiliation and ruin in sex and drugs, L.A. provided a smorgasbord of crackpot religions and violence-prone radical political movements for your consideration. And, of course, Las Vegas was only 1 hour away by cheap, regularly scheduled airlines, free if you could qualify as a high-rolling junketeer. All of those tools for self-destruction were made possible by the truly incomprehensible affluence. With its wealth and its joyous celebration of freedom, Los Angeles offered both the golden apple and the poisoned pear. Positive transition and negative transition. Some people stopped at places like Las Palmeras Apartments on their way up, grabbed the apple, moved to Bel Air or Beverly Hills or Malibu or somewhere else on the west side, and lived happily ever after. Some people tasted the contaminated fruit, and on the way down they made a stop at Las Palmeras, not always certain how or why they had wound up there. In fact, the manager of the apartment complex did not appear to understand how the patterns of transition had brought her to her current circumstances. Her name was Lana Haverby. She was in her 40s, a well-tanned blonde in shorts and halter. She had a good opinion of her sexual attractiveness. She walked and stood and sat as if she were posing. Her legs were okay, but the rest of her was far from prime. She was thicker in the middle than she seemed to realize, too big in hips and butt for her skimpy costume. Her breasts were so huge that they were not attractive but freakish. The thin halter top exposed canyon-esque cleavage and accentuated the large, turgid nipples, but it could not give her breasts the shape and uplift they so desperately needed. When she wasn't changing her pose or adjusting it, when she wasn't trying to gauge what effect her body had on Frank and Tony, she seemed confused, distracted. Her eyes didn't always appear to be focused. She tended to leave sentences unfinished. And several times she looked around in wonder at her small, dark living room and at the threadbare furniture, as if she had absolutely no idea how she had come to this place, or how long she'd been here. She cocked her head, as if she heard whispering voices just out of range that were trying to explain it all to her. Lana Haverby sat in a chair, and they sat on the sofa, and she looked at the mugshots of Bobby Valdez.
"Yeah,"
she said.
"he was a sweetie."
"Does he live here?"
Frank asked.
He lived, yeah. Apartment 9, was it? But not anymore."
"He moved out?"
"Yeah."
"When was that?"
"Oh, this summer sometime. I think it was..."
"Was what?" Tony asked.
1st of August,
she said. She recrossed her bare legs, put her shoulders back a bit farther to elevate her breasts as much as possible.
"How long did he live here?"
Frank asked.
I guess it was 3 months,
she said.
"He live alone?"
"You mean was there a chick?"
"A girl, a guy, anybody," Frank said.
Just him,"
Lana said.
"He was a sweetie, you know."
"Did he leave a forwarding address?"
"No, but I wish he would have."
"Why? Did he skip out on the rent?"
"No, nothing like that. I'd just like to know where I could..."
She cocked her head, listening to the whispers again. "Where you could what?" Tony asked. She blinked.
Oh, I'd sure like to know where I could visit him. I was kind of working on him. He turned me on, you know, got my juices running. I was trying to get him into bed, but he was, you know, sort of shy."
She had not asked why they wanted Bobby Valdez, alias Juan Masqueza. Tony wondered what she would say if she knew her shy little sweetie was an aggressive, violent rapist. Did he have any regular visitors?
Juan? Not that I noticed.
She uncrossed her legs, sat with her thighs spread, and watched Tony for his reaction.
Did he say where he worked?
Frank asked.
When he first moved in, he worked at some laundry. Later, he got something else.
Did he say what it was?
No, but he was, making good money.
You have a car?
Frank asked.
Not at first,
she said.
But later, a Jaguar 2+2. Oh, that was beautiful, man.
And expensive, Frank said.
Yeah,
she said.
He paid a bundle for it, and all in cold, hard cash.
Where would he get that kind of money?
I told you, he was making good bread at his new job.
Are you sure you don't know where he was working?
Positive. He wouldn't talk about it, but, as soon as I saw that Jaguar, I knew he wasn't long for this place,
she said wistfully.
He was moving up fast.
They spent another 5 minutes asking questions, but Lana Haverby had nothing more of consequence to tell them. She was not a very observant person, and her recollection of Juan Masqueza seemed to have tiny holes in it, as if moths had been nibbling at her store of memories. When Tony and Frank got up to leave, she hurried to the door ahead of them. Her gelatinous breasts jiggled and swayed alarmingly in what she evidently thought was a wildly provocative display. She affected that ass-swinging, tippy-toe walk that didn't look good on any coquette over 21. She was 40, a grown woman, unable to discover and explore the dignity and special beauty of her own age, trying to pass for a teenager, and she was pathetic. She stood in the doorway, leaning back slightly against the open door, one leg bent at the knee, copying a pose she'd seen in a men's magazine or on a cheesecake calendar, virtually begging for a compliment. Frank turned sideways as he went through the door, barely able to avoid brushing against her breasts. He strode quickly down the walk toward the car, not looking back. Tony smiled and said, "Thanks for your cooperation, Miss Haverby." She looked up at him, and her eyes focused on his eyes more clearly than they had focused on anything during the past 15 minutes. She held his gaze, and a spark of something vital glimmered in her eyes. Intelligence, genuine pride, maybe a shred of self-respect. Something better and cleaner than had been there before.
I'm going to move up and out of here too, like Juan did. I wasn't always just a manager at Las Palmeras. I moved in some, pretty rich circles.
Tony didn't want to hear what she had to tell him, but he felt trapped and then mesmerized, like the man who was stopped in the street by the ancient mariner.
Like when I was 23,
she said.
I was working as a waitress, but I got up and out of that. That was when the Beatles, were just getting started, like 17 years ago, and the whole rock thing was really exploding then, A good-looking girl back then, she could connect with the stars, make those important connections, and go just about everywhere with the big groups, travel all over the country with them. Oh, wow, man, those were some fantastic times. Like there wasn't anything you couldn't have or do. They had it all, those groups, and they spread it around, and I was with them. I sure was. I slept with some very famous people, household names. I was very popular, too. They liked me.
She began to list best-selling rock groups from the 60s. Tony didn't know how many of them she'd actually been with, and how many she only imagined she'd been with, but he noticed that she never mentioned individuals. She had been to bed with groups, not people. He had never wondered what became of groupies, those bouncy child women who wasted some of their best years as hangers-on in the rock music world. But now he knew at least one way they could end up. They trailed after the current idols, offering inarticulate praise, sharing drugs, providing convenient receptacles for the sperm of the rich and famous, giving no thought to time and the changes it would bring. Then one day, after a girl like that had been burnt out by too much booze and too much pot and too much cocaine and maybe a little heroin, when the first hard wrinkles came at the corners of the eyes, when the laugh lines grew a shade too deep, when the pneumatic breasts began to show the first signs of sagging, she was eased out of one group's bed and discovered that, this time, there was no other group willing to take her in. If she wasn't averse to turning tricks, she could still make a living that way for a few years. But to some of them, that was a turn-off. They didn't think of themselves as hookers, but as girlfriends. For a lot of them, marriage was out, for they'd seen too much and done too much to willingly settle for a tame domestic life. One of them, Lana Haverby, had taken a job at Las Palmeras, a position she thought of as temporary, just a way to swing free rent until she could reconnect with the beautiful people.
"So I won't be here much longer," she said. "I'll be moving on soon. Ain't time now, you know. I feel lots of good things coming, like really good vibrations, you know."
Her situation was ineffably sad, and Tony could think of nothing to say that would make a difference to her. Well, I sure wish you all the luck in the world," he said stupidly. He edged past her, through the door. The gleam of vitality vanished from her eyes, and she was suddenly desperately posing again, shoulders back, chest out. But her face was still weary and drawn. Her belly was still straining at the waistband of her shorts, and her hips were still too big for girlish games.
"Hey," she said, "if you're ever in the mood for some wine and, you know, a little conversation—"
Thank you," he said.
"I mean, feel free to stop by when you're not, you know, on duty."
"I might do that," he lied. Then, because he felt he had sounded insincere and didn't want to leave her without anything, he said, "You've got pretty legs." That was true, but she didn't know how to accept a compliment gracefully. She grinned and put her hands on her breasts and said,
"It's usually my boobs that get all the attention."
"Well, I'll be seeing you," he said, turning away from her and heading toward the car. After a few steps, he glanced back and saw that she was standing in the open door, head cocked to one side, far away from him and Las Palmeras apartments, listening to those faint, whispering voices that were trying to explain the meaning of her life. As Tony got into the car, Frank said,
"I thought she got her claws into you. I was about ready to call up a SWAT team to rescue you."
Tony didn't laugh. "It's sad."
"What?"
"Lana Haverby."
"You kidding me?"
The whole situation."
She's just a dumb broad," Frank said. "But what did you think about Bobby buying the Jag?"
"If he hasn't been robbing banks, there's only one way he could get hold of that kind of cash."
"Dope,"
Frank said. "Cocaine, grass, maybe PCP."
"It gives us a whole new place to start looking for the little bastard," Frank said. "We can go out on the street and start putting some muscle on the known dealers, guys who have taken falls for selling junk. Make it hot for them, and if they got a lot to lose and they know where Bobby is, they'll give him to us on a silver platter."
"Meanwhile," Tony said, "I'd better call in." He wanted a DMV check on a black Jaguar registered to Juan Mesqueza. If they could get a license number for the hot sheet, then looking for Bobby's wheels would be part of every uniformed officer's daily duties. That didn't mean they would find him right away. In any other city, if a man was wanted as badly as Bobby was wanted, he would not be able to live in the open for a long time. He would be spotted or tracked down in a few weeks at most. But Los Angeles was not like other cities. At least in terms of land area, it was bigger than any other urban center in the nation. L.A. was spread over nearly 500 square miles. It covered half again as much land as all the boroughs of New York City, 10 times more than all of Boston, and almost half as much as the state of Rhode Island. Counting the illegal aliens, which the Census Bureau did not do, the population of the entire metropolitan area was approaching 9 million. In this vast maze of streets, alleyways, freeways, hills, and canyons, a clever fugitive could live in the open for many months, going about his business as boldly and unconcernedly as any ordinary citizen. Tony switched on the radio, which they had left off all morning, called communications, and asked for the DMV check on Juan Mosqueza and his Jaguar. The woman handling their frequency had a soft, appealing voice. After she took Tony's requests, she informed him that a call had been out for him and Frank for the past 2 hours. It was now 11:45. The Hilary Thomas case was open again, and they were needed at her Westwood house, where other officers had answered a call at 9:30. Racking the microphone, Tony looked at Frank and said, "I knew it! Damn it, I knew she wasn't lying about the whole thing."
Don't preen your feathers yet,"
Frank said disagreeably.
"Whatever this new development is, she's probably making it up like she made up all the rest of it."
"You never give up, do you?"
"Not when I know I'm right."
A few minutes later, they pulled up in front of the Thomas house. The circular driveway was filled with 2 press cars, a station wagon for the police laboratory, and a black and white. As they got out of their car and started across the lawn, a uniformed officer came out of the house and walked toward them. Tony knew him. His name was Warren Pruitt. They met him halfway to the front door. "You guys answered this call last night?" Pruitt asked.
"That's right,"
Frank said. "What is it? Do you work 24 hours a day?"
26,
Frank said. Tony said, "How's the woman?" Shaken up," Pruitt said.
"Not hurt?"
"Some bruises on her throat."
"Serious?"
"Nah."
"What happened?"
Frank said. Pruitt capsulized the story that Hilary Thomas had told him earlier.
"Any proof that she's telling the truth?"
Frank asked. "I heard how you feel about this case," Pruitt said. "But there is proof."
"Like what?"
Frank asked. "He got into the house last night through a study window. A very smart job it was, too. He taped up the glass so she wouldn't hear it breaking."
"She could have done that herself,"
Frank said. "Broken her own window?" Pruitt asked.
"Yeah, why not?"
Frank said. "Well," Pruitt said, "she wasn't the one who bled all the hell over the place."
"How much blood?"
Tony asked. "Not a whole lot, but not a whole little," Pruitt said. "There's some on the hall floor, a big bloody handprint on the wall up there, drops of blood on the stairs, another smeared print on the downstairs foyer wall, and traces of blood on the doorknob."
"Human blood?"
Frank asked. Pruitt blinked at him. "What?"
"I'm wondering if it's a fake, a hoax."
"Oh, for Christ's sake," Tony said. "The boys from the lab didn't get here till about 45 minutes ago," Pruitt said. "They haven't said anything yet, but I'm sure it's human blood. Besides, 3 of the neighbors saw the man running away."
"Oh,"
Tony said softly. Frank scowled at the lawn at his feet, as if he were trying to wither the grass. "He left the house all doubled up," Pruitt said. "He was holding his stomach and shuffling kind of hunched over, which fits in with Miss Thomas's statement that she stabbed him twice in the midsection."
"Where'd he go?"
Tony asked. "We have a witness who saw him climb into a gray Dodge van 2 blocks south of here. He drove away."
"Got a license number?"
"Nah," Pruitt said. "But the word's out. There's a 1 on the van." Frank Howard looked up.
"You know, maybe this attack isn't related to the story she fed us last night. Maybe she cried wolf last night and then this morning she really was attacked.
Doesn't that strike you as just a bit too coincidental?" Tony asked, exasperatedly. "Besides, it must be related," Pruitt said. "She swears it was the same man." Frank met Tony's stare and said,
"But it can't be Bruno Fry. You know what Sheriff Lorensky said."
"I never insisted it was Fry," Tony said. "Last night I figured she was attacked by someone who resembled Fry." "She insisted." "Yeah, but she was scared and hysterical," Tony said. "She wasn't thinking clearly, and she mistook the look-alike for the real thing. It's understandable."
"And you tell me I'm building a case on coincidences,"
Frank said disgustedly. At that moment, Officer Gurney, Pruitt's partner, came out of the house and called to him.
"Hey, they found him! The man she stabbed!"
Tony, Frank, and Pruitt hurried to the front door.
"HQ just phoned,"
Gurney said. A couple of kids on skateboards found him about 25 minutes ago.
Where?
Way the hell down on Sepulveda, in some supermarket parking lot. He was lying on the ground beside his van.
Dead?
As a doornail.
Did he have any ID? Tony asked.
Yeah,
Gurney said.
It's just like the lady told us. He's Bruno Fry.
Cold. Air conditioning thrummed in the walls. Rivers of icy air gushed from two vents near the ceiling. Hilary was wearing a sea-green autumn dress, not of a light, summery fabric, but not heavy enough to ward off a chill. She hugged herself and shivered. Lieutenant Howard stood at her left side, still looking somewhat embarrassed. Lieutenant Clemenza was on her right. The room didn't feel like part of a morgue. It was more like a cabin in a spaceship. She could easily imagine that the bone-freezing cold of deep space lay just beyond the gray walls. The steady humming of the air conditioning could be the distant roar of rocket engines. They were standing in front of a window that looked into another room, but she would have preferred to see endless blackness and faraway stars beyond the thick glass. She almost wished she were on a long intergalactic voyage instead of in a morgue, waiting to identify a man she had killed. I killed him, she thought. Those words, ringing in her mind, seemed to make her even colder than she had been a second ago. She glanced at her watch. 3:18.
He'll be over in a minute, Lieutenant Clemenza said reassuringly.
Even as Clemenza spoke, a morgue attendant brought a wheeled litter into the room on the other side of the window. He positioned it squarely in front of the glass. A body lay on the cart, hidden by a sheet. The attendant pulled the shroud off the dead man's face, halfway down his chest, then stepped out of the way. Hilary looked at the corpse and felt dizzy. Her mouth went dry. Fry's face was white and still, but she had the insane feeling that at any moment he would turn his head toward her and open his eyes.
Is it him? Lieutenant Clemenza asked.
It's Bruno Fry, she said weakly.
But is it the man who broke into your house and attacked you? Lieutenant Howard asked.
Not this stupid routine again, she said. Please. No, Clemenza said. Lieutenant Howard doesn't doubt your story anymore, Miss Thomas. You see, we already know that man is Bruno Fry. We've established that much from the ID he was carrying. What we need to hear from you is that he was the man who attacked you, the man you stabbed. The dead mouth was unexpressive now, neither frowning nor smiling, but she could remember the evil grin into which it had curved. That's him, she said. I'm positive. I've been positive all along. I'll have nightmares for a long time. Lieutenant Howard nodded to the morgue attendant beyond the window, and the man covered the corpse. Another absurd but chilling thought struck her. What if it sits up on the cart and throws the sheet off?
We'll take you home now, Clemenza said.
She walked out of the room ahead of them, miserable because she had killed a man, but thoroughly relieved and even delighted that he was dead. They took her home in the unmarked police sedan. Frank drove and Tony sat up front. Hilary Thomas sat in the back, shoulders drawn up a bit, arms crossed, as if she was cold on such a warm, late September day. Tony kept finding excuses to turn around and speak to her. He didn't want to take his eyes off her. She was so lovely that she made him feel as he sometimes did in a great museum when he stood before a particularly exquisite painting done by one of the old masters. She responded to him, even gave him a couple of smiles, but she wasn't in the mood for light conversation. She was wrapped up in her own thoughts, mostly staring out the side window, mostly silent. When they pulled into the circular driveway at her place and stopped in front of the door, Frank Howard turned to her and said,
Miss Thomas, I owe you an apology.
Tony was not startled by the admission, but he was somewhat surprised by the sincere note of contrition in Frank's voice and the supplicatory expression on his face. Meekness and humility were not exactly Frank's strongest suits. Hilary Thomas also seemed surprised.
"Oh, well, I suppose you were only doing your job."
"No," Frank said. "That's the problem. I wasn't doing my job. At least I wasn't doing it well."
"It's over now,"
she said.
"But will you accept my apologies?"
"Well, of course,"
she said uncomfortably.
"I feel very bad about the way I treated you."
"Fry won't be bothering me any more," she said. "So I guess that's all that really matters."
Tony got out of the car and opened her door. She could not get out by herself because the rear doors of the sedan had no inside handles, a deterrent to escape-minded prisoners. Besides, he wanted to accompany her to the house. "You may have to testify at a coroner's inquest," he said as they approached the house.
"Why? When I stabbed him, Fry was in my place against my wishes. He was threatening my life."
"Oh, there's no doubt it's a simple case of self-defense," Tony said quickly. "If you have to appear at an inquest, it'll just be a formality. There's no chance in the world that any sort of charges will be brought or anything like that." She unlocked the front door, opened it, turned to him, smiled radiantly.
"Thank you for believing in me last night, even after what the Napa County Sheriff said."
"Yeah, we'll be checking into him," Tony said. "He's got some explaining to do. If you're interested, I'll let you know what his excuse is."
"I am curious,"
she said. "Okay, I'll let you know."
"Thank you."
"That's no bother." She stepped into the house. He didn't move. She looked back at him. He smiled stupidly.
"Is there anything else?"
she asked. "As a matter of fact, yes."
"What?"
"One more question."
"Yes?"
He had never felt so awkward with a woman before. "Would you have dinner with me Saturday?"
"Oh,"
she said.
"Well, I don't think I can."
"I see."
"I mean, I'd like to."
"You would?"
"But I really don't have much time for a social life these days," she said.
"I see."
"I've just gotten this deal with Warner Brothers, and it's going to keep me busy day and night."
"I understand," he said. He felt like a high school boy who had just been turned down by the popular cheerleader.
"It was very nice of you to ask," she said.
"Sure. Well, good luck with Warner Brothers."
"Thank you."
"I'll let you know about Sheriff Lorensky."
"Thank you."
He smiled, and she smiled. He turned away, started toward the car, and heard the door of the house close behind him. He stopped and looked back at it. A small toad hopped out of the shrubbery onto the stone footpath in front of Tony. It sat in the middle of the walk and peered up at him, its eyes rolled way back to achieve the necessary angle, its tiny green-brown chest rapidly expanding and contracting. Tony looked at the toad and said, "Did I give up too easily?" The little toad made a peeping, croaking sound. "What have I got to lose?" Tony asked. The toad peep-croaked again. "That's the way I look at it. I've got nothing to lose." He stepped around the amphibian Cupid and rang the bell. He could sense Hilary Thomas looking at him through the one-way peephole lens, and when she opened the door a second later, he spoke before she could. "Am I terribly ugly?"
"What?"
"Do I look like Quasimodo or something?"
"Really,
I don't pick my teeth in public," he said.
Lieutenant Clemenza,
"Is it because I'm a cop?"
"What?"
"You know what some people think?"
"What do some people think?"
"They think cops are socially unacceptable."
"Well, I'm not one of those people."
"You're not a snob?"
"No, I just—"
"Maybe you turned me down because I don't have a lot of money and don't live in Westwood."
"Lieutenant, I've spent most of my life without money, and I haven't always lived in Westwood."
"I wonder what's wrong with me," he said,
looking down at himself in mock bewilderment. She smiled and shook her head. "Nothing's wrong with you, Lieutenant."
"Thank God."
"Really, I said no for just one reason. I don't have time for—"
"Miss Thomas, even the President of the United States manages to take a night off now and then. Even the head of General Motors has leisure time. Even the Pope, even God rested the seventh day. No one can be busy all the time. Lieutenant, call me Tony.
Tony, after what I've been through the last 2 days, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a barrel of laughs.
If I wanted to go to dinner with a barrel of laughs, I'd take a bunch of monkeys.
She smiled again, and he wanted to take her beautiful face in his hands and kiss it all over. She said, I'm sorry, but I need to be alone for a few days.
That's exactly what you don't need after the sort of experience you've had. You need to get out, be among people, get your spirits up. And I'm not the only one who thinks so.
He turned and pointed to the stone footpath behind them. The toad was still there. It had turned around to look at them.
Ask Mr. Toad, Tony said.
Mr. Toad?
An acquaintance of mine, a very wise person.
Tony stooped down and stared at the toad.
Doesn't she need to get out and enjoy herself, Mr. Toad?
It blinked slow, heavy lids and made its funny little sound right on cue.
You're absolutely correct, Tony told it. And don't you think I'm the one she should go out with?
Screak, it said.
And what will you do to her if she turns me down again?
Screak, screak.
Ah, Tony said, nodding his head in satisfaction as he stood up.
Well, what did he say? Hilary asked, grinning.
What will he do to me if I won't go out with you? Give me warts?
Tony looked serious.
Worse than that. He tells me he'll get into the walls of your house, work his way up to your bedroom, and croak so loudly every night that you won't be able to sleep until you give in.
She smiled.
Okay, I give up.
Saturday night?
All right.
I'll pick you up at 7.
What should I wear?
Be casual, he said.
See you Saturday at 7.
He turned to the toad and said,
Thank you, my friend.
It hopped off the walk, into the grass, then into the shrubbery. Tony looked at Hilary.
Gratitude embarrasses him.
She laughed and closed the door.
Tony walked back to the car and got in, whistling happily.
As Frank drove away from the house, he said,
What was that all about?
I got a date, Tony said.
With her?
Well, not with her sister.
Lucky stiff.
Lucky toad.
Huh?
Private joke. When they had gone a couple of blocks, Frank said,
It's after 4 o'clock. By the time we get this heap back to the depot and check out for the day, it'll be 5 o'clock.
You want to quit on time for once? Tony asked.
Well, not much we can do about Bobby Valdez until tomorrow, anyway.
Yeah, Tony said. Let's be reckless. A few blocks farther on, Frank said,
Want to have a drink after we check out?
Tony looked at him in amazement. That was the first time in their association that Frank had suggested hanging out together after hours.
Just a drink or two,
Frank said.
Unless you have something planned.
No, I'm free.
You know a bar?
The perfect place. It's called the Bolt Hole.
It's not around HQ, is it? Not a place where a lot of cops go?
So far as I know, I'm the only officer of the law who patronizes it. It's on Santa Monica Boulevard, out near Century City, just a couple of blocks from my apartment.
Sounds good,
Frank said.
I'll meet you there.
They rode the rest of the way to the police garage in silence, somewhat more companionable silence than that in which they had worked before, but silence nonetheless. What does he want? Tony wondered. Why has that famous Frank Howard reserve finally broken down? At 4:30, the Los Angeles medical examiner ordered a limited autopsy on the body of Bruno Gunther Fry. If at all possible, the corpse was to be opened only in the area of the abdominal wounds, sufficient to determine if those 2 punctures had been the sole cause of death. The medical examiner would not perform the autopsy himself, for he had to catch a 5:30 flight to San Francisco in order to keep a speaking engagement. The chore was assigned to a pathologist on his staff. The dead man waited in a cold room with other dead men, on a cold cart, motionless beneath a white shroud. Hilary Thomas was exhausted. Every bone ached dully. Every joint seemed inflamed. Every muscle felt as if it had been put through a blender at high speed and then reconstituted.
Emotional strain could have precisely the same physiological effect as strenuous physical labor. She was also jumpy, much too tense to be able to refresh with a nap. Each time the big house made a normal settling noise, she wondered if the sound was actually the squeak of a floorboard under the weight of an intruder. When the softly sighing wind brushed a palm frond or a pine branch against a window, she imagined someone was stealthily cutting the glass or prying at a window lock. But when there was a long period of perfect quiet, she sensed something sinister in the silence. Her nerves were worn thinner than the knees of a compulsive penitent's trousers. The best cure she had ever found for nervous tension was a good book. She looked through the shelves in the study and chose James Clavell's most recent novel, a massive story set in the Orient. She poured a glass of dry sack on the rocks, settled down in the deep brown armchair, and began to read. 20 minutes later, when she was just beginning to lose herself thoroughly in Clavell's story, the telephone rang. She got up and answered it. "Hello?" There was no response. "Hello?" The caller listened for a few seconds, then hung up. Hilary put down the receiver and stared at it thoughtfully for a moment. Wrong number? Must have been. But why didn't he say so? Some people just don't know any better, she told herself. They're rude. But what if it wasn't a wrong number? What if it was something else? Oh, stop looking for goblins in every shadow, she told herself angrily. Fry's dead. It was a bad thing, but it's over and done with. You deserve a rest, a couple of days to collect your nerves and wits. But then you've got to stop looking over your shoulder and get on with your life. Otherwise, you'll end up in a padded room. She curled up in the armchair again, but she caught a chill that brought goosebumps to her arms. She went to the closet and got a blue and green knitted afghan, returned to the chair, and draped the blanket over her legs. She sipped the dry sack. She started reading Clavell again. In a while, she forgot about the telephone call. After signing out for the day, Tony went home and washed his face, changed from his suit into jeans and a checkered blue shirt. He put on a thin tan jacket and walked 2 blocks to the bolt hole. Frank was already there, sitting in a back booth, still in his suit and tie, sipping scotch. The bolt hole, or simply the hole as regular customers refer to it, was that rare and vanishing thing, an ordinary neighborhood bar. During the past 2 decades, in response to a continuously fracturing and subdividing culture, the American tavern industry, at least that part of it in cities and suburbs, had indulged in a frenzy of specialization. But the whole had successfully bucked the trend. It wasn't a gay bar. It wasn't a singles bar or a swingers bar. It wasn't a bar patronized primarily by bikers or truckers or show business types or off-duty policemen or account executives. Its clientele was a mixture, representative of the community. It wasn't a topless go-go bar. It wasn't a rock and roll bar or country and western bar. And, thank God, it wasn't a sports bar with one of those 6-foot television screens and Howard Cosell's voice in quadraphonic sound. The whole had nothing more to offer than pleasantly low lighting, cleanliness, courtesy, comfortable stools and booths, a jukebox that wasn't turned too loud, hot dogs and hamburgers served from the minuscule kitchen, and good drinks at reasonable prices. Tony slid into the booth, facing Frank. Penny, a sandy-haired waitress with pinchable cheeks and a dimpled chin, stopped by the table. She ruffled Tony's hair and said, "What do you want, Renoir?" "$1 million in cash, a Rolls-Royce, eternal life, and the acclaim of the masses," Tony said. "What'll you settle for?" "A bottle of liqueurs." "That we can provide," she said. "Bring me another scotch," Frank said. When she went to the bar to get their drinks, Frank said, "Why'd she call you Renoir?" "He was a famous French painter." "So?" "Well, I'm a painter, too. Neither French nor famous. It's just Penny's way of teasing me." "You paint pictures?" Frank asked. "Certainly not houses. How come you never mentioned it?" I made a few observations about fine art a time or two, Tony said, but you greeted the subject with a marked lack of interest. In fact, you couldn't have shown less enthusiasm if I'd wanted to debate the fine points of Swahili grammar or discuss the process of decomposition in dead babies.
Oil paintings?
Frank asked. Oils, pen and ink, watercolors, a little bit of everything, but mostly oils.
How long you been at it?
Since I was a kid. Have you sold any? I don't paint to sell.
What do you do it for?
My own satisfaction.
I'd like to see some of your work.
My museum has odd hours, but I'm sure a visit can be arranged.
Museum?
My apartment. There's not much furniture in it, but it's chock full of paintings. And then they were silent again. There were about 16 or 18 people in the bar. Several of them had ordered sandwiches. The air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of sizzling ground sirloin and chopped onions. Finally, Frank said,
I suppose you're wondering why we're here like this.
To have a couple of drinks?
Besides that.
Frank stirred his drink with a swizzle stick. Ice cubes rattled softly.
There are a few things I have to say to you.
I thought you said them all this morning in the car after we left VVG.
Forget what I said then.
Well, you had a right to say it.
I was full of shit,
Frank said. No, maybe you had a point.
I tell you, I was full of shit.
Okay, Tony said. You were full of shit. Frank smiled.
You could have argued with me a bit more.
Well, when you're right, Tony said.
I was wrong about the Thomas woman.
You already apologized to her, Frank.
I feel like I should apologize to you.
Not necessary.
But you saw something there, saw she was telling the truth. I didn't even get a whiff of that. I was off on the wrong scent altogether. Hell, you even pushed my nose in it, and I couldn't pick up the right smell.
Well, sticking strictly to nasal imagery, you might say you couldn't get the scent because your nose was so far out of joint. Frank nodded glumly. His broad face seemed to sag into the melancholy mask of a bloodhound.
Because of Wilma. My nose is out of joint because of Wilma.
Your ex-wife?
Yeah. You hit it right on the head this morning when you said I've been a woman-hater.
It must have been bad, what she did to you.
No matter what she did,
Frank said.
There's no excuse for what I've let happen to me.
You're right.
I mean, you can't hide from women, Tony.
They're everywhere, Tony agreed.
Christ. You know how long it's been since I slept with a woman?
No.
10 months. Since she left me. Since 4 months before the divorce came through.
Tony couldn't think of anything to say. He didn't feel he knew Frank well enough to engage in an intimate discussion of his sex life, yet it was obvious that the man badly needed someone to listen and care.
If I don't get back in the swim pretty soon, Frank said, I might as well go away and be a priest.
Tony nodded.
10 months sure is a long time,
he said awkwardly. Frank didn't respond. He stared into his scotch as he might have stared into a crystal ball trying to see his future. Clearly he wanted to talk about Wilma and the divorce and where he should go from here, but he didn't want to feel that he was forcing Tony to listen to his trouble. He had a lot of pride. He wanted to be coaxed, cajoled, drawn out with questions and murmured sympathy. Did Wilma find another man, or what? Tony asked, and knew immediately that he had gone to the heart of the matter much too quickly. Frank was not ready to talk about that part of it, and he pretended not to hear the question.
What bothers me is the way I'm screwing up in my work. I've always been damn good at what I do, just about perfect, if I say so myself, until the divorce. Then I turned sour on women, and pretty soon I went sour on the job, too.
He took a long pull on his scotch.
What the hell's going on with that damn crazy Napa County sheriff? Why would he lie to protect Bruno Fry?
We'll find out sooner or later, Tony said.
You want another drink?
Okay. Tony could see that they were going to be sitting in the bolt hole for a long while. Frank wanted to talk about Wilma, wanted to get rid of all the poison that had been building up in him and eating at his heart for nearly a year, but he was only able to let it out a drop at a time. It was a busy day for death in Los Angeles. Many died of natural causes, of course, and therefore were not required by law to come under a coroner's probing scalpel, but the medical examiner's office had 9 others with which to deal. There were 2 traffic fatalities and an accident certain to involve charges of criminal negligence. 2 men were dead of gunshot wounds. 1 child had apparently been beaten to death by a mean-tempered drunken father. A woman had drowned in her own swimming pool, and 2 young men had died of what appeared to be drug overdoses. And there was Bruno Fry. At 7:10 Thursday evening, hoping to catch up on the backlog of work, a pathologist at the city morgue completed a limited autopsy on the body of Bruno Gunther Fry, male, Caucasian, age 40. The doctor did not find it necessary to dissect the corpse beyond the general area of the 2 abdominal traumata, for he was swiftly able to determine that the deceased definitely had perished from those injuries and no other. The upper wound was not critical. The knife tore muscle tissue and grazed a lung, but the lower wound was a mess. The blade ripped open the stomach, pierced the pyloric vein, and damaged the pancreas, among other things. The victim had died of massive internal bleeding. The pathologist sewed up the incisions he made, as well as the 2 crusted wounds. He sponged blood and bile and specks of tissue from the repaired stomach and the huge chest. The dead man was transferred from the autopsy table, which still bore traces of red-brown gore in the stainless steel blood gutters, to a cart. An attendant pushed the cart to a refrigerated room where other bodies, already cut open and explored and sewn up again, now waited patiently for their ceremonies and their graves. After the attendant left, Bruno Fry lay silent and motionless, content in the company of the dead, as he had never been in the company of the living. Frank Howard was getting drunk. He had taken off his suit jacket and his tie, had opened the first 2 buttons of his shirt. His hair was in disarray because he kept running his fingers through it. His eyes were bloodshot, and his broad face was doughy. He slurred some of his words, and every once in a while he repeated himself, stressing a point so often that Tony had to gently nudge him on, as if bumping a phonograph needle out of a bad groove. He was downing 2 glasses of scotch to 1 of Tony's beers. The more he drank, the more he talked about the women in his life. The closer he got to being completely smashed, the closer he got to the central agony of his life, the loss of 2 wives. During his 2nd year as a uniformed officer with the LAPD, Frank Howard had met his first wife, Barbara Ann. She was a salesgirl working the jewelry counter in a downtown department store, and she helped him choose a gift for his mother. She was so charming, so petite, so pretty and dark-eyed that he couldn't resist asking for a date, even though he was certain she would turn him down. She accepted. They were married 7 months later. Barbara Ann was a planner. Long before the wedding, she worked out a detailed agenda for their first 4 years together. She would continue to work at the department store, but they would not spend 1 penny of her earnings. All of her money would go into a savings account that would later be used to make a down payment on a house. They would try to save as much as they could from his salary by living in a safe, clean, but inexpensive studio apartment. They would sell his Pontiac because it was a gas hog, and because they would be living close enough to the store for Barbara Ann to walk to work. Her Volkswagen would be sufficient to get him to and from Divisional HQ, and his equity in his car would start the house fund. She had even planned a day-by-day menu for the first 6 months, nourishing meals prepared within a tight budget. Frank loved this stern accountant streak in her, partly because it seemed so out of character. She was a light-hearted, cheerful woman, quick to laugh, sometimes even giddy, impulsive in matters not financial, and a wonderful bedmate, always eager to make love and damned good at it. She was not an accountant in matters of the flesh. She never planned their lovemaking. It was usually sudden and surprising and passionate. But she planned that they would buy a house only after they had acquired at least 40% of the purchase price. And she knew exactly how many rooms it should have and what size each room should be. She drew up a floor plan of the ideal place, and she kept it in a dresser drawer, taking it out now and then to stare at it and dream. She wanted children a great deal, but she planned not to have them until she was secure in her own house. Barbara Ann planned for just about every eventuality, except cancer. She contracted a virulent form of lymph cancer, which was diagnosed 2 years and 2 days after she married Frank, and 3 months after that, she was dead. Tony sat in the booth at the bolt hole, with a beer getting warm in front of him, and he listened to Frank Howard with the growing realization that this was the first time the man had shared his grief with anyone. Barbara Ann had died in 1958, 22 years ago, and in all the time since, Frank had not expressed to anyone the pain he had felt while watching her waste away and die. It was a pain that had never dwindled. It burned within him now as fiercely as it had then. He drank more scotch and searched for words to describe his agony, and Tony was amazed at the sensitivity and depth of feeling that had been so well concealed behind the hard Teutonic face and those usually expressionless blue eyes. Losing Barbara Ann had left Frank weak, disconnected, miserable, but he had sternly repressed the tears and the anguish because he had been afraid that if he gave in to them, he would not be able to regain control. He had sensed self-destructive impulses in himself, a terrible thirst for booze that he had never experienced prior to his wife's death, a tendency to drive much too fast and recklessly, though he had previously been a cautious driver. To improve his state of mind, to save himself from himself, he had submerged his pain in the demands of his job, had given his life to the LAPD, trying to forget Barbara Ann in long hours of police work and study. The loss of her left an aching hole in him that would never be filled, but in time he managed to plate over that hole with an obsessive interest in his work and with total dedication to the department. For 19 years he survived, even thrived, on the monotonous regimen of a workaholic. As a uniformed officer, he could not extend his working hours, so he went to school 5 nights a week and Saturdays until he earned a Bachelor of Science in Criminology. He used his degree and his superb service record to climb into the ranks of the plainclothes detectives, where he could labor well beyond his scheduled tour of duty each day without screwing up a dispatcher's roster. During his 10 and 12 and 14-hour workdays, he thought of nothing else but the cases to which he had been assigned. Even when he wasn't on the job, he thought about current investigations to the exclusion of just about everything else, pondered them while standing in the shower and while trying to fall asleep at night, mulled over new evidence while eating his early breakfasts and his solitary late-night dinners. He read almost nothing but criminology textbooks and case studies of criminal types. For 19 years, he was a cop's cop, a detective's detective. In all that time, he never got serious about a woman. He didn't have time for dating, and somehow it didn't seem right to him. It wasn't fair to Barbara Ann. He led a celibate's life for weeks, then indulged in a few nights of torrid release with a series of paid partners. In a way he could not fully understand, having sex with a hooker was not a betrayal of Barbara Ann's memory, for the exchange of cash for services made it strictly a business transaction, and not a matter of the heart in even the slightest regard. And then he met Wilma Compton. Leaning back against the booth in the bolt hole, Frank seemed to choke on the woman's name. He wiped one hand across his clammy face, pushed spread fingers through his hair, and said,
"I need another double scotch."
He made a great effort to articulate each syllable, but that only made him sound more thoroughly drunk than if he had slurred and mangled his words. "Sure," Tony said.
Yeah, another scotch, but we ought to get a bite of something, too.
Not hungry,
Frank said. They make excellent cheeseburgers, Tony said. Let's get a couple of those and some French fries.
No, just scotch for me.
Tony insisted, and finally Frank agreed to the burger, but not the fries. Penny took the food order, but when she heard Frank wanted another scotch, she wasn't sure that was a good idea.
I didn't drive here,
Frank assured her, again stressing each sound and each word.
I came in a taxi 'cause I intended to get stupid drunk. I'll go home in a taxi, too. So please, you dimpled little darling, bring me another of those delicious double scotches.
Tony nodded at her. If he can't get a cab later, I'll take him home. She brought new drinks for both of them. A half-finished beer stood in front of Tony, but it was warm and flat, and Penny took it away. Wilma Compton. Wilma was 12 years younger than Frank, 31 when he first met her. She was charming, petite, pretty, and dark-eyed. Slender legs, supple body, exciting swell of hips, a tight little ass, a pinched waist, and breasts a shade too full for her size. She wasn't quite as lovely, or quite as charming, or quite as petite as Barbara Ann had been. She didn't have Barbara Ann's quick wit, or Barbara Ann's industrious nature, or Barbara Ann's compassion. But on the surface, at least, she bore enough resemblance to the long-dead woman to stir Frank's dormant interest in romance. Wilma was a waitress at a coffee shop where policemen often ate lunch. The 6th time she waited on Frank, he asked her for a date, and she said yes. On their 4th date, they went to bed. Wilma had the same hunger and energy and willingness to experiment that had made Barbara Ann a wonderful lover. If at times she seemed totally concerned with her own gratification and not at all interested in his, Frank was able to convince himself that her selfishness would pass, that it was merely the result of her not having had a satisfying relationship in a long time. Besides, he was proud that he could arouse her so easily, so completely. For the first time since he had slept with Barbara Ann, love was a part of his lovemaking, and he had thought he perceived the same emotion in Wilma's response to him. After they had been sleeping together for 2 months, he asked her to marry him. She said no, and thereafter she no longer wanted to date him. The only time he could see her and talk to her was when he stopped at the coffee shop. Wilma was admirably forthright about her reasons for refusing him. She wanted to get married. She was actively looking for the right man, but the right man had to have a substantial bankroll and a damned good job. A cop, she said, would never make enough money to provide her with the lifestyle and the security she wanted. Her first marriage had failed largely because she and her husband had always been arguing about bills and budgets. She had discovered that worries about finances could burn the love out of a relationship, leaving only an ashy shell of bitterness and anger. That had been a terrible experience, and she had made up her mind never to go through it again. She didn't rule out marrying for love, but there had to be financial security as well. She was afraid she sounded hard, but she could not endure the kind of pain she had endured before. She got all shaky-voiced and teary-eyed when she spoke of it. She would not, she said, risk the unbearably sad and depressing dissolution of another love affair because of a lack of money. Strangely, her determination to marry for money did not decrease Frank's respect for her or dampen his ardor. Because he had been lonely for so long, he was eager to continue their relationship, even if he had to wear the biggest pair of rose-colored glasses ever made in order to maintain the illusion of romance. He revealed his financial situation to her, virtually begged her to look at his savings account passbook and short-term certificates of deposit, which totaled nearly $32,000. He told her what his salary was and carefully explained that he would be able to retire fairly young with a fine pension,
young enough to use some of their savings to start a small business and earn even more money. If security was what she wanted, he was her man. $32,000 and a police pension were not sufficient for Wilma Compton. "I mean," she said, "it's a good little piece of change, but then you don't own a house or anything, Frank." She fingered the savings account passbooks for a long moment, as if receiving sexual pleasure from them, but then she handed them back and said, "Sorry, Frank, but I want to shoot for something better than this. I'm still young, and I look 5 years younger than I really am. I have some time yet, a little more time to look around, and I'm afraid that even $32,000 isn't a big bankroll these days. I'm afraid it might not be enough to get us through some crisis. And I won't go into something with you if there's a chance it could get hateful and mean like it did the last time I was married." He was crushed.
"Christ, I was acting like such a fool,"
Frank wailed, pounding one fist into the table to emphasize his foolishness.
"I made up my mind that she was exactly like Barbara Ann, something special, someone rare and precious. No matter what she did, no matter how crude she was, or how coarse, or how unfeeling, I made excuses for her. Lovely excuses. Dandy, elaborate, creative excuses. Stupid. I was stupid, dumb as a jackass. Jesus."
"What you did was understandable," Tony said.
"It was stupid."
"You were alone a long, long time," Tony said. "You had such a wonderful 2 years with Barbara Ann that you thought you'd never have anything half as good again, and you didn't want to settle for less. So you shut out the world. You convinced yourself that you didn't need anyone. But we all need someone, Frank. We all need people to care about. A hunger for love and comradeship is as natural to our species as the requirement for food and water. So the need built up inside of you all those years, and when you saw someone who resembled Barbara Ann, when you saw Wilma, you couldn't keep that need bottled up any longer. 19 years of wanting and needing came bubbling out of you all at once. You were bound to act kind of crazy. It would have been nice if Wilma had turned out to be a good woman who deserved what you had to offer. But you know, actually, it's surprising someone like Wilma didn't get her claws into you years ago."
"I was a sap."
"No.
"An idiot."
"No, Frank. You were human," Tony said. "That's all. Just human like the rest of us." Penny brought the cheeseburgers. Frank ordered another double scotch.
"You want to know what made Wilma change her mind?"
Frank asked.
"You want to know why she finally agreed to marry me?"
"Sure," Tony said. "But why don't you eat your burger first?" Frank ignored the sandwich.
"My father died and left me everything. At first it looked like maybe $30,000, but then I discovered the old man had collected a bunch of $5,000 and $10,000 life insurance policies over the past 30 years. After taxes, the estate amounted to $90,000. I'll be damned. With what I had already," Frank said, "that windfall was enough for Wilma."
"Maybe you'd have been better off if your father had died poor," Tony said. Frank's red-rimmed eyes grew watery, and for a moment he looked as if he was about to weep. But he blinked rapidly and held back the tears. In a voice laden with despair, he said, "I'm ashamed to admit it, but when I found out how much money was in the estate, I stopped caring about my old man dying. The insurance policies turned up just 1 week after I buried him, and the moment I found them I thought, Wilma! All of a sudden I was so damned happy I couldn't stand still. As far as I was concerned, my dad might as well have been dead 20 years. It makes me sick to my stomach to think how I behaved.
I mean, my dad and I weren't really close, but I owed him a lot more grieving than I gave. Jesus, I was one selfish son of a bitch, Tony.
It's over, Frank. It's done, Tony said. And like I said, you were a bit crazy. You weren't exactly responsible for your actions. Frank put both hands over his face and sat that way for a minute, shaking but not crying. Finally, he looked up and said,
So when she saw I had almost $125,000, Wilma wanted to marry me. In 8 months, she cleaned me out.
This is a community property state, Tony said. How could she get more than half of what you had?
Oh, she didn't take anything in the divorce.
What?
Not one penny.
Why?
It was all gone by then.
Gone?
Poof.
She spent it?
Stole it,
Frank said numbly. Tony put down his cheeseburger, wiped his mouth with a napkin. Stole it? How? Frank was still quite drunk, but suddenly he spoke with an eerie clarity and precision. It seemed important to him that this indictment of her, more than anything else in his story, should be clearly understood. She had left him nothing but his indignation, and now he wanted to share that with Tony.
As soon as we got back from our honeymoon, she announced she was taking over the bookkeeping. She was going to attend to all our banking business, watch over our investments, balance our checkbook. She signed up for a course in investment planning at a business school, and she worked out a detailed budget for us. She was very adamant about it, very businesslike, and I was really pleased because she seemed so much like Barbara Ann.
You told her that Barbara Ann had done those things?
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah. I set myself up to be picked clean. I sure did.
Suddenly, Tony wasn't hungry anymore. Frank pushed one shaky hand through his hair.
See, there wasn't any way I could have suspected her. I mean, she was so good to me. She learned to cook my favorite things. She always wanted to hear about my day when I got home, and she listened with such interest. She didn't want a lot of clothes or jewelry or anything. We went out to dinner and to the movies now and then, but she always said it was a waste of money. She said she was just as happy staying home with me and watching TV together or just talking. She wasn't in any hurry to buy a house. She was so easygoing. She gave me massages when I came home, stiff and sore. And in bed, she was fabulous. She was perfect. Except all the time she was cooking and listening and massaging and fucking my brains out. She was
bleeding your joint bank accounts.
Of every last dollar. All except $10,000 that was in a long-term certificate of deposit.
And then just walked out? Frank shuddered.
I came home one day, and there was a note from her. It said, if you want to know where I am, call this number and ask for Mr. Frayborn. Frayborn was a lawyer. She'd hired him to handle the divorce. I was stunned. I mean, there was never any indication. Anyway, Frayborn refused to tell me where she was. He said it would be a simple case, easily settled because she didn't want alimony or anything else from me. She didn't want a penny, Frayborn said. She just wanted out. I was hit hard, real hard. Jesus, I couldn't figure out what I'd done. For a while, I nearly went crazy trying to figure out where I went wrong. I thought maybe I could change, learn to be a better person, and win her back. And then 2 days later, when I needed to write a check, I saw the account was down to $3. I went to the bank and then to the savings and loan company, and after that I knew why she didn't want a penny. She had taken all the pennies already.
You didn't let her get away with it, Tony said. Frank slugged down some scotch. He was sweating. His face was pasty and sheet white.
At first, I was just kind of dumb and, I don't know, suicidal, I guess. I mean, I didn't try to kill myself, but I didn't care if I lived either. I was in a daze, a kind of trance.
But eventually you snapped out of that.
Part way. I'm still a little numb. But I came part of the way out of it,
Frank said.
Then I was ashamed of myself. I was ashamed of what I'd let her do to me. I was such a sap, such a dumb son of a bitch. I didn't want anyone to know, not even my attorney.
That's the first purely stupid thing you did, Tony said. I can understand the rest of it, but that...
Somehow it seemed to me that if I let everyone know how Wilma conned me, then everyone would think that every word I'd ever said about Barbara Ann was wrong, too. I was afraid people would get the idea that Barbara Ann had been conning me just like Wilma. And it was important to me. More important than anything else in the world, that Barbara Ann's memory be kept clean. I know it sounds a little crazy now, but that's how I looked at it then.
Tony didn't know what to say.
So the divorce went through, smooth as glass,
Frank said.
There weren't any long discussions about the details of the settlement. In fact, I never got to see Wilma again except for a few minutes in court, and I haven't talked to her since the morning of the day she walked out.
Where is she now? Do you know? Frank finished his scotch. When he spoke, his voice was different, soft, almost a whisper, not as if he were trying to keep the rest of the story secret from other customers in the hole, but as if he no longer had sufficient strength to speak in a normal tone of voice.
After the divorce went through, I got curious about her. I took out a small loan against that certificate of deposit she'd left behind, and I hired a private investigator to find out where she was and what she was doing. He turned up a lot of stuff. Very interesting stuff. She got married again just 9 days after our divorce was final. Some guy named Chuck Posley down in Orange County. He owns one of those electronic game parlors in a shopping center in Costa Mesa. He's worth maybe $70,000 or $80,000. The way it looks, Wilma was seriously thinking about marrying him just when I inherited all the money from my dad. So what she did, she married me, milked me dry, and then went to this Chuck Posley with my money. They used some of her capital to open 2 more of those game parlors, and it looks like they'll do real well.
Ah, jeez, Tony said. This morning he had known almost nothing at all about Frank Howard, and now he knew almost everything. More than he really wanted to know. He was a good listener. That was both his blessing and his curse. His previous partner, Michael Sabatino, often told him that he was a superior detective, largely because people liked and trusted him, and were willing to talk to him about almost anything. And the reason they were willing to talk to him, Michael said, was because he was a good listener. And a good listener, Michael said, was a rare and wonderful thing in a world of self-interest, self-promotion, and self-love. Tony listened willingly and attentively to all sorts of people because, as a painter fascinated by hidden patterns, he was seeking the overall pattern of human existence and meaning. Even now, as he listened to Frank, he thought of a quote from Emerson that he had read a long time ago. "The Sphinx must solve her own riddle. If the whole of history is in one man, it is all to be explained from individual experience." All men and women and children were fascinating puzzles, great mysteries, and Tony was seldom bored by their stories. Still speaking so softly that Tony had to lean forward to hear him, Frank said,
Bosley knew what Wilma had in mind for me. It looks like they were probably seeing each other a couple of days a week while I was at work. All the time she was playing the perfect wife. She was stealing me blind and fucking this Bosley. The more I thought about it, the madder I got, until finally I decided to tell my attorney what I should have told him in the first place.
But it was too late.
That's about what it comes down to. I could have initiated some sort of court action against her, but the fact that I hadn't accused her of theft earlier during the divorce proceedings would have weighed pretty heavily against me. I'd have spent most of the money I had left on lawyers' fees, and I'd probably have lost the suit anyway. So I decided to put it behind me. I figured I'd lose myself in my work, like I'd done after Barbara Ann died. But I was torn up a whole lot worse than I realized. I couldn't do my job right anymore. Every woman I had to deal with, I don't know. I guess I just saw Wilma in all women. If I had the slightest excuse, I got downright vicious with women I had to question, and then before long I was getting too rough with every witness, both men and women. I started losing perspective, overlooking clues a child would spot. I had a hell of a falling out with my partner, and so here I am.
His voice sank lower by the second, and he gave up the struggle for clarity. His words began to get mushy.
After Barbara Ann died, at least I had my work. At least I had something. But Wilma took everything. She took my money and my self-respect. And she even took my ambition. I just can't seem to care about nothing anymore.
He slid out of the booth and stood up, swaying like a toy clown that had springs for ankles.
Excuse me, I gotta go pee.
He staggered across the tavern to the men's room door, giving an exaggerated wide berth to everyone he encountered on the way. Tony sighed and closed his eyes. He was weary, both in body and soul. Penny stopped by the table and said, "You'd be doing him a favor if you took him home now. He's going to feel like a half-dead goat in the morning." "What's a half-dead goat feel like?" "A lot worse than a healthy goat, and a whole lot worse than a dead one," she said. Tony paid the tab and waited for his partner. After 5 minutes, he picked up Frank's coat and tie and went looking for him. The men's room was small, 1 stall, 1 urinal, 1 sink. It smelled strongly of pine-scented disinfectant and vaguely of urine. Frank was standing at a graffiti-covered wall, his back to the door when Tony entered. He was pounding his open palms against the wall above his head, both hands at once, making loud slapping sounds that reverberated in the narrow, high-ceilinged room. Bam, 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 bam. The noise wasn't audible in the barroom because of the dull roar of conversation and the music, but in here it hurt Tony's ears. "Frank?" Bam, 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 bam. Tony went to him, put a hand on his shoulder, pulled him gently away from the wall, and turned him around. Frank was weeping. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. Big tears streamed down his face, his lips were puffy and loose, his mouth quivered with grief,
but he was crying soundlessly, neither sobbing nor whimpering, his voice stuck far back in his throat.
"It's okay," Tony said. "Everything will be all right. You don't need Wilma. You're better off without her. You've got friends. We'll help you get over this, Frank. If you'll just let us, I'll help. I care. I really do care, Frank."
Frank closed his eyes. His mouth sagged down, and he sobbed, but still an eerie silence, making noise only when he sucked in a wheezy breath. He reached out, seeking support, and Tony put an arm around him.
"Wanna go home?"
Frank said mushily.
"I just wanna go home."
"All right, I'll take you home. Just hold on."
With arms around each other like old buddies from the war, they left the bolt hole. They walked 2.5 blocks to the apartment complex where Tony lived and climbed into Tony's Jeep station wagon. They were halfway to Frank's apartment when Frank took a deep breath and said,
"Tony, I'm afraid."
Tony glanced at him. Frank was hunched down in his seat. He seemed small and weak. His clothes looked too big for him. Tears shone on his face.
"What are you afraid of?" Tony asked.
"I don't want to be alone,"
Frank said, weeping thinly, shaking from the effects of too much liquor, but shaking from something else as well, some dark fear.
"You aren't alone," Tony said.
"I'm afraid of dying alone."
You aren't alone and you aren't dying, Frank.
"We all get old so fast, and then I want someone to be there.
You'll find someone.
I want someone to remember and care."
"Don't worry,"
Tony said lamely.
"It scares me."
"You'll find someone."
"Never."
"Yes, you will."
"Never. Never."
Frank said, closing his eyes and leaning his head against the side window. By the time they got to Frank's apartment house, he was sleeping like a child. Tony tried to wake him, but Frank would not come fully to his senses. Stumbling, mumbling, sighing heavily, he allowed himself to be half-walked, half-carried to the door of the apartment. Tony propped him against the wall beside the front door, held him up with one hand, felt through his pockets, found the key. When they finally reached the bedroom, Frank collapsed on the mattress in a loose-limbed heap and began to snore. Tony undressed him down to his shorts. He pulled back the covers, rolled Frank onto the bottom sheet, pulled the top sheet and the blanket over him. Frank just snuffled and snored. In the kitchen, in a junk drawer beside the sink, Tony found a pencil, a pad of writing paper, and a roll of Scotch tape. He wrote a note to Frank and taped it to the refrigerator door.
"Dear Frank, when you wake up in the morning, you're going to remember everything you told me, and you're probably going to be a little embarrassed. Don't worry. What you told me will stay strictly between us. And tomorrow I'll tell you some outrageously embarrassing secrets of my own, so then we'll be even. After all, cleaning the soul is one thing friends are for. Tony." He locked the door on his way out. Driving home, he thought about poor Frank being all alone, and then he realized that his own situation was not markedly better. His father was still alive, but Carlo was sick a lot these days, and probably would not live more than 5 years, 10 at the most. Tony's brothers and sisters were spread all over the country, and none of them was really close in spirit either. He had a great many friends, but it was not just friends that you wanted by you when you were old and dying. He knew what Frank had meant. When you were on your deathbed, there were only certain hands that you could hold and from which you could draw courage. The hands of your spouse, your children, or your parents. He realized that he was building the kind of life that, when complete, might well be a hollow temple of loneliness. He was 35, still young, but he had never truly given much serious thought to marriage. Suddenly he had the feeling that time was slipping through his fingers. The years went by so very fast. It seemed only last year that he had been 25, but a decade was gone. Maybe Hilary Thomas is the one, he thought as he pulled into the parking slot in front of his apartment. She's special. I can see that. Very special. Maybe she'll think I'm someone special too. It could work out for us. Couldn't it? For a while he sat in the Jeep, staring at the night sky, thinking about Hilary Thomas, and about getting old and dying alone. At 10:30, when Hilary was deeply involved in the James Clavell novel, just as she was finishing a snack of apples and cheese, the telephone rang. "Hello?" There was only silence on the other end of the line. "Who's there?" Nothing. She slammed the receiver down. That's what they told you to do when you got a threatening or obscene phone call. Just hang up. Don't encourage the caller. Just hang up quickly and sharply. She had given him a real pain in the ear, but that didn't make her feel a lot better. She was sure it wasn't a wrong number. Not twice in one night, with no apology either time. Besides, there had been a menacing quality in that silence, an unspoken threat. Even after she had been nominated for the Academy Award, she had never felt the need for an unlisted number. Writers were not celebrities in the same sense that actors and even directors were. The general public never remembered or cared who earned the screenplay credit on a hit picture. Most writers who got unlisted numbers did it because it seemed prestigious. Unlisted meant the harried scribbler was so busy with so many important projects that he had no time for even the rare unwanted call. But she didn't have an ego problem like that, and leaving her name in the book was just as anonymous as taking it out. Of course, maybe that was no longer true. Perhaps the media reports about her 2 encounters with Bruno Fry had made her an object of general interest where her 2 successful screenplays had not. The story of a woman fighting off a would-be rapist and killing him the second time, that might very well fascinate a certain kind of sick mind. It might make some animal out there eager to prove he could succeed where Bruno Fry had failed. She decided to call the telephone company business office first thing in the morning and ask for a new unlisted number. At midnight, the city morgue was, as the medical examiner himself had once described it, quiet as a tomb. The dimly lighted hallway was silent, the laboratory was dark, the room full of corpses was cold and lightless and still, except for the insect hum of the blowers that pumped chill air through the wall vents. As Thursday night changed to Friday morning, only one man was on duty in the morgue. He was in a small chamber adjacent to the ME's private office. He was sitting in a spring-backed chair at an ugly metal and walnut veneer desk. His name was Albert Woolwich. He was 29 years old, divorced, and the father of 1 child, a daughter named Rebecca. His wife had won custody of Becky. They both lived in San Diego now. Albert didn't mind working the, you should forgive the expression, graveyard shift. He did a little filing, then just sat and listened to the radio for a while, then did a bit more filing, then read a few chapters of a really good Stephen King novel about vampires on the loose in New England. And if the city remained cool all night, if the uniformed bulls and the meat wagon boys didn't start running in stretchers from gang fights or freeway accidents, it would be sweet duty all the way through to quitting time. At 10 minutes past midnight, the phone rang. Albert picked it up. "Morgue." Silence. "Hello?" Albert said. The man on the other end of the line groaned in agony and began to cry. "Who is this?" Weeping, the caller could not respond. The tortured sounds were almost a parody of grief, an exaggerated and hysterical sobbing that was the strangest thing Albert had ever heard. If you'll tell me what's wrong, maybe I can help."
The caller hung up. Albert stared at the receiver for a moment, finally shrugged and put it down. He tried to pick up where he had left off in the Stephen King novel, but he kept thinking he heard something shuffling through the doorway behind him. He turned around half a dozen times, but there was never anyone or anything there. Chapter 4. Friday morning, 9 o'clock. 2 men from Angels Hill Mortuary of West Los Angeles arrived at the city morgue to claim the body of Bruno Gunther Fry. They were working in association with the Forever View Funeral Home in the town of St. Helena, where the deceased had lived. One man from Angels Hill signed the necessary release, and both men transferred the corpse from cold storage to the back of a Cadillac hearse. Frank Howard did not appear to have a hangover. His complexion did not have that after-the-binge sallowness. He was ruddy and healthy-looking. His blue eyes were clear. Confession apparently was every bit as good for the soul as the proverb promised. At first in the office, then in the car, Tony sensed the awkwardness he had anticipated, and he did his best to make Frank feel comfortable. In time, Frank seemed to realize that nothing had changed for the worse between them. Indeed, the partnership was working far better than it had during the past 3 months. By mid-morning, they had established a degree of rapport that would make it possible for them to learn to function together almost as a single organism. They still did not interact with the perfect harmony that Tony had experienced with Michael Sabatino, but now there did not seem to be any obstacles to the development of precisely that sort of deep relationship. They needed some time to adjust to each other, a few more months, but eventually they would share a psychic bond that would make their job immeasurably easier than it had been in the past. Friday morning, they worked on leads in the Bobby Valdez case. There were not many trails to follow, and the first 2 led nowhere. The Department of Motor Vehicles report on Juan Masqueza was the first disappointment. Apparently Bobby Valdez had used a phony birth certificate and other false ID to obtain a valid driver's license under the name Juan Masqueza. But the last address the DMV could provide was the one from which Bobby had moved last July, the Los Palmeras apartments on La Brea Avenue. There were 2 other Juan Masquezas in the DMV files. One was a 19-year-old boy who lived in Fresno. The other Juan was a 67-year-old man in Tustin. They both owned automobiles with California registrations, but neither of them had a Jaguar. The Juan Masqueza who had lived on La Brea Avenue had never registered a car, which meant that Bobby had bought the Jaguar using yet another phony name. Evidently, he had a source for forged documents of extremely high quality. Dead end. Tony and Frank returned to the VVG laundry and questioned the employees who had worked with Bobby when he had been using the Masqueza name. They hoped that someone would have kept in touch with him after he quit his job and would know where he was living now. But everyone said Juan had been a loner. No one knew where he'd gone. Dead end. After they left VVG, they went to lunch at an omelet house that Tony liked. In addition to the main dining room, the restaurant had an open-air brick terrace where a dozen tables stood under blue and white striped umbrellas. Tony and Frank ate salads and cheese omelets in the warm autumn breeze. "Are you doing anything tomorrow night?" Tony asked.
Me?
"You."
No, nothing.
"Good. I've arranged something."
What?
"A blind date."
For me?
"You're half of it."
Are you serious?
"I called her this morning."
Forget it,"
Frank said. "She's perfect for you."
I hate matchmaking.
"She's a gorgeous woman."
Not interested.
"And sweet."
I'm not a kid.
"Who said you were?"
I don't need you to fix me up with someone.
"Well, sometimes a guy does that for a friend, doesn't he?"
I can find my own dates.
"Only a fool would turn down this lady."
Then I'm a fool."
Tony sighed. "Suit yourself."
Look, what I said last night at the bolt hole.
"Yeah?"
I wasn't looking for sympathy.
Everybody needs some sympathy now and then.
I just wanted you to understand why I've been in such a foul mood.
And I do understand.
I didn't mean to give you the impression that I'm a jerk, that I'm a sucker for the wrong kind of woman.
You didn't give me that impression at all.
I've never broken down like that before.
I believe it.
I've never cried like that.
I know.
I guess I was just tired.
Sure.
Maybe it was all that liquor.
Yeah, maybe.
I drank a lot last night.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, the liquor made me sentimental.
Maybe.
But now I'm all right.
Who said you weren't?
I can get my own dates, Tony.
Whatever you say.
Okay?
Okay. They concentrated on their cheese omelettes. There were several large office buildings nearby, and dozens of secretaries in bright dresses paraded past on the sidewalk, going to lunch. Flowers ringed the restaurant terrace and perfumed the sun-coppered air. The noise on the street was typically that of L.A. It wasn't the incessant barking of brakes and screaming of horns that you heard in New York or Chicago or most other cities, just the hypnotic grumble of engines and the air-cutting whoosh of passing cars. A lulling noise, soothing, like the tide on the beach, made by machines but somehow natural, primal, also subtly and inexpressibly erotic. Even the sounds of the traffic conformed to the city's subconscious subtropical personality. After a couple of minutes of silence, Frank said,
"What's her name?"
"Who?"
"Don't be a smartass."
"Janet Yamada."
"Japanese?
Does she sound Italian?"
"What's she like?"
"Intelligent, witty, good-looking."
"What's she do?"
"Works at City Hall."
"How old is she?"
36, 37.
"Too young for me?"
"You're only 45, for God's sake."
"How'd you come to know her?"
"We dated for a while," Tony said.
"What went wrong?"
"Nothing. We just discovered we make better friends than lovers."
"You think I'll like her?"
"Positive."
"And she'll like me?"
"Well, if you don't pick your nose or eat with your hands."
"Okay,"
Frank said.
"I'll go out with her."
"If it's going to be an ordeal for you, maybe we should just forget it."
"No, I'll go. It'll be okay."
"You don't have to do it just to please me.
Give me your phone number."
"I don't feel right about this," Tony said. "I feel like I forced you into something."
"You haven't forced me."
"Yeah, I think I should call her and cancel the arrangements," Tony said.
"Now, listen,
I shouldn't try to be a matchmaker. I'm lousy at it."
"Damn it, I want to go out with her,"
Frank said. Tony smiled broadly.
"I know.
Have I just been manipulated?" "You manipulated yourself." Frank tried to scowl, but couldn't. He grinned instead.
"Want a double date Saturday night?"
"No way. You've got to stand on your own, my friend."
"And besides,"
Frank said knowingly,
"you don't want to share Hilary Thomas with anyone else."
"Exactly."
"You really think it can work with you two?"
"You make it sound like we're planning to get married. It's just a date."
"But even for a date, won't it be, awkward?"
"Why should it be?" Tony asked.
"Well, she's got all that money."
"That's a male chauvinist remark if I ever heard one."
"You don't think that'll make it difficult?"
"When a man has some money, does he have to limit his dating to women who have an equal amount of money?"
That's different.
When a king decides to marry a shop girl, we think it's too romantic for words. But when a queen wants to marry a shop boy, we think she's letting herself be played for a fool. Classic double standard."
"Well, good luck."
"And to you as well."
"Ready to go back to work?"
"Yeah," Tony said. "Let's find Bobby Valdez.
Judge Crater might be easier."
Or Amelia Earhart.
Or Jimmy Hoffa.
Friday afternoon, 1 o'clock. The body lay on an embalming table at Angels Hill Mortuary in West Los Angeles. A tag wired to the big toe on the right foot identified the deceased as Bruno Gunther Fry. A death technician prepared the body for shipment to Napa County. He swabbed it down with a long-lasting disinfectant. The intestines and other soft abdominal organs were pulled out of the dead man through the only available natural body opening and discarded. Because of the stab wounds and the autopsy that had taken place the previous night, there was not much unclotted blood or other fluids remaining in the corpse, but those last few dollops were forced out nonetheless. Embalming fluid took their place. The technician whistled a Donnie and Marie Osmond hit while he labored over the dead man. The Angels Hill mortuary was not responsible for any cosmetic work on the corpse. That would be handled by the mortician in St. Helena. The Angels Hill technician merely tucked the sightless eyes shut forever and sewed up the lips with a series of tight interior stitches which froze the wide mouth in a vague, eternal smile. It was a neat job. None of the sutures would be visible to the mourners, if there were any mourners. Next, the deceased was wrapped in an opaque white shroud and put into a cheap aluminum coffin that met minimum construction and seal standards set by the state for the conveyance of a dead body by any and all means of public transportation. In St. Helena, it would be transferred to a more impressive casket, one that would be chosen by the family or friends of the loved one. At 4 o'clock Friday afternoon, the body was taken to the Los Angeles International Airport and put into the cargo hold of a California Airways prop jet destined for Monterey, Santa Rosa, and Sacramento. It would be taken off the plane at the second stop. At 6:30 Friday evening in Santa Rosa, there was no one from Bruno Fry's family at the small airport. He had no relatives. He was the last of his line. His grandfather had brought only one child into the world, a lovely daughter named Catherine, and she had produced no children at all. Bruno was adopted. He never had married. 3 people waited on the tarmac behind the small terminal, and 2 of them were from the Forever View Funeral Home. Mr. Averell Thomas Tannerton was the owner of Forever View, which served St. Helena and the surrounding communities in that part of the Napa Valley. He was 43, good-looking, slightly pudgy but not fat, with lots of reddish-blonde hair, a scattering of freckles, lively eyes, and an easy, warm smile that he had difficulty suppressing. He had come to Santa Rosa with his 24-year-old assistant, Gary Olmsted, a slightly built man who seldom talked more than the dead with whom he worked. Tannerton made you think of a choir boy, a veneer of genuine piety over a core of good-natured mischievousness. But Olmsted had a long, mournful, ascetic face perfectly suited to his profession. The third man was Joshua Reinhardt, Bruno Fry's local attorney and executor of the Fry estate. He was 61 years old, and he had the looks that would have contributed to a successful career as a diplomat or politician. His hair was thick and white, swept back from brow and temples, not chalk white, not yellow white, but a lustrous silver white. A broad forehead, a long, proud nose, a strong jaw and chin. His coffee-brown eyes were quick and clear. The body of Bruno Fry was transferred from the aircraft to the hearse, then driven back to St. Helena. Joshua Reinhardt followed in his own car. Neither business nor personal obligations had required Joshua to make this trip to Santa Rosa with Averell Tannerton. Over the years, he had done quite a lot of work for Shade Tree Vineyards, the company that had been wholly owned by the Fry family for 3 generations, but he had long ago ceased to need the income from that account, and in fact it had become considerably more trouble than it was worth. He continued to handle the Fry family's affairs largely because he still remembered the time, 35 years ago, when he had been struggling to build a practice in rural Napa County and had been helped immeasurably by Catherine Fry's decision to give him all the family's legal business. Yesterday, when he heard that Bruno was dead, he hadn't grieved at all. Neither Catherine nor her adopted son had ever inspired affection, and they most certainly had not encouraged the special emotional ties of friendship. Joshua accompanied Averell Tannerton to the Santa Rosa airport only because he wanted to be in a position to manage the arrival of the corpse in case any reporters showed up, and tried to turn the event into a circus. Although Bruno had been an unstable man, a very sick man, perhaps even a profoundly evil man, Joshua was determined that the funeral would be carried out with dignity. He felt he owed the dead man that much. Besides, for most of his life, Joshua was a stalwart supporter and promoter of the Napa Valley, championing both its quality of life and its magnificent wine, and he did not want to see the fabric of the entire community stained by the criminal acts of one man. Fortunately, there had not been a single reporter at the airport. They drove back to St. Helena through creeping shadows and dying light, east from Santa Rosa, across the southern end of the Sonoma Valley into the 5-mile-wide Napa Valley, then north in the purple-yellow gloaming. As he followed the hearse, Joshua admired the countryside, something he had done with ever-increasing pleasure for the last 35 years. The looming mountain ridges were thick with pine and fir and birch, lighted only along their crests by the westering sun, already out of sight. Those ridges were ramparts, Joshua thought, great walls keeping out the corrupting influences of a less civilized world than that which lay within. Below the mountains, the rolling hills were studded with black-trunked oaks and covered with long, dry grass that, in the daylight, looked as blonde and soft as corn silk. But now, in the gathering dusk, which leached away its color, the grass shimmered in dark waves, awash in the ebb and glow of a gentle breeze. Beyond the boundaries of the small, quaint towns, endless vineyards sprang up on some of the hills and on nearly all of the rich flatland. In 1880, Robert Louis Stevenson had written of the Napa Valley, "One corner of land after another is tried with one kind of grape after another. This is a failure, that is better, a third is best. So, bit by bit, they grope about for their Clos Vougeot and Lafitte, and the wine is bottled poetry." When Stevenson had been honeymooning in the valley and writing Silverado Squatters, there had been fewer than 4,000 acres in vines. By the coming of the Great Plague, Prohibition, in 1920, there had been 10,000 acres producing viniferous grapes. Today, there were 30,000 acres bringing forth grapes that were far sweeter and less acidic than those grown anywhere else in the world, as much productive land as in all of the Sonoma Valley, which was twice as large as the Napa. Tucked in among the vineyards were the great wineries and houses, some of them converted from abbeys and monasteries and Spanish-style missions, others built along clean modern lines. Thank God, Joshua thought. Only a couple of the newer wineries had opted for the sterile factory look that was an insult to the eye and a blight upon the valley. Most of man's handiwork either complemented or at least did not intrude upon the truly dazzling natural beauty of his unique and idyllic place. As he followed the hearse toward Forever View, Joshua saw lights come on in the windows of the houses, soft yellow lights that brought a sense of warmth and civilization to the encroaching night. The wine is bottled poetry, Joshua thought, and the land from which it comes is God's greatest work of art. My land, my home. How lucky I am to be here, when there are so many less charming, less pleasant places in which I might have wound up. Like in an aluminum coffin, dead. Forever View stood 100 yards back from the two-lane highway, just south of St. Helena. It was a big, white colonial-style house with a circular driveway, marked by a tasteful white and green hand-painted sign. As darkness fell, a single white spotlight came on automatically, softly illuminating the sign, and a low row of electric carriage lamps marked the circular driveway with a curve of amber light. There were no reporters waiting at Forever View either. Joshua was pleased to see that the Napa County press evidently shared his strong aversion to unnecessary bad publicity. Tannerton drove the hearse around to the rear of the huge white house. He and Olmsted slid the coffin onto a cart and wheeled it inside. Joshua joined them in the mortician's workroom. An effort had been made to give the chamber an airy, cheerful ambiance. The ceiling was covered with prettily textured acoustical tile. The walls were painted pale blue, the blue of a robin's egg, the blue of a baby's blanket, the blue of new life. Tannerton touched a wall switch, and lilting music came from stereo speakers, bright, soaring music, nothing somber, nothing heavy. To Joshua, at least, the place reeked of death in spite of everything that Averil Tannerton had done to make it cozy. The air bore traces of the pungent fumes from embalming fluid, and there was a sweet cover-up aerosol scent of carnations that only reminded him of funeral bouquets.
The floor was glossy white ceramic tile, freshly scrubbed, a bit slippery for anyone not wearing rubber-soled shoes. Tannerton and Gary Olmsted were wearing them, but Joshua was not. At first, the tile gave an impression of openness and cleanliness, but then Joshua realized the floor was grimly utilitarian. It had to have a stain-proof surface that would resist the corroding effects of spilled blood and bile and other, even more noxious substances. Tannerton's clients, the relatives of the deceased, would never be brought into this room, for the bitter truth of death was too obvious here. In the front of the house were unquestionably final. Olmsted opened the aluminum coffin. Averil Tannerton folded back the plastic shroud, revealing the body from the hips up. Joshua looked down at the waxy yellow-gray corpse and shivered.
Ghastly.
"I know this is a trying time for you," Tannerton said in practiced mournful tones.
Not at all,
Joshua said.
"I won't be a hypocrite and pretend grief. I knew very little about the man, and I didn't particularly like what I did know. Ours was strictly a business relationship."
Tannerton blinked. "Oh, well, then perhaps you would prefer us to handle the funeral arrangements through one of the deceased's friends."
"I don't think he had any,"
Joshua said. They stared down at the body for a moment, silent.
ghastly,
Joshua said again. "Well, of course," Tannerton said. "No cosmetic work has been done. Absolutely none. If I could have gotten to him soon after death, he'd look much better."
"Can you, do anything with him?"
"No, certainly, but it won't be easy. He's been dead a day and a half, and though he's been kept refrigerated—"
those wounds,
Joshua said thickly, staring at the hideously scarred abdomen with morbid fascination.
"Dear God, she really cut him."
Most of that was done by the coroner," Tannerton said. "This small slit is a stab wound, and this one."
the pathologist did a good job with his mouth,
Olmsted said appreciatively. "Yes, didn't he?" Tannerton said, touching the sealed lips of the corpse. It's unusual to find a coroner with an aesthetic sense."
rare,
Olmsted said. Joshua shook his head.
I still find it hard to believe.
5 years ago, Tannerton said. "I buried his mother. That's when I met him. He seemed a little strange. But I figured it was the stress and the grief. He was such an important man, such a leading figure in the community."
Cold,
Joshua said.
"He was an extremely cold and self-contained man, vicious in business. Winning a battle with a competitor wasn't always enough for him. If at all possible, he preferred to utterly destroy the other fellow. I've always thought he was capable of cruelty and physical violence, but attempted rape? Attempted murder?"
Tannerton looked at Joshua and said, "Mr. Reinhardt, I've often heard it said that you don't mince words. You've got a reputation, a much admired reputation, for saying exactly what you think and to hell with the cost. But
what?
But when you're speaking of the dead, don't you think you ought to—" Joshua smiled.
"Son, I'm a cantankerous old bastard and not entirely admirable. Far from it. As long as truth is my weapon, I don't mind hurting the feelings of the living. Why, I've made children cry, and I've made kindly gray-haired grandmothers weep. I have little compassion for fools and sons of bitches when they're alive, so why should I show more respect than that for the dead? I'm just not accustomed to—" "Of course you're not. Your profession requires you to speak well of the deceased, regardless of who he might have been and what heinous things he might have done. I don't hold that against you. It's your job."
Tannerton couldn't think of anything to say. He closed the lid of the coffin.
"Let's settle on the arrangements," Joshua said. "I'd like to get home and have my dinner, if I have any appetite left when I leave here."
He sat down on a high stool beside a glass-fronted cabinet that contained more tools of the mortician's trade. Tannerton paced in front of him, a freckled, mop-haired bundle of energy. "How important is it to you to have the usual viewing?"
"Usual viewing?"
An open casket. Would you find it offensive if we avoided that?"
"I hadn't really given it a thought,"
Joshua said. "Well, to be honest with you, I don't know how presentable the deceased can be made to look," Tannerton said. The people at Angel's Hill didn't give him quite a full enough look when they embalmed him. His face appears to be somewhat drawn and shrunken. I am not pleased. I am definitely not pleased. I could attempt to pump him up a bit, but patchwork like that seldom looks good. As for cosmetology, well, again, I wonder if too much time has passed. I mean, he apparently was in the hot sun for a couple of hours after he died, before he was found, and then it was 18 hours in cold storage before the embalming was done. I can certainly make him look a great deal better than he does now, but as for bringing the glow of life back to his face, you see, after all that he's been through, after the extremes of temperature, and after this much time, the skin texture has changed substantially. It won't take makeup and powder at all well. I think perhaps... Beginning to get queasy, Joshua interrupted.
Make it a closed casket.
No viewing?
No viewing.
You're sure?
Positive.
Good. Well, let me see. Will you want him buried in one of his suits?
Is it necessary, considering the casket won't be open?
It would be easier for me if I just tucked him into one of our burial gowns.
That'll be fine.
White or a nice dark blue?
Do you have something in polka dots?
Polka dots?
Or orange and yellow stripes?
Tannerton's ever-ready grin slipped from beneath his dour funeral director expression, and he struggled to force it out of sight again. Joshua suspected that, privately, Averill was a fun-loving man, the kind of hail-fellow-well-met who would make a good drinking buddy. But he seemed to feel that his public image required him to be somber and humorless at all times. He was visibly upset when he slipped up and allowed the private Averill to appear when only the public man ought to be seen. He was, Joshua thought, a likely candidate for an eventual schizophrenic breakdown.
Make it the white gown,
Joshua said. What about the casket? What style would...
I'll leave that to you.
Very well. Price range?
Might as well have the best. The estate can afford it.
The rumor is he must have been worth $2 or $3 million.
Probably twice that,
Joshua said. But he really didn't live like it.
Or die like it,
Joshua said. Tannerton thought about that for a moment, then said, Any religious services?
He didn't attend church.
Then shall I assume the minister's role?
If you wish.
We'll have a short graveside service, Tannerton said. I'll read something from the Bible, or perhaps just a simple inspirational piece, something non-denominational. They agreed on a time for burial. Sunday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Bruno would be laid to rest beside Catherine, his adoptive mother, in the Napa County Memorial Park. As Joshua got up to leave, Tannerton said, I certainly hope you've found my services valuable thus far, and I assure you I'll do everything in my power to make the rest of this go smoothly.
Well,
Joshua said,
you've convinced me of one thing. I'm going to draw up a new will tomorrow. When my time comes, I sure as hell intend to be cremated.
Tannerton nodded. We can handle that for you.
Don't rush me, son. Don't rush me.
Tannerton blushed. Oh, I didn't mean to...
I know. Relax.
Tannerton cleared his throat uncomfortably. I'll, show you to the door.
No need. I can find it myself.
Outside, behind the funeral home, the night was very dark and deep. There was only one light, a 100-watt bulb above the rear door. The glow reached only a few feet into the velveteen blackness. In the late afternoon, a breeze had sprung up, and with the coming of the night, it had grown into a gusty wind. The air was turbulent and chilly. It hissed and moaned. Joshua walked to his car, which lay beyond the meager semicircle of frosty light, and as he opened the door, he had the peculiar feeling he was being watched. He glanced back at the house, but there were no faces at the windows. Something moved in the gloom, 30 feet away, near the 3-car garage. Joshua sensed rather than saw it. He squinted, but his vision was not what it had once been. He couldn't discern anything unnatural in the night. Just the wind, he thought. Just the wind stirring through the trees and bushes, or pushing along a discarded newspaper, a piece of dry brush. But then it moved again. He saw it this time. It was crouched in front of a row of shrubs leading out from the garage. He could not see any detail. It was just a shadow,
a lighter purple-black smudge on the blue-black cloth of the night, as soft and lumpy and undefined as all the other shadows, except that this one moved. Just a dog, Joshua thought. A stray dog. Or maybe a kid up to some mischief.
Is someone there?
No reply. He took a few steps away from his car. The shadow thing scurried back 10 or 12 feet along the line of shrubbery. It stopped in an especially deep pool of darkness, still crouching, still watchful. Not a dog, Joshua thought. Too damned big for a dog. Some kid, probably up to no good. Some kid with vandalism on his mind.
Who's there?
Silence.
Come on now.
No answer. Just the whispering wind. Joshua started toward the shadow among shadows, but he was suddenly arrested by the instinctive knowledge that the thing was dangerous. Horrendously dangerous. Deadly. He experienced all of the involuntary animal reactions to such a threat. A shiver up his spine. His scalp seemed to crawl and then tighten. His heart began to pound. His mouth went dry. His hands curled into claws. And his hearing seemed more acute than it had been a minute ago. Joshua hunched over and drew up his bulky shoulders, unconsciously seeking a defensive posture.
Who's there?
He repeated. The shadow thing turned and crashed through the shrubs. It ran off across the vineyards that bordered Averil Tannerton's property. For a few seconds, Joshua could hear the steadily diminishing clamor of its flight, the receding thud, thud, thud of heavy running footsteps, and the fading wheeze as it gasped for breath. Then the wind was the only sound in the night. Looking over his shoulder a couple of times, he returned to his car. He got in, closed the door, locked it. Already the encounter began to seem unreal, increasingly dreamlike. Was there actually someone in the darkness, waiting, watching? Had there been something dangerous out there? Or had it been his imagination? After spending half an hour in Averil Tannerton's ghoulish workshop, a man could be expected to jump at strange noises and start looking for monstrous creatures in the shadows. As Joshua's muscles relaxed, as his heart slowed, he began to think he had been a fool. The threat he had sensed so strongly seemed, in retrospect, to be a phantom, a vagary of the night and wind. At worst, it had been a kid, a vandal. He started the car and drove home, surprised and amused by the effect Tannerton's workroom had had upon him. Saturday evening, promptly at 7 o'clock, Anthony Clemenza arrived at Hilary's Westwood house in a blue Jeep station wagon. Hilary went out to meet him. She was wearing a sleek emerald green silk dress with long, tight sleeves and a neckline cut low enough to be enticing but not cheap. She hadn't been on a date in more than 14 months, and she nearly had forgotten how to dress for the ritual of courtship. She had spent 2 hours choosing her outfit, as indecisive as a schoolgirl. She accepted Tony's invitation because he was the most interesting man she had met in a couple of years, and also because she was trying her best to overcome her tendency to hide from the rest of the world. She had been stung by Wally Topellis' assessment of her. He had warned her that she was using the virtue of self-reliance as an excuse to hide from people, and she had recognized the truth in what he had said. She avoided making friends and finding lovers, for she was afraid of the pain that only friends and lovers could inflict with their rejections and betrayals. But at the same time that she was protecting herself from the pain, she was denying herself the pleasure of good relationships with good people who would not betray her. Growing up with her drunken, violent parents, she had learned that displays of affection were usually followed by sudden outbursts of rage and anger and unexpected punishment. She was never afraid to take chances in her work and in business matters. Now it was time to bring the same spirit of adventure to her personal life. As she walked briskly toward the blue Jeep, swinging her hips a little, she felt tense about taking the emotional risks that the mating dance entailed. But she also felt fresh and feminine and considerably happier than she had in a long time. Tony hurried around to the passenger side and opened the door. Bending low, he said, "The royal carriage awaits."
"Oh, there must be some mistake. I'm not the queen."
"You look like a queen to me."
I'm just a lowly serving girl."
"You're a great deal prettier than the queen."
"Better not let her hear you say that. She'll have your head for sure."
Too late."
"Oh?"
"I've already lost my head over you." Hilary groaned. "Too saccharine?" he asked.
I need a bite of lemon after that one."
"But you liked it."
"Yes, I admit I did. I guess I'm a sucker for flattery," she said, getting into the Jeep in a swirl of green silk.
As they drove down toward Westwood Boulevard, Tony said, "You're not offended?"
"By what?"
"By this buggy."
"How can I be offended by a Jeep? Does it talk? Is it liable to insult me?"
"It's not a Mercedes."
"A Mercedes isn't a Rolls, and a Rolls isn't a Toyota."
"There's something very zen about that."
"If you think I'm a snob, why'd you ask me out?"
"I don't think you're a snob," he said. "But Frank says we'll be awkward with each other because you've got more money than I have."
"Well, based on my experience with him, I'd say Frank's judgments of other people are not to be trusted."
He has his problems," Tony agreed, as he turned left onto Wilshire Boulevard. "But he's working them out."
"I will admit that this isn't a car you see many of in L.A.
Usually women ask me if it's my second car."
"I don't really care if it is or isn't."
"They say that in L.A. you are what you drive."
"Is that what they say? Then you're a Jeep, and I'm a Mercedes. We're cars, not people. We should be going to the garage for an oil change, not to a restaurant for dinner. Does that make sense?"
"No sense at all," Tony said. "Actually, I got a Jeep because I like to go skiing 3 or 4 weekends every winter. With this jalopy, I know I'll always be able to get through the mountain passes, no matter how bad the weather gets."
"I've always wanted to learn to ski."
"I'll teach you. You'll have to wait a few weeks, but it won't be long until there's snow at Mammoth."
"You seem pretty sure we'll still be friends a few weeks from now."
"Why wouldn't we be?" he asked.
"Maybe we'll get into a fight tonight, first thing, at the restaurant."
"Over what?"
"Politics."
"Well, I think all politicians are power-hungry bastards, too incompetent to tie their own shoelaces."
"So do I."
"I'm a libertarian."
"So am I." "Sort of."
"Short argument."
"Maybe we'll fight over religion."
"I was raised a Catholic, but I'm not much of anything anymore."
"Me either."
We don't seem to be good at arguing."
"Well," she said, "maybe we're the kind of people who fight over little things, inconsequential matters, such as, well, since we're going to an Italian restaurant, maybe you'll love the garlic bread and I'll hate it."
"And we'll fight over that?"
"That or the fettuccine or the manicotti."
"Nah, where we're going, you'll love everything," he said. "Wait and see." He took her to Savatino's Ristorante on Santa Monica Boulevard. It was an intimate place, seating no more than 60 and somehow appearing to seat only half that number. It was cozy, comfortable, the kind of restaurant in which you could lose track of time and spend 6 hours over dinner if the waiters didn't nudge you along. The lighting was soft and warm. The recorded opera, leaning heavily to the voices of Gigli and Caruso and Pavarotti, was played loud enough to be heard and appreciated, but not so loud that it intruded on conversation. There was a bit too much decor, but one part of it, a spectacular mural, was, Hilary thought, absolutely wonderful. The painting covered an entire wall and was a depiction of the most commonly perceived joys of the Italian lifestyle: grapes, wine, pasta, dark-eyed women, darkly handsome men, a loving and rotund nonna, a group of people dancing to the music of an accordionist, a picnic under olive trees, and much more. Hilary had never seen anything remotely like it, for it was neither entirely realistic, nor stylized, nor abstract, nor impressionistic, but an odd stepchild of surrealism, as if it were a wildly invented collaboration between Andrew Wyeth and Salvador Dali. Michael Savatino, the owner, who turned out to be an ex-policeman, was irrepressibly jolly, hugging Tony, taking Hilary's hand and kissing it, punching Tony lightly in the belly and recommending pasta to fatten him up, insisting they come into the kitchen to see the new cappuccino machine. As they came out of the kitchen, Michael's wife, a striking blonde named Paula, arrived, and there was more hugging and kissing and complimenting. At last, Michael linked arms with Hilary and escorted her and Tony to a corner booth. He told the captain to bring 2 bottles of Biondi Santi's Brunello di Montalcino, waited for the wine, and uncorked it himself. After glasses had been filled and toasts made, he left them, winking at Tony to show his approval, seeing Hilary notice the wink, laughing at himself, winking at her.
"He seems like such a nice man," she said when Michael had gone.
"He's some guy," Tony said.
"You like him a great deal."
"I love him. He was a perfect partner when we worked homicide together."
They fell smoothly into a discussion of police work and then screenwriting. He was so easy to talk to that Hilary felt she had known him for years. There was absolutely none of the awkwardness that usually marred a first date. At one point he noticed her looking at the wall mural.
"Do you like the painting?" he asked.
"It's superb."
"Is it?
"Don't you agree?"
"It's pretty good," he said.
"Better than pretty good. Who did it, do you know?"
Some artist down on his luck," Tony said. "He painted it in exchange for 50 free dinners."
"Only 50?
Michael got a bargain."
They talked about films and books and music and theater.
The food was nearly as good as the conversation.
The appetizer was light. It consisted of 2 stubby crepes, one filled with unadulterated ricotta cheese, the other with a spicy concoction of shaved beef, onions, peppers, mushrooms, and garlic. Their salads were huge and crisp, smothered in sliced raw mushrooms. Tony selected the entree, veal savatino, a specialita of the house, incredibly tender white veal with a thin brown sauce, pearl onions, and grilled strips of zucchini. The cappuccino was excellent. When she finished dinner and looked at her watch, Hilary was amazed to see that it was 10 minutes past 11. Michael Savatino stopped by the table to bask in their praise, and then he said to Tony,
"That's number 21.
"Oh, no, 23.
Not by my records."
"Your records are wrong."
21,
Michael insisted.
23, Tony said.
"And it ought to be numbers 23 and 24. It was 2 meals after all."
No, Michael said. "We count by the visit, not by the number of meals."
Perplexed, Hilary said, "Am I losing my mind, or does this conversation make no sense at all?" Michael shook his head, exasperated with Tony. To Hilary he said,
"When he painted the mural, I wanted to pay him in cash, but he wouldn't accept it. He said he'd trade the painting for a few free dinners. I insisted on 100 free visits. He said 25. We finally settled on 50. He undervalues his work, and that makes me angry as hell."
"Tony painted that mural?" she asked.
"He didn't tell you?"
"No."
She looked at Tony, and he grinned sheepishly. "That's why he drives that Jeep," Michael said. "When he wants to go up in the hills to work on a nature study, the Jeep will take him anywhere."
"He said he had it because he likes to go skiing."
"Well, that too. But mostly is to get him into the hills to paint. He should be proud of his work, but it's easier to pull teeth from an alligator than it is to get him to talk about his painting."
"I'm an amateur," Tony said.
"Nothing's more boring than an amateur dabbler running off at the mouth about his art." "That mural is not the work of an amateur," Michael said.
"Definitely not," Hilary said.
"You're my friends," Tony said.
"So naturally you're too generous with your praise, and neither of you has the qualifications to be an art critic."
"He's won 2 prizes,"
Michael told Hilary. "Prizes?" she asked Tony. "Nothing important.
Both times he won best of the show,"
Michael said. "What shows were these?" Hilary asked.
"No big ones," Tony said. "He dreams about making a living as a painter," Michael said, "but he never does anything about it."
"Because it's only a dream," Tony said.
"I'd be a fool if I seriously thought I could make it as a painter." "You never really tried," Michael told Hilary.
"A painter doesn't get a weekly paycheck," Tony said, "or health benefits, or retirement checks."
"But if you only sold 2 pieces a month for only half what they're worth, you'd make more than you get as a cop," Michael said.
"And if I sold nothing for a month, or 2 months, or 6, Tony said, then who would pay the rent?"
To Hilary, Michael said, "His apartment's crammed full of paintings, one stacked on the other. He's sitting on a fortune, but he won't do anything about it."
"He exaggerates," Tony told her.
"I give up," Michael said. "Maybe you can talk some sense into him, Hilary."
As he walked away from their table, he said,
21, 23, Tony said.
Later, in the Jeep, as he was driving her home, Hilary said, "Why don't you at least take your work around to some galleries and see if they'll handle it?" "They won't. You could at least ask." "Hilary, I'm not really good enough." "That mural was excellent." "There's a big difference between restaurant murals and fine art." "That mural was fine art." "Again, I've got to point out that you aren't an expert. I buy paintings for both pleasure and investment." "With the aid of a gallery director for the investment part?" he asked. "That's right. Wyatt Stevens in Beverly Hills." "Then he's the expert, not you." "Why don't you show some of your work to him?" "I can't take rejection." "I'll bet he won't reject you." "Can we not talk about my painting?" "Why?" "I'm bored." "You're difficult." "And bored," he said. "What shall we talk about?" "Well, why don't we talk about whether or not you're going to invite me in for brandy?" "Would you like to come in for brandy?" "Cognac?" "That's what I have." "What label?" "Remy Martin." "The best." He grinned. But gee, I don't know. It's getting awfully late." "If you don't come in," she said, "I'll just have to drink alone." She was enjoying the silly game. "I can't let you drink alone," he said. That's one sign of alcoholism." "It certainly is." "If you don't come in for a brandy with me, you'll be starting me on the road to problem drinking and complete destruction." I'd never forgive myself. 15 minutes later, they were sitting side by side on the couch in front of the fireplace, watching the flames and sipping Remy Martin. Hilary felt slightly lightheaded, not from the cognac, but from being next to him, and from wondering if they were going to go to bed together. She had never slept with a man on the first date. She was usually wary, reluctant to commit herself to an affair until she had spent a couple of weeks, sometimes a couple of months, evaluating the man. More than once she had taken so long to make up her mind that she had lost men who might have made wonderful lovers and lasting friends. But in just one evening with Tony Clemenza, she felt at ease and perfectly safe with him. He was a damned attractive man. Tall, dark, rugged good looks, the inner authority and self-confidence of a cop, yet gentle, really surprisingly gentle, and sensitive. So much time had passed since she had allowed herself to be touched and possessed, since she had used and been used and shared. How could she have let so much time pass? She could easily imagine herself in his arms, naked beneath him, then atop him, and as those lovely images filled her mind, she realized that he was probably having the same sweet thoughts. Then the telephone rang. "Damn," she said. "Someone you don't want to hear from?" She turned and looked at the phone, which was a walnut box model that stood on a corner desk. It rang. "Hilary?" "I'll bet it's him," she said. "Him who?" "I've been getting these calls." The strident ringing continued. "What calls?" Tony asked. "The last couple of days. Someone's been calling and then refusing to speak when I answer. It's happened 6 or 8 times. "He doesn't say anything at all?" "He just listens," she said. "I think it's some nut who was turned on by the newspaper stories about Fry." The insistent bell made her grit her teeth. She stood up and hesitantly approached the phone. Tony went with her. "You have a listed number?" "I'm getting a new one next week. It'll be unlisted." They reached the desk and stood looking at the phone. It rang again and again and again. "It's him," she said. "Who else would let it ring that long?" Tony snatched up the receiver. "Hello?" The caller didn't respond. "Thomas residence," Tony said. "Detective Clemenza speaking." Click. Tony put the phone down and said, "He hung up. Maybe I scared him off for good." "I hope so." "It's still a good idea to get an unlisted number." "Oh, I'm not going to change my mind about that." "I'll call the telephone company service department first thing Monday morning and tell them the LAPD would appreciate a speedy job." "Can you do that?" "Sure." "Oh, thank you, Tony." She hugged herself. She felt cold. "Try not to worry about it," he said. "Studies show that the kind of creep who makes threatening phone calls usually gets all his kicks that way. The call itself usually satisfies him. He usually isn't the violent type.
Usually?
Almost never.
She smiled thinly. That's still not good enough.
The call had spoiled any chance that the night might end in a shared bed. She was no longer in the mood for seduction, and Tony sensed the change. Would you like me to stay a while longer, just to see if he calls again?
Oh, that's sweet of you, she said. But I guess you're right, he's not dangerous. If he was, he'd come around instead of just calling. Anyway, you scared him off. He probably thinks the police are here just waiting for him.
Did you get your pistol back?
She nodded. I went downtown yesterday and filled out the registration form like I should have done when I moved into the city. If the guy on the phone does come around, I can plink him legally now.
I really don't think he'll bother you again tonight.
I'm sure you're right.
For the first time all evening, they were awkward with each other.
Well, I guess I'd better be going.
It is late,
she agreed. Well, thank you for the cognac.
Thank you for a wonderful dinner.
At the door, he said, "You doing anything tomorrow night?"
She was about to turn him down when she remembered how good she had felt sitting beside him on the sofa. And she thought of Wally Topellis's warning about becoming a hermit. She smiled and said, I'm free.
Great. What would you like to do?
Whatever you want. He thought about it for a moment.
Should we make a whole day of it?
Well, why not?
We'll start with lunch. I'll pick you up at noon.
I'll be ready and waiting. He kissed her lightly and affectionately on the lips.
Tomorrow, he said.
Tomorrow.
She watched him leave, then closed and locked the door. All day Saturday, morning and afternoon and evening, the body of Bruno Fry lay alone in the Forever View funeral home, unobserved and unattended. Friday night, after Joshua Reinhardt had left, Avril Tannerton and Gary Olmsted had transferred the corpse to another coffin, an ornate brass-plated model with a plush velvet and silk interior. They tucked the dead man into a white burial gown, put his arms straight out at his sides, and pulled a white velvet coverlet up to the middle of his chest. Because the condition of the flesh was not good, Tannerton did not want to expend any energy trying to make the corpse presentable. Gary Olmsted thought there was something cheap and disrespectful about consigning a body to the grave without benefit of makeup and powder, but Tannerton persuaded him that cosmetology offered little hope for Bruno Fry's shrunken yellow-gray countenance. "And anyway," Tannerton had said, "you and I will be the last people in this world to lay eyes on him. When we shut this box tonight, it'll never be opened again." At 9:45 Friday night, they had closed and latched the lid of the casket. That done, Olmsted went home to his wan little wife and his quiet and intense young son. Avril went upstairs. He lived above the rooms of the dead. Early Saturday morning, Tannerton left for Santa Rosa in his silver-gray Lincoln. He took an overnight bag with him, for he didn't intend to return until 10 o'clock Sunday morning. Bruno Fry's funeral was the only one that he was handling at the moment. Since there was to be no viewing, he hadn't any reason to stay at Forever View. He wouldn't be needed until the service on Sunday. He had a woman in Santa Rosa. She was the latest of a long line of women. Avril thrived on variety. Her name was Helen Vertillion. She was a good-looking woman in her early 30s, very lean, taut, with big, firm breasts, which he found endlessly fascinating. A lot of women were attracted to Avril Tannerton, not in spite of what he did for a living, but because of it. Of course, some were turned off when they discovered he was a mortician, but a surprising number were intrigued and even excited by his unusual profession. He understood what made him desirable to them. When a man worked with the dead, some of the mystery of death rubbed off on him. In spite of his freckles and his boyish good looks, in spite of his charming smile and his great sense of fun and his open-hearted manner, some women felt he was nonetheless mysterious, enigmatic. Unconsciously, they thought they could not die so long as they were in his arms, as if his services to the dead earned him, and those close to him, special dispensation. That atavistic fantasy was similar to the secret hope shared by many women who married doctors, because they were subconsciously convinced that their spouses could protect them from all of the microbial dangers of this world. Therefore, all day Saturday, while Avril Tannerton was in Santa Rosa making love to Helen Vertillion, the body of Bruno Fry lay alone in an empty house. Sunday morning, 2 hours before sunrise, there was a sudden rush of movement in the funeral home, but Tannerton was not there to notice. The overhead lights in the windowless workroom were switched on abruptly, but Tannerton was not there to see. The lid of the sealed casket was unlatched and thrown back. The workroom was filled with screams of rage and pain, but Tannerton was not there to hear. At 10 o'clock Sunday morning, as Tony stood in his kitchen drinking a glass of grapefruit juice, the telephone rang. It was Janet Yamada, the woman who had been Frank Howard's blind date last night. "How'd it go?" he asked. "It was a wonderful night." "Really?"
"Sure. He's a doll."
"Frank is a doll."
"You said he might be kind of cold, difficult to know, but he wasn't."
"He wasn't?"
"And he's so romantic."
"Frank?"
"Who else?"
"Frank Howard is romantic."
"Well, these days you don't find many men who have a sense of romance," Janet said. "Sometimes it seems like romance and chivalry were thrown out the window when the sexual revolution and the women's rights movement came in. But Frank still helps you on with your coat and opens doors for you and pulls your chair out and everything. He even brought me a bouquet of roses. They're beautiful."
"I thought you might have trouble talking to him."
"Oh, no. We have a lot of the same interests."
"Like what?"
"Well, baseball, for one thing."
"That's right. I forgot you like baseball."
"I'm an addict."
"So you talked baseball all night?"
"Oh, no," she said. "We talked about a lot of other things. Movies."
"Movies? Are you trying to tell me Frank is a film buff?"
"He knows the old Bogart pictures almost line by line. We traded favorite bits of dialogue."
"I've been talking about film for 3 months and he hasn't opened his mouth," Tony said.
"He hasn't seen a lot of recent pictures, but we're going to a show tonight."
"You're seeing him again?"
"Yeah. I wanted to call and thank you for fixing me up with him," she said.
"Am I one hell of a matchmaker, or am I one hell of a matchmaker?"
"I also wanted to let you know that even if it doesn't work out, I'll be gentle with him. He told me about Wilma. What a rotten thing. I wanted you to know that I'm aware she put a couple of cracks in him, and I won't ever hit him too hard."
Tony was amazed. "He told you about Wilma the first night he met you?"
"He said he used to be unable to talk about it, but then you showed him how to handle his hostility."
"Me?"
"He said after you helped him accept what had happened, he could talk about it without pain."
"All I did was sit and listen when he wanted to get it off his chest."
"He thinks you're a hell of a great guy."
"Well, Frank's a damn good judge of people, isn't he?"
Later, feeling good about the excellent impression that Frank had made on Janet Yamada, optimistic about his own chances for a little romance, Tony drove to Westwood to keep his date with Hilary. She was waiting for him. She came out of the house as he pulled into the driveway. She looked crisp and lovely in black slacks, a cool ice blue blouse, and a lightweight blue corduroy blazer. As he opened the door for her, she gave him a quick, almost shy kiss on the cheek, and he got a whiff of fresh lemony perfume. It was going to be a good day. Exhausted from a nearly sleepless night in Helen Vertillion's bedroom, Avril Tannerton got back from Santa Rosa shortly before 10 o'clock Sunday morning. He did not look inside the coffin. With Gary Olmsted, Tannerton went to the cemetery and prepared the gravesite for the 2 o'clock ceremony. They erected the equipment that would lower the casket into the ground. Using flowers and a lot of cut greenery, they made the site as attractive as possible. At 12:30, back at the funeral home, Tannerton used a chamois cloth to wipe the dust and smudged fingerprints from Bruno Fry's brass-plated casket. As he ran his hand over the rounded edges of the box, he thought of the magnificent contours of Helen Vertillion's breasts. He did not look inside the coffin. At 1 o'clock, Tannerton and Olmsted loaded the deceased into the hearse. Neither of them looked inside the coffin. At 1:30, they drove to the Napa County Memorial Park.
Joshua Reinhardt and a few local people followed in their own cars. Considering that it was for a wealthy and influential man, the funeral procession was embarrassingly small. The day was clear and cool. Tall trees cast stark shadows across the road, and the hearse passed through alternating bands of sunlight and shade. At the cemetery, the casket was placed on a sling above the grave, and 15 people gathered around for the brief service. Gary Olmsted took up a position beside the flower-concealed control box that operated the sling and would cause it to lower the deceased into the ground. Avro stood at the front of the grave and read from a thin book of non-denominational inspirational verses. Joshua Reinhardt was at the mortician's side. The other 12 people flanked the open grave. Some of them were grape growers and their wives. They had come because they had sold their harvests to Bruno Fry's winery, and they considered their attendance at his funeral to be a business obligation. The others were Shade Tree Vineyards executives and their wives, and their reasons for being present were no more personal than those of the growers. Nobody wept. And nobody had the opportunity or the desire to look into the coffin. Tannerton finished reading from his small black book. He glanced at Gary Olmsted and nodded. Olmsted pushed a button on the control box. The powerful little electric motor hummed. The casket was lowered slowly and smoothly into the gaping earth. Hilary could not remember another day that was as much fun as that first full day with Tony Clemenza. For lunch, they went to the Yamashiro Sky Room, high in the Hollywood Hills. The food at Yamashiro was uninspiring, even ordinary, but the ambiance and the stunning view made it a fine place for an occasional light lunch or dinner. The restaurant, an authentic Japanese palace, had once been a private estate. It was surrounded by 10 acres of lovely ornamental gardens. From its mountaintop perch, Yamashiro offered a breathtaking view of the entire Los Angeles basin. The day was so clear that Hilary could see all the way to Long Beach and Palos Verdes. After lunch, they went to Griffith Park. For an hour, they walked through part of the Los Angeles Zoo, where they fed the bears and where Tony did hilarious imitations of the animals. From the zoo, they went to a special afternoon performance of the dazzling Laserium hologram show in the Griffith Park Observatory. Later, they passed an hour on Melrose Avenue, between Doheny Drive and La Cienega Boulevard, prowling through one fascinating antique shop after another, not buying, just browsing, chatting with the proprietors. When the cocktail hour arrived, they drove to Malibu for Mai Tais at Tongale. They watched the sun set into the ocean and relaxed to the rhythmic roar of breaking waves. Although Hilary had been an Angelino for quite some time, her world had been composed only of her work, her house, her rose garden, her work, the film studios, her work, and the few fancy restaurants in which the motion picture and television crowd gathered to do business. She had never been to the Yamashiro Sky Room, the zoo, the laser show, the Melrose antique shops, or Tongale. It was all new to her. She felt like a wide-eyed tourist, or more accurately, like a prisoner who had just finished serving a long, long sentence, most of it in solitary confinement. But it was not just where they went that made the day special. None of it would have been half as interesting or as much fun if she'd been with someone other than Tony. He was so charming, so quick-witted, so full of fun and energy, that he made the bright day brighter. After slowly sipping 2 Mai Tais each, they were starving. They drove back to Sepulveda and went north into the San Fernando Valley to have dinner at Mel's Landing, another place with which she was not familiar. Mel's was unpretentious and moderately priced, and it offered some of the freshest and tastiest seafood she had ever eaten. As she and Tony ate Mel's steamed clams and discussed other favorite places to eat, Hilary found that he knew 10 times as many as she did. Her knowledge did not extend much beyond that handful of expensive dining spots that served the movers and shakers of the entertainment industry. The out-of-the-way eateries, the hole-in-the-wall cafes with surprising house specialties, The small mom-and-pop restaurants with plainly served but delicious food, all of that was one more aspect of the city about which she had never taken time to learn. She saw that she had become rich without ever discovering how to use and fully enjoy the freedom that her money could provide. They ate too many of Mel's clams, and then too much red snapper with too many Malaysian shrimp. They also drank too much white wine. Considering how much they consumed, it was amazing, Hilary thought, that they had so much time between mouthfuls for conversation. But they never stopped talking. She was usually reticent on the first few dates with a new man, but not with Tony. She wanted to hear what he thought about everything, from Mork and Mindy to Shakespearean drama, from politics to art. People, dogs, religion, architecture, sports, Bach, fashions, food, women's liberation, Saturday morning cartoons. It seemed urgent and vital that she know what he thought about those and a million other subjects. She also wanted to tell him what she thought about all those things, and she wanted to know what he thought of what she thought, and pretty soon she was telling him what she thought of what he thought of what she thought. They chattered as if they had just learned that God was going to strike everyone in the world deaf and dumb at sunrise. Hilary was drunk, not on wine, but on the fluidity and intimacy of their conversation. She was intoxicated by communication, a potent brew for which she had built up little tolerance over the years. By the time he took her home and agreed to come in for a nightcap, she was certain they would go to bed together. She wanted him very much. The thought of it made her warm and tingly. She knew he wanted her. She could see the desire in his eyes. They needed to let dinner settle a bit, and with that in mind, she poured white creme de menthe on the rocks for both of them. They were just sitting down when the telephone rang.
"Oh, no,"
she said. "Did he bother you after I left last night?"
"No."
"This morning?"
"No."
"Maybe that's not him." They both went to the phone. She hesitated, then picked it up.
"Hello?"
Silence. "Damn you!" she said, and she slammed the receiver down so hard that she wondered if she'd cracked it.
"Don't let him rattle you."
"I can't help it," she said. "He's just a slimy little creep who doesn't know how to deal with women. I've seen others like him. If he ever got a chance to make it with a woman, if a woman offered herself to him on a silver platter, he'd run away screaming in terror. He still scares me. He's no threat. Come back to the couch. Sit down. Try to forget about him." They returned to the sofa and sipped their creme de menthe in silence for a minute or two. At last, she softly said, "Oh, damn. You'll have an unlisted number by tomorrow afternoon. Then he won't be able to bother you any more. But he sure spoiled this evening. I was so mellow. I'm still enjoying myself. It's just that I'd figured on more than just drinks in front of the fireplace." He stared at her. "Had you?
"Hadn't you?"
His smile was special because it was not merely a configuration of the mouth. It involved his whole face and his expressive dark eyes. It was the most genuine and by far the most appealing smile that she had ever seen. He said, "Oh, I've got to admit I had hopes of tasting more than the creme de menthe."
"Damn the phone."
He leaned over and kissed her. She opened her mouth to him, and for a brief, sweet moment, their tongues met. He pulled back and looked at her, put his hand against her face as if he was touching delicate porcelain. "I think we're still in the mood."
"If the phone rings again..."
"It won't." He kissed her on the eyes, then on the lips, and he put one hand gently on her breast. She leaned back, and he leaned into her. She put her hand on his arm and felt the muscles bunched beneath his shirt. Still kissing her, he stroked her soft throat with his fingertips, then began to unbutton her blouse. Hilary put her hand on his thigh, where the muscles were also tense beneath his slacks. Such a lean, hard man. She slid her hand up to his groin and felt the huge steeliness and fierce heat of his erection. She thought of him entering her and moving hotly within her, and a thrill of anticipation made her shiver. He sensed her excitement, and paused in the unbuttoning of her blouse to lightly trace the swell of her breasts where they rose above the cups of her bra. His fingers seemed to leave cool trails on her warm skin. She could feel the lingering ghost of his touch as clearly as she could feel the touch itself. The telephone rang. "Ignore it," he said. She tried to do as he said. She put her arms around him and slid down on the couch and pulled him on top of her. She kissed him hard, crushing her lips against his, licking, sucking. The phone rang and rang. "Tim!" They sat up. It rang, rang, rang. Hilary stood. "Don't," Tony said. "Talking to him hasn't helped. Let me handle it another way and see what happens." He got up from the couch and went to the corner desk. He lifted the receiver, but he didn't say anything. He just listened. Hilary could tell from his expression that the caller had not spoken. Tony was determined to wait him out. He looked at his watch. 30 seconds passed. A minute. 2 minutes. The battle of nerves between the two men was strangely like a childish staring contest, yet there was nothing childish about it. It was eerie. Goosebumps popped up on her arms. 2.5 minutes. It seemed like an hour. Finally, Tony put down the phone. He hung up.
Without saying anything?
Not a word, but he hung up first, and I think that's important. I figured if I gave him a dose of his own medicine, he wouldn't like it. He thinks he's going to frighten you, but you're expecting the call, and you just listen like he does. At first, he thinks you're only being cute, and he's sure he can outwait you. But the longer you're silent, the more he starts to wonder if you aren't up to some trick. Is there a tap on your phone? Are you stalling so the police can trace the call? Is it even you who picked up the phone? He thinks about that, starts to get scared, and hangs up.
He's scared? Well, that's a nice thought, she said.
I doubt that he'll get up the nerve to call back. At least not until you've changed numbers tomorrow. And then he'll be too late.
Nevertheless, I'll be on edge until the man from the phone company's done his job.
Tony held out his arms, and she moved into his embrace. They kissed again. It was still extraordinarily sweet and good and right, but the sharp edge of unrestrained passion could no longer be felt. Both of them were unhappily aware of the difference. They returned to the couch, but only to drink their creme de menthe and talk. By 12:30 in the morning, when he had to go home, they had decided to spend the following weekend on a museum binge. Saturday they'd go to the Norton Simon Museum in Pasadena to look at the German Expressionist paintings and the Renaissance tapestry. Then they would spend most of Sunday at the J. Paul Getty Museum, which boasted a collection of art richer than any other in the world. Of course, in between the museums, they would eat a lot of good food, share a lot of good talk, and, they ardently hoped, pick up where they had left off on the couch. At the front door as he was leaving, Hilary suddenly couldn't bear to wait 5 days to see him again. She said,
"What about Wednesday?"
"What about it?"
"Doing anything for dinner?"
"I'll probably fry up a batch of eggs that are just getting stale in the refrigerator."
"All that cholesterol's bad for you."
And maybe I'll cut the mold off the bread, make some toast, and I should finish the fruit juice I bought 2 weeks ago."
"Oh, you poor dear."
The bachelor's life.
"I can't let you eat stale eggs and moldy toast, not when I make such a terrific tossed salad and fillet of sole."
A nice light supper," he said.
"We don't want to get bloated and sleepy."
"Never know when you might have to move fast."
She grinned. "Precisely."
"See you Wednesday."
7?
7 sharp."
They kissed,
and he walked away from the door, and a cold night wind rushed in where he had been, and then he was gone. Half an hour later, upstairs, in bed, Hilary's body ached with frustration. Her breasts were full and taut. She longed to feel his hands on them, his fingers gently stroking and massaging. She could close her eyes and feel his lips on her stiffening nipples. Her belly fluttered as she pictured him braced above her on his powerful arms, and then she above him, moving in slow, sensuous circles. Her sex was moist and warm, ready, waiting. She tossed and turned for almost an hour before she finally got up and took a sedative. As sleep crept over her, she held a drowsy dialogue with herself. Am I falling in love? No, of course not. Maybe. Maybe I am. No, love's dangerous. Maybe it'll work with him. Remember Earl and Emma. Tony's different. You're horny, that's all it is. You're just horny. That too. She slept, and she dreamed. Some of the dreams were golden and fuzzy about the edges. In one of them, she was naked with Tony, lying in a meadow where the grass felt like feathers, high above the world, a meadow atop a towering pillar of rock, and the warm wind was cleaner than sunshine, cleaner than the electric current of a lightning bolt, cleaner than anything in the world. But she had nightmares, too. In one of them, she was in the old Chicago apartment, and the walls were closing in, and when she looked up, she saw there was no ceiling, and Earl and Emma were staring down at her, their faces as big as God's face, grinning down at her as the walls closed in. And when she opened the door to run out of the apartment, she collided with an enormous cockroach, a monstrous insect bigger than she was, and it obviously intended to eat her alive. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Joshua Reinhardt woke, grunting and tussling briefly with the tangled sheets. He'd drunk a bit too much wine with dinner, which was most unusual for him. The buzz was gone, but his bladder was killing him. However, it was not merely the call of nature that had disturbed his sleep. He'd had a horrible dream about Tannerton's workroom. In that nightmare, several dead men, all of them duplicates of Bruno Fry, had risen up from their caskets and from the porcelain and stainless steel embalming tables. He had run into the night behind Forever View, but they had come after him, had searched the shadows for him, moving jerkily, calling his name in their flat, dead voices. He lay on his back in the darkness, staring at the ceiling which he could not see. The only sound was the nearly inaudible purr of the electronic digital clock on the nightstand. Before his wife's death 3 years ago, Joshua had seldom dreamed, and he'd never had a nightmare, not once in 58 years. But after Cora passed away, all of that changed. He dreamed at least once or twice a week now, and more often than not, the dream was a bad one. Many of them had to do with losing something terribly important but indescribable, and there always ensued a frantic but hopeless search for that which he had lost. He didn't need a $50 an hour psychiatrist to tell him that those dreams were about Cora and her untimely death. He still had not adjusted to life without her. Perhaps he never would. The other nightmares were filled with walking dead men who often looked like him, symbols of his own mortality. But tonight, they all bore a striking resemblance to Bruno Fry. He got out of bed, stretched, yawned. He shuffled to the bathroom without turning on a lamp. A couple of minutes later, on his way back to bed, he stopped at the window. The panes were cold to the touch. A stiff wind pressed against the glass and made mewling sounds like an animal that wanted to be let inside. The valley was still and dark, except for the lights of the wineries. He could see the shade tree vineyards to the north, farther up in the hills. Suddenly, his eye was caught by a fuzzy white dot just south of the winery.
a single smudge of light in the middle of a vineyard, approximately where the Fry house stood. Lights in the Fry house? There wasn't supposed to be anyone there. Bruno had lived alone. Joshua squinted, but without his glasses, everything at a distance tended to grow hazier the harder he tried to focus on it. He couldn't tell if the light was at the Fry place or at one of the administration buildings between the house and the main winery complex. In fact, the longer he stared, the less he was sure that it was a light he was watching. It was faint, lambent. It might only be a reflection of moonlight. He went to the nightstand, and not wanting to turn on a lamp and spoil his night vision, he felt for his glasses in the dark. Before he found them, he knocked over an empty water glass. When he got back to the window and looked up into the hills again, the mysterious light was gone. Nevertheless, he stood there for a long while, a vigilant guardian. He was executor of the Fry estate, and it was his duty to preserve it for final distribution in accordance with the will. If burglars and vandals were stripping the house, he wanted to know about it. For 15 minutes he waited and watched, but the light never returned. At last, convinced that his weak eyes had deceived him, he went back to bed. Monday morning, as Tony and Frank pursued a series of possible leads on Bobby Valdez, Frank talked animatedly about Janet Yamada. Janet was so pretty. Janet was so intelligent. Janet was so understanding. Janet was this, and Janet was that. He was a bore on the subject of Janet Yamada, but Tony allowed him to gush and ramble. It was good to see Frank talking and acting like a normal human being. Before checking out their unmarked police sedan and getting on the road, Tony and Frank had spoken to 2 men on the narcotics squad, Detectives Eddie Quevedo and Carl Hammerstein. The word from those 2 specialists was that Bobby Valdez was most likely selling either cocaine or PCP to support himself while he pursued his unpaid vocation as a rapist. The biggest money in the LA drug market was currently in those 2 illegal but extremely popular substances. A dealer could still make a fortune in heroin or grass, but those were no longer the most lucrative commodities in the underground pharmacy. According to the narcs, if Bobby was involved in drug traffic, he had to be a pusher, selling directly to users, a man at the lower end of the production and marketing structure. He was virtually penniless when he got out of prison last April, and he needed substantial capital to become either a manufacturer or an importer of narcotics. What you're looking for is a common street hustler, Quevedo had told Tony and Frank. Talk to other hustlers, Hammerstein had said. We'll give you a list of names and addresses. They're all guys who have taken falls for dealing drugs. Most of them are probably dealing again. We just haven't caught them at it yet. Put on a little pressure. Sooner or later, you'll find one of them who's run into Bobby on the street and knows where he's holed up. There were 24 names on the list that Quevedo and Hammerstein had given them. 3 of the first 6 men were not at home. The other 3 swore they didn't know Bobby Valdez or Juan Mesqueza or anyone else with the face in the mugshots. The 7th name on the list was Eugene Tucker, and he was able to help them. They didn't even have to lean on him. Most black men were actually one shade of brown or another, but Tucker was truly black. His face was broad and smooth and as black as tar. His dark brown eyes were far lighter than his skin. He had a bushy black beard that was salted with curly white hairs, and that touch of frosting was the only thing about him, other than the whites of his eyes, that was not very, very dark. He even wore black slacks and a black shirt. He was stocky, with a big chest and bigger arms, and his neck was as thick as a wharf post. He looked as if he snapped railroad ties in 2 for exercise, or maybe just for fun. Tucker lived in a high-rent townhouse in the Hollywood Hills, a roomy place that was sparsely but tastefully furnished. The living room had only 4 pieces in it: a couch, 2 chairs, a coffee table. No end tables or fancy storage units, no stereo, no television set. There weren't even any lamps. At night, the only light would come from the ceiling fixture. But the 4 pieces that he did have
were of remarkably high quality, and each item perfectly accented the others. Tucker had a taste for fine Chinese antiques. The couch and chairs, which recently had been reupholstered in jade green velvet, were all made of hand-carved rosewood, 100 years old, maybe twice that, immensely heavy and well-preserved, matchless examples of their period and style. The low table was also rosewood, with a narrow inlaid ivory border. Tony and Frank sat on the couch, and Eugene Tucker perched on the edge of a chair opposite them. Tony ran one hand along the rosewood arm of the couch and said, "Mr. Tucker, this is marvelous." Tucker raised his eyebrows.
"You know what it is?"
"I don't know the precise period," Tony said, "but I'm familiar enough with Chinese art to know this is definitely not a reproduction that you picked up on sale at Sears." Tucker laughed, pleased that Tony knew the value of the furniture.
"I know what you're thinking,"
he said good-naturedly.
"You're wondering how an ex-con, just 2 years out of the stir, can afford all this. A $1,200 a month townhouse, Chinese antiques. You're wondering if maybe I've gotten back into the heroin trade or some allied field of endeavor."
"In fact," Tony said, "that's not what I'm asking myself at all. I am wondering how the devil you've done it, but I know it's not from selling junk." Tucker smiled.
"How can you be so sure?"
"If you were a drug dealer with a passion for Chinese antiques," Tony said, "you'd simply furnish the entire house at a single crack instead of a piece or two at a time. You are clearly into something that earns a lot of bread, but not nearly as much as you'd make distributing dope like you used to do." Tucker laughed again and applauded approvingly. He turned to Frank and said,
"Your partner is perceptive."
Frank smiled.
"Yeah, regular Sherlock Holmes."
To Tucker, Tony said, "To satisfy my curiosity, what do you do?" Tucker leaned forward, suddenly frowning, raising one granite fist and shaking it, looking huge and mean and very dangerous. When he spoke, he snarled,
"I design dresses."
Tony blinked. Collapsing back in his chair, Tucker laughed again. He was one of the happiest people Tony had ever seen.
"I design women's clothes," he said. "I really do. My name's already beginning to be known in the California design community, and someday it'll be a household word. I promise you."
Intrigued, Frank said,
"According to our information, you did 4 years of an 8-year sentence for wholesaling heroin and cocaine. How'd you go from that to making women's clothes?" "I used to be one mean son of a bitch," Tucker said. "In those first few months in prison, I was even meaner than usual. I blamed society for everything that happened to me. I blamed the white power structure. I blamed the whole world, but I just wouldn't put any blame on myself. I thought I was a tough dude, but I hadn't really grown up yet. You aren't a man until you accept responsibility for your life. A lot of people never do."
"So what turned you around?" Frank asked.
"A little thing,"
Tucker said.
"Man, sometimes it amazes me how such a little thing can change a person's life. With me, it was a TV show. On the 6 o'clock news, one of the LA stations did a 5-part series about black success stories in the city."
"Yeah, I saw it," Tony said. "More than 5 years ago, but I still remember it."
"It was fascinating stuff,"
Tucker said.
"It was an image of the black man you never get to see. But at first, before the series began, everybody in the slammer figured it would be one big laugh. We figured the reporter would spend all his time asking the same idiot question, why can't all these poor black folks work hard and become rich Las Vegas headliners like Sammy Davis Jr.? But they didn't talk to any entertainers or sports stars."
Tony remembered that it had been a striking piece of journalism, especially for television, where news, and especially the human interest stories on the news, had as much depth as a teacup. The reporters had interviewed black businessmen and businesswomen who had made it to the top, people who had started out with nothing and eventually had become millionaires, some in real estate, one in the restaurant business, one with a chain of beauty shops. About a dozen people. They all agreed that it was harder to get rich if you were black, But they also agreed that it was not as hard as they thought when they started out, and that it was easier in Los Angeles than in Alabama or Mississippi or even Boston or New York. There were more black millionaires in L.A. than in the rest of California and the other 49 states combined. In Los Angeles, almost everyone was living in the fast lane. The typical Southern Californian did not merely accommodate himself to change, but actively sought it and reveled in it. This atmosphere of flux and constant experimentation drew a lot of marginally sane and even insane people into the area, but it also attracted some of the brightest and most innovative minds in the country, which was why so many new cultural and scientific and industrial developments originated in the region. Very few Southern Californians had the time or patience for outmoded attitudes, one of which was racial prejudice. Of course, there was bigotry in L.A., but whereas a landed white family in Georgia might require 6 or 8 generations to overcome its prejudice toward blacks, that same metamorphosis of attitudes often transpired in one generation of a Southern California family. As one of the black businessmen on the TV news report had said, "The Chicanos have been the niggers of L.A. for quite some time now." But already that was changing too. The Hispanic culture was regarded with ever-increasing respect, and the Browns were creating their own success stories. Several people interviewed on that, and Tony tended to agree with them.
"There were about a dozen rich black people on that program,"
Eugene Tucker said.
"A lot of guys in the slammer with me just hooted at the TV and called them all Uncle Toms. But I started thinking, if some people on that show could make it in a white world, why couldn't I? I was just as clever and smart as any of them, maybe even smarter than some. It was a completely new image of a black man to me, a whole new idea, like a light bulb going on in my head. Los Angeles was my home. If it really offered a better chance, why hadn't I taken advantage of it? I'm sure maybe some of those people had to act like Uncle Toms on their way to the top, but when you've made it, when you've got that million in the bank, you're nobody's man but your own."
He grinned.
"So I decided to get rich." "Just like that,"
Frank said, impressed.
"Just like that. The power of positive thinking. Realistic thinking,"
Tucker corrected. "Why dress designing?" Tony asked.
"I took aptitude tests that said I'd do well in design work or any aspect of the art business, so I tried to decide what I'd most enjoy designing. Now, I've always liked to choose the clothes my girlfriends wear. I like to go shopping with them, and when they wear an outfit I've picked, they get more compliments than when they wear something they chose themselves. So I hooked up with a university program for inmates, and I studied design. Took a lot of business courses, too. When I was finally paroled, I worked for a while at a fast food restaurant. I lived in a cheap rooming house and kept my expenses down. I drew some designs, paid seamstresses to sew up samples, and started hawking my wares. It wasn't easy at first. Hell, it was damned hard. Every time I got an order from a shop, I walked it to the bank and borrowed money against it to complete the dresses. Man, I was clawing to hold on. But it got better and better. It's pretty good now. In a year, I'll open my own shop in a good area. And eventually you'll see a sign in Beverly Hills that says, Eugene Tucker. I promise you."
Tony shook his head. "You're a remarkable man."
"Not particularly,"
Tucker said.
"I'm just living in a remarkable place and a remarkable time."
Frank was holding the manila envelope that contained the mugshots of Bobby Angel Valdez. He tapped it against his knee and looked at Tony and said,
"I think maybe we've come to the wrong place this time."
"It sure looks that way," Tony said. Tucker slid forward on his chair.
"What was it you wanted?"
Tony told him about Bobby Valdez.
"Well,"
Tucker said,
"I don't move in the circles I once did, but I'm not completely out of touch either. I donate 15 or 20 hours of my time every week to Self-Pride. That's a citywide anti-drug campaign. I feel sort of like I've got debts to pay, you know? A Self-Pride volunteer spends about half his time talking to kids, the other half working on an information-gathering program, sort of like TIP. You know about TIP?"
"Turn in pushers," Tony said.
Right. They have a number you can call and give anonymous tips about neighborhood drug dealers. Well, we don't wait for people to call us at Self-Pride. We canvass those neighborhoods where we know pushers work. We go door to door, talk to parents and kids, pump them for anything they know. We build up dossiers on dealers until we feel we've really got the goods. Then we turn the dossiers over to the LAPD. So if this Valdez is dealing, there's a chance I'll know at least a little something about him.
Frank said,
I have to agree with Tony. You are rather remarkable. Hey, look, I don't deserve any pats on the back for my work at Self-Pride. I wasn't asking for congratulations. In my day, I created a lot of junkies out of kids who might have done right if I hadn't been there to steer them wrong. It's going to take me a long, long time to help enough kids to balance the equation.
Frank took the photographs out of the envelope and gave them to Tucker. The black man looked at each of the 3 shots.
I know the little bastard. He's one of about 30 guys we're building files on right now.
Tony's heartbeat accelerated a bit in anticipation of the chase to come.
Only he doesn't use the name Valdez,
Tucker said. Juan Masqueza?
Not that either. I think he calls himself Ortiz.
Do you know where we can find him? Tucker stood up.
Let me call the information center at Self-Pride. They might have an address on him.
Terrific, Frank said. Tucker started toward the kitchen to use the phone in there, stopped, looked back at them.
Well, this might take a few minutes. If you'd like to pass the time looking at my designs, you can go into the study.
He pointed to a set of double doors that opened off the living room. Sure, Tony said. I'd like to see them. He and Frank went into the study and found that it was even more sparsely furnished than the living room. There was a large, expensive drawing table with its own lamp. A high stool with a padded seat and a spring back stood in front of the table, and beside the stool there was an artist's supply cabinet on wheels. Near one of the windows, a department store mannequin posed with head tilted coyly and shiny, smooth arms spread wide. Bolts of bright cloth lay at its plastic feet. There were no shelves or storage cabinets. Stacks of sketches and drawing tablets and draftsman's tools were lined up on the floor along one wall. Obviously, Eugene Tucker was confident that eventually he would be able to furnish the entire townhouse with pieces as exquisite as those in the living room, and in the meantime, regardless of the inconvenience, he did not intend to waste money on cheap, temporary furniture. Quintessential California optimism, Tony thought. Pencil sketches and a few full-color renditions of Tucker's work were thumbtacked to one wall. His dresses and 2-piece suits and blouses were tailored yet flowing, feminine yet not frilly. He had an excellent sense of color and a flair for the kind of detail that made a piece of clothing special. Every one of the designs was clearly the work of a superior talent. Tony still found it somewhat difficult to believe that the big, hard-bitten black man designed women's clothes for a living. But then he realized that his own dichotomous nature was not so different from Tucker's. During the day, he was a homicide detective, desensitized and hardened by all of the violence he saw. But at night, he was an artist, hunched over a canvas in his apartment studio, painting, painting, painting. In a curious way, he and Eugene were brothers under the skin. Just as Tony and Frank were looking at the last of the sketches, Tucker returned from the kitchen.
Well, what do you think?
Wonderful, Tony said. You've got a terrific feeling for color and line.
Hey, you're really good,
Frank said.
I know,
Tucker said, and he laughed. Does Self-Pride have a file on Valdez? Tony asked.
Yes, but he calls himself Ortiz, like I thought. Jimmy Ortiz. From what we've been able to gather, he deals strictly in PCP. I know I'm not on solid ground when I start pointing the finger at other people, but so far as I'm concerned, a PCP dealer is the lowest kind of bastard in the drug trade. I mean, PCP is poison. It rots the brain cells faster than anything else. We don't have enough information in our file to turn it over to the police, but we're working on it.
Address? Tony asked. Tucker handed him a slip of paper on which the address had been noted in neat handwriting.
It's a fancy apartment complex 1 block south of Sunset, just a couple of blocks from La Cienega.
We'll find it, Tony said.
Judging from what you've told me about him, Tucker said, and from what we've learned about him at self-pride, I'd say this guy isn't the kind who's ever going to knuckle down and rehabilitate himself. You'd better put this one away for a long, long time.
We're sure going to try, Frank said. Tucker accompanied them to the front door, then outside, where the patio deck in front of the townhouse offered a wide view of Los Angeles and the basin below.
Isn't it gorgeous?
Tucker asked.
Isn't it something?
Quite a view, Tony said.
Such a big, big, beautiful city,
Tucker said with pride and affection, as if he had created the megalopolis himself.
You know, I just heard that the bureaucrats back in Washington made a study of mass transit possibilities for L.A. They were determined to ram some system or other down our throats, but they were stunned to find out it would cost at least $100 billion to build a rapid transit railway network that would handle only 10 or 12% of the daily commuter crush. They still don't understand how vast the West is.
He was rhapsodizing now, his broad face alight with pleasure, his strong hands tossing off one gesture after another.
They don't realize that the meaning of L.A. is space and mobility and freedom. This is a city with elbow room, physical and emotional elbow room, psychological elbow room. In L.A., you have a chance to be almost anything you want to be. Here you can take your future out of the hands of other people and shape it yourself. It's fantastic. I love it. God, I love it.
Tony was so impressed with the depth of Tucker's feeling for the city that he revealed his own secret dream. I've always wanted to be an artist, to make a living with my art. I paint.
Then why are you a cop?
Tucker asked. It's a steady paycheck.
Screw steady paychecks.
Well, I'm a good cop. I like the work well enough.
Are you a good artist?
Well, pretty good, I think.
Then take the leap,
Tucker said.
Man, you are living on the edge of the Western world, on the edge of possibility. Jump! Jump off! It's one hell of a thrill, and it's so damn far to the bottom that you'll never crash into anything hard or sharp. In fact, you'll probably find exactly the same thing I found. It's not like falling down at all. You'll feel like you're falling up.
Tony and Frank followed the brick wall to the driveway, past a jade plant hedge that had thick, juicy leaves. The unmarked sedan was parked in the shade of a large date palm. As Tony opened the door on the passenger's side, Tucker called to him from the patio deck.
Jump! Just jump off and fly!
He's some character, Frank said as he drove away from the townhouse. Yeah, Tony said, wondering what it felt like to fly. As they headed for the address that Tucker had given them, Frank talked a little about the black man and then a lot about Janet Yamada. Still mulling over Eugene Tucker's advice, Tony gave his partner only half his attention. Frank didn't notice that Tony was distracted. When he was talking about Janet Yamada, he really didn't attempt to carry on a conversation. He delivered a soliloquy. 15 minutes later, they found the apartment complex where Jimmy Ortiz lived. The parking garage was underground, guarded by an iron gate that opened only to an electronic signal, so they couldn't see if there was a black Jaguar on the premises. The apartments were on 2 levels, in randomly set wings with open staircases and walkways. The complex was structured around an enormous swimming pool and a lot of lush greenery. There was also a whirlpool spa. 2 girls in bikinis and a hairy young man were sitting in the swirling water, drinking a martini lunch and laughing at one another's banter as tendrils of steam writhed up from the turbulent pool around them. Frank stopped at the edge of the jacuzzi and asked where Jimmy Ortiz lived. One of the girls said,
Is he that cute little guy with the mustache?
Babyface, Tony said.
That's him,
she said. Does he have a mustache now?
If it's the same guy,
she said.
This one drives a terrific Jag.
That's him, Frank said.
I think he lives over there, she said. In Building 4 on the second floor, all the way at the end.
Is he home? Frank asked. No one knew. At Building 4, Tony and Frank climbed the stairs to the second floor. An open-air balcony ran the length of the building and served the 4 apartments that faced onto the courtyard. Along the railing, opposite the first 3 doors, pots of ivy and other climbing plants had been set out to give the second level a pleasant green look like that enjoyed by ground-floor residents. But there were no plants in front of the end apartment. The door was ajar. Tony's eyes met Frank's. A worried look passed between them. Why was the door ajar? Did Bobby know they were coming? They flanked the entrance, waited, listened. The only sound came from the happy trio in the courtyard whirlpool. Frank raised his eyebrows questioningly. Tony pointed to the doorbell. After a brief hesitation, Frank pressed it. Inside, the chimes rang softly. Bong, bing, bong. They waited for a response, eyes on the door. Suddenly the air seemed perfectly still and oppressively heavy, humid, thick, syrupy. Tony had trouble breathing it. He felt as if he were drawing a fluid into his lungs. No one answered the bell. Frank rang it again. When there was still no response, Tony reached under his jacket and slipped his revolver from its shoulder holster. He felt weak. His stomach was bubbling acidly. Frank took out his revolver, listened closely for sounds of movement inside, then finally pushed the door all the way open. The foyer was deserted. Tony leaned sideways to get a better look inside. The living room, of which he could see only a small part, was shadowy and still. The drapes were shut, and there were no lights burning. Tony shouted, "Police!" His voice echoed under the balcony roof. A bird chirruped in an olive tree. "Come out with your hands raised, Bobby!" On the street, a car horn sounded. In another apartment, a phone rang, muffled but audible.
"Bobby,"
Frank shouted.
"you hear what he said? We're the police. It's all over now, so just come out of there. Come on, right now."
Down in the courtyard, the whirlpool bathers had grown very quiet. Tony had the crazy notion that he could hear people in a dozen apartments as they crept stealthily to their windows. Frank raised his voice even further.
"We don't want to hurt you, Bobby."
"Listen to him," Tony shouted into the apartment. "Don't force us to hurt you. Come on out peacefully." Bobby didn't respond.
"If he was in there," Frank said, "he'd at least tell us to go fuck ourselves."
"So what now?"
Tony asked. "I guess we go in."
Jesus, I hate shit like this. Maybe we should call a backup team.
"He's probably not armed,"
Frank said. "You're kidding."
"He doesn't have any prior arrests for carrying a gun. Except when he's after a woman, he's a sniveling little creep.
He's a killer.
Women. He's only dangerous to women."
Tony shouted again.
"Bobby, this is your last chance. Now, damn it, come out of there nice and slow."
Silence. Tony's heart was hammering furiously.
"Okay," Frank said. "Let's get this over with."
"If memory serves me right, you went in first the last time we had to do something like this."
"Yeah, the Wilkie Pomeroy case."
"Then I guess it's my turn," Tony said.
"Yeah, I know you've been looking forward to this."
"Oh, yes.
"With all your heart."
"Which is now in my throat."
"Go get him, Tiger."
"Cover me. The foyer's too narrow for me to give you good cover. I won't be able to see past you once you go in." "I'll stay as low as possible," Tony said.
"Make like a duck. I'll try to look over you."
"Just do the best you can." Tony's stomach was cramping up on him. He took a couple of deep breaths and tried to calm down. That trick had no effect other than to make his heart pound harder and faster than it had been doing. At last he crouched and launched himself through the open door, the revolver held out in front of him. He scuttled across the slippery tile floor of the foyer and stopped at the brink of the living room, searching the shadows for a movement, expecting to take a bullet right between the eyes. The living room was dimly illuminated by thin strips of sunlight that found their way around the edges of the heavy drapes. As far as Tony could tell, all of the lumpy shapes were couches and chairs and tables. The place appeared to be full of big, expensive, and utterly tasteless Americanized Mediterranean furniture. A narrow shaft of sunlight fell across a red velvet sofa that had a large and thoroughly grotesque wrought iron fleur-de-lis bolted to its imitation oak side.
"Bobby?"
No response. A clock ticking somewhere.
"We don't want to hurt you, Bobby."
Only silence. Tony held his breath. He could hear Frank breathing. Nothing else. Slowly, cautiously, he stood. No one shot at him. He felt along the wall until he located a light switch. A lamp with a garish bullfight scene on its shade came on in one corner, and he could see that both the living room and the open dining area beyond it were deserted. Frank came in behind him and motioned toward the door of the foyer closet. Tony stepped back, out of the way. Holding his revolver at gut level, Frank gingerly opened the sliding door. The closet contained only a couple of lightweight jackets and several shoe boxes. Staying away from each other in order to avoid making a single easy target of themselves, they crossed the living room. There was a liquor cabinet with ridiculously large black iron hinges. The glass in the cabinet doors was tinted yellow. A round coffee table was in the center of the room, a mammoth 8-sided thing with a useless copper-lined brazier in the middle of it. The sofa and high-backed chairs were upholstered in flame-red velvet, with lots of gold fringe and black tassels. The drapes were flashy yellow and orange brocade. The carpet was a thick green shag. It was a singularly ugly place to live. And, Tony thought, it's also an absurd place in which to die. They walked through the dining area and looked into the small kitchen. It was a mess. The refrigerator door and a few of the cupboards were standing open. Cans and jars and boxes of food had been pulled off the shelves and dumped onto the floor. Some items appeared to have been thrown down in a rage. Several jars were broken. Sharp fragments of glass sparkled in the garbage. A puddle of maraschino cherry juice lay like a pink-red amoeba on the yellow tiles. The bright red cherries gleamed in every corner. Chocolate dessert topping was splashed all over the electric stove. Cornflakes were scattered everywhere, and dill pickles, olives, dry spaghetti. Someone had used mustard and grape jelly to scrawl one word 4 times on the only blank wall in the kitchen. Cocodrilos, 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 cocodrilos. They whispered.
"What is it? Spanish. What's it mean?" "Crocodiles." "What crocodiles?"
"I don't know."
"Creepy,"
Frank said. Tony agreed. They had walked into a bizarre situation. Even though he could not understand what was happening, Tony knew there was great danger ahead. He wished he knew which door it would pop out of. They looked in the den, which was as overfurnished as the other 2 rooms. Bobby wasn't hiding in there or in the den closet. They moved warily back down the hall toward the 2 bedrooms and 2 baths. They didn't make a sound. They didn't find anything out of the ordinary in the first bedroom and bathroom. In the master bedroom, there was another mess. All of the clothes had been taken out of the closet and strewn about. They were piled on the floor, wadded into balls on the bed, draped over the dresser where they had fallen when thrown, and most, if not all of them, were badly damaged. Sleeves and collars had been stripped off shirts. Lapels had been torn from sports jackets and suit coats. The inseams of trousers had been ripped open. The person who had done all of that had been functioning in a blind rage. Yet he had been surprisingly methodical and thorough, in spite of his fury. But who had done it? Someone with a grudge against Bobby. Bobby himself. Why would he mess up his own kitchen and destroy his own clothes? What did crocodiles have to do with it? Tony had the disturbing feeling that they were moving too fast through the apartment, that they were overlooking something important. An explanation for the strange things they'd discovered seemed to be hovering at the edge of his mind, but he could not reach out and grab it. The door to the adjoining bath was closed. It was the only place they hadn't looked. Frank trained his revolver on the door and watched it while he spoke to Tony.
If he didn't leave before we got here, he has to be in the bathroom.
Who?
Frank gave him a quick, perplexed glance.
Bobby, of course. Who else?
You think he tore up his own place?
Well, what do you think?
We're missing something.
Yeah, like what?
I don't know.
Frank moved toward the bathroom door. Tony hesitated, listening to the apartment. The place was about as noisy as a tomb.
Somebody must be in that bathroom,
Frank said. They took up positions, flanking the door.
Bobby, you hear me?
Frank shouted.
You can't stay in there forever. Come out with your hands raised.
Nobody came out. Tony said,
Even if you're not Bobby Valdez, no matter who you are, you've got to come out of there.
10 seconds. 20. 30. Frank took hold of the knob and twisted it slowly until the bolt slipped out of its slot with a soft snick. He pushed the door open and convulsively threw himself back against the wall to get out of the way of any bullets or knives or other indications that he was unwelcome. No gunfire. No movement. The only thing that came out of the bathroom was a really terrible stench. Urine. Excrement. Tony gagged. Oh, Jesus. Frank put one hand over his mouth and nose. The bathroom was deserted. The floor was puddled with bright yellow urine, and feces were smeared over the commode and sink and clear glass shower door.
What in the name of God is going on here?
Frank asked through his fingers. One Spanish word was printed twice in feces on the bathroom wall. Cocodrilos, cocodrilos. Tony and Frank swiftly retreated to the center of the bedroom, stepping on torn shirts and ruined suits. But now that the bathroom door had been opened, they could not escape the odor without leaving the room altogether, so they went into the hallway.
Whoever did this really hates Bobby,
Frank said.
So you no longer think Bobby did it to himself?
Why would he? Doesn't make sense. Christ, this is about as weird as they come. Oh, the hairs are up on the back of my neck.
Spooky,
Tony agreed. His stomach muscles were still painfully cramped with tension, and his heart was thumping only slightly slower than it had been when they'd first crept into the apartment. They were both silent for a moment, listening for the footsteps of ghosts. Tony watched a small brown spider as it climbed the corridor wall. Finally, Frank put his gun away and took out his handkerchief and wiped his sweat-streaked face. Tony holstered his own revolver and said,
We can't just leave it like this and put a stakeout on the place. I mean, we've gone too far for that. We found too much that needs explaining.
Agreed,
Frank said.
We'll have to call for assistance, get a warrant, and run a thorough search. Drawer by drawer.
Yeah, what do you think we'll find?
God knows.
I saw a phone in the kitchen,
Frank said. Frank led the way down the hall to the living room, then around the corner into the kitchen. Before Tony could follow him across the threshold from the dining area, Frank said,
Oh, Jesus,
and tried to back out of the kitchen.
What's the matter?
Even as Tony spoke, something cracked loudly. Frank cried out and fell sideways and clutched at the edge of a counter, trying to stay on his feet. Another sharp crack slammed through the apartment, echoing from wall to wall, and Tony realized it was gunfire. But the kitchen had been deserted. Tony reached for his revolver, and he had the peculiar feeling he was moving in slow motion while the rest of the world rushed past in frantic double time. The second shot took Frank in the shoulder and spun him around. He crashed down into the mess of maraschino cherry juice and dry spaghetti and cornflakes and glass. As Frank dropped out of the way, Tony was able to see beyond him for the first time, and he spotted Bobby Valdez. He was wriggling out of the cupboard space under the sink, a spot they hadn't thought to investigate because it looked too small to conceal a man. Bobby was squirming and slithering out of there like a snake from a tight hole. Only his legs were still under the sink. He was on his side, pulling himself out with one arm, holding a .32 pistol in the other hand. He was naked. He looked sick. His eyes were huge, wild, dilated, sunken in rings of puffy dark flesh. His face was shockingly pale, his lips bloodless. Tony took in all of those details in a fraction of a second, with senses sharpened by a flood of adrenaline. Frank was just hitting the floor, and Tony was still reaching for his revolver when Bobby fired a third time. The bullet whacked into the edge of the archway. An explosion of plaster chips stung Tony's face. He threw himself backward and down, twisting as he went, struck the floor too hard with his shoulder, gasped in pain, and rolled out of the dining area, out of the line of fire. He scrambled behind a chair in the living room, and finally got his gun out of its holster. Perhaps 6 or 7 seconds had passed since Bobby had fired the first shot. Someone was saying, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," in a quivering, high-pitched voice. Suddenly, Tony realized he was listening to himself. He bit his lip and fought off an attack of hysteria. He now knew what had been bothering him. He knew what they had overlooked. Bobby Valdez was selling PCP, and that should have told them something when they saw the state of the apartment. They should have remembered that pushers were sometimes stupid enough to use what they sold. PCP, also called angel dust, was an animal tranquilizer that had a fairly predictable effect upon horses and bulls, but when people took the stuff, their reactions ranged from placid trances to weird hallucinations to unexpected fits of rage and violence. As Eugene Tucker said, PCP was poison. It literally ate away at brain cells, rotted the mind. Supercharged on PCP, bursting with perverse energy, Bobby had smashed up his kitchen and had done all the other damage in the apartment. Pursued by fierce but imaginary crocodiles, desperately seeking refuge from their snapping jaws, he had squirmed into the cupboard under the sink and had pulled the doors shut. Tony hadn't thought to look in the cupboard because he hadn't realized they were stalking a raving lunatic. They had searched the apartment with caution, prepared for the moves that might be expected of a mentally disturbed rapist and incidental killer, but unprepared for the bizarre actions of a gibbering madman. The mindless destruction evident in the kitchen and master bedroom, the apparently senseless writing on the walls, the disgusting mess in the bathroom, all of those were familiar indications of PCP-induced hysteria. Tony never served on the narcotics squad, but nevertheless he felt he should have recognized those signs. If he had interpreted them properly, he most likely would have checked under the sink as well as anywhere else conceivably big enough for a man to hide, even if the quarters would be brutally uncomfortable, for it was not uncommon for a person on an extremely ugly PCP trip to surrender totally to his paranoia and try to hide from a hostile world, especially in cramped, dark, womb-like places. But he and Frank misinterpreted the clues, and now they were up to their necks in trouble. Frank had been shot twice. He was badly hurt, maybe dying, maybe dead. No! Tony tried to push that thought out of his mind as he cast about for a way to seize the initiative from Bobby. In the kitchen, Bobby began to scream in genuine terror.
"Hay muchos cocodrilos!"
Tony translated. There are many crocodiles.
"Cocodrilos, cocodrilos, cocodrilos! Ah!"
His repeated cry of alarm swiftly degenerated into a wordless wail of agony.
He sounds as if he's really being eaten alive, Tony thought, shivering.
Still screaming, Bobby rushed out of the kitchen. He fired the .32 into the floor, apparently trying to kill one of the crocodiles. Tony crouched behind the chair. He was afraid that if he stood up and took aim, he would be cut down before he could pull the trigger. Doing a frantic little jig, trying to keep his bare feet out of the mouths of the crocodiles, Bobby fired into the floor once, twice. 6 shots so far, Tony thought. 3 in the kitchen, 3 here. How many in the clip? 8? Maybe 10. Bobby fired again, twice, 3 times. One of the bullets ricocheted off something. 9 shots had been fired. 1 more to go. Cocodrilos! The 10th shot boomed deafeningly in the enclosed space, and again the bullet ricocheted with a sharp whistle. Tony stood up from his hiding place. Bobby was less than 10 feet away. Tony held the service revolver in both hands, the muzzle lined up on the naked man's hairless chest.
"Okay, Bobby, be cool. It's all over."
Bobby seemed surprised to see him. Clearly he was so deeply into his PCP hallucinations that he didn't remember seeing Tony in the kitchen archway less than a minute ago. "Crocodiles," Bobby said urgently, in English this time.
"There are no crocodiles," Tony said.
"Big ones?"
"No, there aren't any crocodiles."
Bobby squealed and jumped and whirled and tried to shoot at the floor, but his pistol was empty.
"Bobby,"
Tony said. Whimpering, Bobby turned and looked at him.
"Bobby, I want you to lay face down on the floor."
"They'll get me," Bobby said. His eyes were bulging out of his head. The dark irises were rimmed with wide circles of white. He was trembling violently. "They'll eat me."
"Listen to me, Bobby. Listen carefully. There are no crocodiles. You're hallucinating them. It's all inside your head. You hear me?"
"They came out of the toilets," Bobby said shakily. "And out of the shower drains, and the sink drain too. Oh man, they're big. They're real big, and they're all trying to bite out my cock." His fear began to turn to anger. His pale face flushed, and his lips pulled back from his teeth in a wolf-like snarl. "I won't let them. I won't let them bite off my cock. I'll kill all of them." Tony was frustrated by his inability to get through to Bobby, and his frustration was exacerbated by the knowledge that Frank might be bleeding to death, getting weaker by the second, in desperate need of immediate medical attention. Deciding to enter into Bobby's dark fantasy in order to control it, Tony spoke in a soft and reassuring voice.
"Listen to me. All of those crocodiles have crawled back into the toilets and the drains. Didn't you see them going? Didn't you hear them sliding down the pipes and out of the building? They saw that we'd come to help you, and they knew they were outnumbered. Every one of them has gone away."
Bobby stared at him with glassy eyes that were less than human.
"They've all gone away," Tony said.
"Away?"
"None of them can hurt you now."
"Liar."
"No, I'm telling the truth. All of the crocodiles have gone down the—"
Bobby threw his empty pistol. Tony ducked under it.
You rotten cop son of a bitch!
Hold it, Bobby.
Bobby started toward him. Tony backstepped away from the naked man. Bobby didn't walk around the chair. He angrily pushed it aside, knocked it over, even though it was quite heavy. Tony remembered that a man in an angel dust rage often exhibited superhuman strength. It was not uncommon for 4 or 5 burly policemen to have difficulty restraining one puny PCP junkie. There were several medical theories about the cause of this freakish increase in physical power, but no theory was of any help to an officer confronted by a raging man with the strength of 5 or 6. Tony figured he probably wouldn't be able to subdue Bobby Valdez with anything less than the revolver, even though he was philosophically opposed to using that ultimate force.
I'm gonna kill you,
Bobby said. His hands were curled into claws. His face was bright red and spittle formed at one corner of his mouth. Tony put the big octagonal coffee table between them. "Stop right there, damn it!" He didn't want to have to kill Bobby Valdez. In all his years with the LAPD, he had shot only 3 men in the line of duty, and on every occasion he had pulled the trigger strictly in self-defense. None of those 3 men had died. Bobby started around the coffee table. Tony circled away from him.
"Now, I'm the crocodile,"
Bobby said, grinning.
"Don't make me hurt you."
Bobby stopped and grabbed hold of the coffee table and tipped it up, over, out of the way. And Tony backed into a wall, and Bobby rushed him, shouting something unintelligible, and Tony pulled the trigger, and the bullet tore through Bobby's left shoulder, spinning him around, driving him to his knees. But incredibly, he got up again, his left arm all bloody and hanging uselessly at his side, and screaming in anger rather than agony, he ran to the fireplace and picked up a small brass shovel and threw it, and Tony ducked. And then suddenly Bobby was rushing at him with an iron poker raised high, and the damn thing caught Tony across the thigh, and he yelped as pain flashed up his hip and down his leg. But the blow wasn't hard enough to break bones, and he didn't collapse. But he did drop down as Bobby swung it again, at his head this time, with more power behind it this time, and Tony fired up into the naked man's chest at close range, and Bobby was flung backwards with one last wild cry, and he crashed into a chair, then fell to the floor, gushing blood like a macabre fountain, twitched, gurgled, clawed at the shag carpet, bit his own wounded arm, and finally was perfectly still. Gasping, shaking, cursing, Tony holstered his revolver and stumbled to a telephone he had spotted on one of the end tables. He dialed 0 and told the operator who he was, where he was, and what he needed. "Ambulance first, police second," he said.
"Yes, sir,"
she said. He hung up and limped into the kitchen. Frank Howard was still sprawled on the floor, in the garbage. He had managed to roll onto his back, but he hadn't gotten any farther. Tony knelt beside him. Frank opened his eyes.
"You hurt?"
he asked weakly.
"No,"
Tony said.
"You get him?"
"Yeah."
"Dead?"
"Yeah."
"Good."
Frank looked terrible. His face was milk white, greasy with sweat. The whites of his eyes had an unhealthy yellowish cast that had not been there before, and the right eye was badly bloodshot. There was a hint of blue in his lips. The right shoulder and sleeve of his suit coat were soaked with blood. His left hand was clamped over his stomach wound, but a lot of blood had leaked from under his pale fingers. His shirt and the upper part of his trousers were wet and sticky. "How's the pain?" Tony asked.
"At first it was real bad. Couldn't stop screaming, but it's starting to get better. Just kind of a dull burning and thumping now."
Tony's attention had been focused so totally on Bobby Valdez that he hadn't heard Frank's screams. "Would a tourniquet on your arm help at all?"
"No, the wound's too high. In the shoulder. There's no place to put a tourniquet."
"Help's on the way," Tony said. "I phoned in." Outside, sirens wailed in the distance. It was too soon to be an ambulance or a black and white responding to his call. Someone must have phoned the police when the shooting started. "There'll be a couple of uniforms," Tony said. "I'll go down and meet them. They'll have a pretty good first aid kit in the cruiser."
"Don't leave me."
"But if they've got a first aid kit—"
"I need more than first aid. Don't leave me,"
Frank repeated pleadingly. "Okay."
"Please."
"Okay, Frank." They were both shivering.
"I don't want to be alone,"
Frank said. "I'll stay right here."
"I tried to sit up,"
Frank said. "You just lay there."
I couldn't sit up."
"You're going to be okay."
"Maybe I'm paralyzed."
Your body's taken a hell of a shock, that's all. You've lost some blood. Naturally, you're weak." The sirens moaned into silence outside of the apartment complex. "The ambulance can't be far behind," Tony said. Frank closed his eyes, winced, groaned. "You'll be okay, buddy." Frank opened his eyes.
Come to the hospital with me.
I will.
Ride in the ambulance with me.
I don't know if they'll let me.
Make them.
All right. Sure.
I don't want to be alone.
Okay, Tony said. I'll make them let me in the damned ambulance, even if I have to pull a gun on them to do it. Frank smiled thinly, but then a flash of pain burned the smile off his face.
Tony!
What is it, Frank?
Would you hold my hand?
Tony took his partner's right hand. The right shoulder was the one that had taken the bullet, and Tony thought Frank would have no use of that extremity. But the cold fingers closed around Tony's hand with surprising strength.
You know what?
Frank asked. What?
You should do what he says.
What who says?
Eugene Tucker. You should jump off. Take a chance. Do what you really want with your life.
Don't worry about me. You've got to save your energy for getting better. Frank grew agitated. He shook his head.
No. You've got to listen to me. This is important. What I'm trying to tell you. Damned important.
Okay, Tony said quickly. Relax. Don't strain yourself. Frank coughed, and a few bubbles of blood appeared on his bluish lips. Tony's heart was working like a runaway trip hammer. Where was the goddamned ambulance? What the hell was taking the lousy bastard so long? Frank's voice had a hoarse note in it now, and he was forced to pause repeatedly to draw breath.
If you want to be a painter, then do it. You're still young enough to take a chance.
Frank, please, for God's sake, save your strength.
Listen to me! Don't waste any more time. Life's too goddamn short to fiddle away any of it.
Stop talking like that. I've got a lot of years ahead, and so do you.
They go by so fast. So fucking fast. There's no time at all.
Frank gasped. His fingers tightened their already firm grip on Tony's hand. Frank, what's wrong? Frank didn't say anything. He shuddered. Then he began to cry. Tony said, Let me see about that first aid kit.
Don't leave me. I'm afraid.
I'll only be gone a minute.
Don't leave me.
Tears streamed down his cheeks. Okay, I'll wait. They'll be here in a few seconds.
Oh, Jesus,
Frank said miserably. But if the pain's getting worse...
I'm not in much pain.
Then what's wrong? Something's wrong.
I'm just embarrassed. I don't want anyone to know.
Know what?
I just lost control. I peed in my pants.
Tony didn't know what to say.
I don't want to be laughed at,
Frank said. Nobody's going to laugh at you.
But Jesus, I peed in my pants like a baby.
With all this other mess on the floor, who's going to notice? Frank laughed, wincing at the pain the laughter caused, and he squeezed Tony's hand even harder. Another siren, a few blocks away, approaching rapidly. The ambulance, Tony said. He'll be here in a minute. Frank's voice was getting thinner and weaker by the second.
I'm scared, Tony.
Please, Frank. Please don't be scared. I'm here. Everything's going to be all right.
I want someone to remember me,
Frank said. What do you mean?
After I'm gone, I want someone to remember I was here.
He'll be around a long time yet.
Who's gonna remember me?
I will, Tony said thickly.
I'll remember you. The new siren was only a block away, almost on top of them. Frank said, "You know what? I think maybe I will make it. The pain's gone all of a sudden." "Is it?" "That's good, isn't it?" "Sure." The siren cut out as the ambulance stopped with a squeal of brakes almost directly below the apartment windows. Frank's voice was getting so weak that Tony had to lean close to hear it. "Tony, hold me." His grip on Tony's hand slackened. His cold fingers opened. "Hold me, please. Jesus. Hold me, Tony. Will you?" For an instant, Tony was worried about complicating the man's wounds, but then he knew intuitively that it no longer mattered. He sat down on the floor in the garbage and blood. He put an arm under Frank and lifted him into a sitting position. Frank coughed weakly, and his left hand slid off his belly. The wound was revealed, a hideous and unrepairable hole from which intestines bulged. From the moment Bobby first pulled the trigger, Frank had begun to die. He had never had a hope of survival. "Hold me." Tony took Frank into his arms as best he could, held him as a father would hold a frightened child, held him and rocked gently, crooned softly, reassuringly. He kept crooning even after he knew that Frank was dead, crooning and slowly rocking, gently and serenely rocking. At 4 o'clock Monday afternoon, the telephone company serviceman arrived at Hilary's house. She showed him where the 5 extensions were located. He was just about to begin work on the kitchen phone when it rang. She was afraid that it was the anonymous caller again. She didn't want to answer it, but the serviceman looked at her expectantly, and on the 5th ring, she overcame her fear, snatched up the receiver. "Hello? Hilary Thomas?" "Yes?" "This is Michael Savatino, Savatino's Ristorante." "Oh, I don't need reminding. I won't forget you or your wonderful restaurant. We had a perfect dinner." "Oh, thank you. We try very hard. Listen, Miss Thomas—" "Please, call me Hilary." "Hilary, then. Have you heard from Tony yet today?" Suddenly she was aware of the tension in his voice. She knew, almost as a clairvoyant might know, that something awful had happened to Tony. For a moment she was breathless, and fuzzy darkness closed in briefly at the edges of her vision. "Hilary, are you there?" "I haven't heard from him since last night. Why?" "I don't want to alarm you. There was some trouble." "Oh, God!" "But Tony wasn't hurt." "Are you sure?" "Just a few bruises." "Is he in the hospital?" No, he's really all right." The knot of pressure in her chest loosened a bit. "What kind of trouble?" she asked. In a few sentences, Michael told her about the shooting. It could have been Tony who died. She felt weak. "Tony's taking it hard," Michael said. "Very hard. When he and Frank first started working together, they didn't get along well, but things have improved. The past few days, they got to know each other better. In fact, they'd gotten fairly close." "Where's Tony now?" "His apartment. The shooting was at 11:30 this morning. He's been at his apartment since 2. I was with him until a few minutes ago. I wanted to stay, but he insisted I go to the restaurant as usual. I wanted him to come with me, but he wouldn't. He won't admit it, but he needs someone right now." "I'll go to him," she said. "I was hoping you'd say that." Hilary freshened up and changed clothes. She was ready to leave 15 minutes before the repairman had finished with the phones, and she never endured a longer quarter hour. In the car, on the way to Tony's place, she recalled how she had felt in that dark moment when she had thought Tony was seriously hurt, perhaps dead. She nearly had been sick to her stomach. An intolerable sense of loss had filled her. Last night, in bed, awaiting sleep, she had argued with herself about whether or not she loved Tony. Could she possibly love anyone after the physical and psychological torture she had suffered as a child, after what she had learned about the ugly, duplicitous nature of most other human beings? And could she love a man she'd known for only a few days? The argument still wasn't settled, but now she knew that she dreaded losing Tony Clemenza in a way and to a degree that she had never feared losing anyone else in her life. At his apartment complex, she parked beside the blue Jeep. He lived upstairs in a 2-story building. Glass wind chimes were hung from the balcony near one of the other apartments. They sounded melancholy in the late afternoon breeze. When he answered the door, he wasn't surprised to see her.
"I guess Michael called you."
"Yes, why didn't you?" she asked.
"He probably told you I'm a total wreck. As you can see, he exaggerates."
"He's concerned about you."
"I can handle it," he said, forcing a smile. "I'm okay."
In spite of his attempt to play down his reaction to Frank Howard's death, she saw the haunted look in his face and the bleak expression in his eyes. She wanted to hug him and console him, but she was not very good with people in ordinary circumstances, let alone in a situation like this. Besides, she sensed that he had to be ready for consolation before she dared offer it, and he was not.
"I'm coping,"
he insisted. "Can I come in anyway?"
"Oh, sure. Sorry."
He lived in a 1-bedroom bachelor apartment, but the living room, at least, was large and airy. It had a high ceiling and a row of big windows in the north wall. "Oh, good northern light for a painter," Hilary said.
"That's why I rented the place."
It looked more like a studio than a living room. A dozen of his eye-catching paintings hung on the walls. Other canvases were standing on the floor, leaning against the walls, stacks of them in some places, 60 or 70 in all. 2 easels held works in progress. There were also a large drawing table, stool, and artist's supply cabinet. Tall shelves were jammed full of oversized art books. The only concessions to ordinary living room decor were 2 short sofas, 2 end tables, 2 lamps, a coffee table, all of which were arranged to form a cozy conversation corner. Although its arrangement was peculiar, the room had great warmth and livability.
"I've decided to get drunk,"
Tony said as he closed the door.
"Very drunk. Totally smashed. I was just pouring my first drink when you rang. Would you like something?"
"What are you drinking?" she asked.
"Bourbon on the rocks."
"Make it the same for me." While he was in the kitchen preparing drinks, she took a closer look at his paintings. Some of them were ultra-realistic. In these, the detail was so fine, so brilliantly observed, so flawlessly rendered that, in terms of realism, the paintings actually transcended mere photography. Several of the canvases were surrealistic, but in a fresh and commanding style that was not at all reminiscent of Dali, Ernst, Miro, or Tanguy. They were closer to the work of René Magritte than to anything else, especially the Magritte of the Domain of Arnheim and Ready-Made Bouquet. But Magritte had never used such meticulous detail in his paintings, and it was this realer-than-real quality in Tony's visions that made the surrealistic elements especially striking and unique. He returned from the kitchen with 2 glasses of bourbon, and as she accepted her drink, she said, "Your work is so fresh and exciting."
"Is it?"
"Michael is right. Your paintings will sell as fast as you can create them."
"It's nice to think so. Nice to dream about."
"If you'd only give them a chance."
"As I said before, you're very kind, but you're not an expert."
He was not at all himself. His voice was drab, wooden. He was dull, washed out, depressed. She needled him a bit, hoping to bring him to life. "Oh, you think you're so smart," she said. "But you're dumb. When it comes to your own work, you're dumb. You're blind to the possibilities.
I'm just an amateur.
Bullshit.
A fairly good amateur.
Sometimes you can be so damned infuriating, she said.
I don't want to talk about art,
he said. He switched on the stereo. Beethoven, interpreted by Ormandy. Then he went to one of the sofas in the far corner of the room. She followed him, sat beside him. "Oh, what do you want to talk about?"
"Movies,"
he said. "Do you really?"
"Maybe books."
"Really?"
"Or theater."
"What you really want to talk about is what happened to you today."
"No. That's the last thing."
"You need to talk about it, even if you don't want to."
"What I need to do is forget all about it, wipe it out of my mind."
"So you're playing turtle," she said. "You think you can pull your head under your shell and close up tight."
"Exactly," he said.
"Last week, when I wanted to hide from the whole world, when you wanted me to go out with you instead, you said it wasn't healthy for a person to withdraw into himself after an upsetting experience. You said it was best to share your feelings with other people."
"I was wrong," he said.
"You were right." He closed his eyes, said nothing. "Do you want me to leave?" she asked.
"No."
"I will if you want me to. No hard feelings."
"Please stay," he said.
"All right. What shall we talk about?"
"Beethoven and bourbon."
"I can take a hint," she said. They sat silently side by side on the sofa, eyes closed, heads back, listening to the music, sipping the bourbon, as the sunlight turned amber and then muddy orange beyond the large windows. Slowly the room filled up with shadows. Early Monday evening, Avril Tannerton discovered someone had broken into Forever View. He made that discovery when he went down to the cellar, where he had a lavishly equipped woodworking shop. He saw that one of the panes in a basement window had been carefully covered with masking tape and then broken to allow the intruder to reach the latch. It was a much smaller than average window, hinged at the top, but even a fairly large man could wriggle through it if he was determined. Avril was certain there was no stranger in the house at the moment. Furthermore, he knew that the window hadn't been broken Friday night, for he would have noticed it when he spent an hour in his workshop doing fine sanding on his latest project, a cabinet for his 3 hunting rifles and 2 shotguns. He didn't believe anyone would have the nerve to smash the window in broad daylight, or when he, Tannerton, was at home, as he had been the previous night, Sunday. Therefore, he concluded that the break-in must have occurred Saturday night, while he was at Helen Vertilion's place in Santa Rosa. Except for the body of Bruno Fry, Forever View had been deserted on Saturday. Evidently, the burglar had known the house was unguarded and had taken advantage of the opportunity. Burglar. Did that make sense? A burglar. He didn't think anything had been stolen from the public rooms on the first floor or from his private quarters on the second level. He was positive he would have noticed evidence of a theft almost immediately upon his return Sunday morning. Besides, his guns were still in the den, and so was his extensive coin collection. Certainly those things would be prime targets for a thief. In his woodworking shop, to the right of the broken cellar window, there were a couple of $1,000 worth of high-quality hand and power tools. Some of them were hanging neatly from a pegboard wall, and others were nestled in custom racks he had designed and built for them. He could tell at a glance that nothing was missing. Nothing stolen. Nothing vandalized. What sort of burglar broke into a house just to have a look at things? Avril stared at the pieces of glass and masking tape on the floor, then up at the violated window, then around the cellar, pondering the situation, until suddenly he realized that, indeed, something had been taken. 3 50-pound bags of dry mortar mix were gone. Last spring, he and Gary Olmsted had torn out the old wooden porch in front of the funeral home. They'd built up the ground with a couple of truckloads of topsoil, had terraced it quite professionally, and had put down a new brick veranda. They had also torn up the cracked and canted concrete sidewalks and had replaced them with brick.
At the end of the 5-week-long chore, they found themselves with 3 extra bags of mortar mix, but they didn't return them for a refund because Avril intended to construct a large patio behind the house next summer. Now those 3 bags of mix were gone. That discovery, far from answering his questions, only contributed to the mystery. Amazed and perplexed, he stared at the spot where the bags had been stacked. Why would a burglar ignore expensive rifles, valuable coins, and other worthwhile loot in favor of 3 relatively inexpensive bags of dry mortar mix? Tannerton scratched his head.
Strange,
he said. After sitting quietly beside Hilary in the gathering darkness for 15 minutes, after listening to Beethoven, after sipping 2 or 3 ounces of bourbon, and after Hilary replenished their drinks, Tony found himself talking about Frank Howard. He didn't realize he was going to open up to her until he had already begun speaking. He seemed to hear himself suddenly in mid-sentence, and then the words poured out. For half an hour he spoke continuously, pausing only for an occasional sip of bourbon, recalling his first impression of Frank, the initial friction between them, the tense and the humorous incidents on the job, that boozy evening at the bolt hole, the blind date with Janet Yamada, and the recent understanding and affection that he and Frank had found for each other. Finally, when he began to recount the events in Bobby Valdez's apartment, he spoke hesitantly, softly. When he closed his eyes, he could see that garbage and blood-spattered kitchen as vividly as he could see his own living room when his eyes were open. As he tried to tell Hilary what it had been like to hold a dying friend in his arms, he began to tremble. He was terribly cold, frigid in his flesh and bones, icy in his heart. His teeth chattered. Slouched on the sofa, deep in purple shadow, he shed his first tears for Frank Howard, and they felt scalding hot on his chilled skin. As he wept, Hilary took his hand. Then she held him in much the same way that he had held Frank. She used her small cocktail napkin to dry his face. She kissed his cheeks, his eyes. At first, she offered only consolation, and that was all he sought. But without either of them consciously striving to alter the embrace, the quality of it began to change. He put his arms around her, and it was no longer entirely clear who was holding and comforting whom. His hands moved up and down her sleek back, up and down, and he marveled at the exquisite contours. He was excited by the firmness and strength and suppleness of her body beneath the blouse. Her hands roamed over him, too, stroking and squeezing and admiring his hard muscles. She kissed the corners of his mouth, and he eagerly returned those kisses full on her lips. Their quick tongues met, and the kiss became hot, fiercely hot and liquid. It left them breathing harder than they had been when their lips first touched. Simultaneously, they realized what was happening, and they froze, uncomfortably reminded of the dead friend for whom mourning had just begun. If they gave each other what they so badly needed and wanted, it might be like giggling at a funeral. For a moment, they felt that they were on the verge of committing a thoughtless and thoroughly blasphemous act. But their desire was so strong that it overcame their doubts about the propriety of making love on this night of all nights. They kissed tentatively, then hungrily, and it was as sweet as ever. Her hands moved demandingly over him, and he responded to her touch, then she to his. He realized it was good and right for them to seek joy together. Making love now was not an act of disrespect toward the dead. It was a reaction to the unfairness of death itself.
Their unquenchable desire was the result of many things, one of which was a profound animal need to prove that they were alive, fully and unquestionably and exuberantly alive. By unspoken agreement, they got up from the couch and went to the bedroom. Tony switched on a lamp in the living room as they walked out. That light spilled through the open doorway and was the only thing that illuminated the bed. Soft, penumbral light. Warm and golden light. The light seemed to love Hilary, for it didn't merely fall dispassionately upon her as it did upon the bed and upon Tony. It caressed her, lovingly accented the milky bronze shade of her flawless skin, added luster to her raven black hair, and sparkled in her big eyes. They stood beside the bed, embracing, kissing, and then he began to undress her. He unbuttoned her blouse, slipped it off. He unhooked her bra. She shrugged out of it and let it fall to the floor. Her breasts were beautiful, round and full and upswept. The nipples were large and erect. He bent to them, kissed them. She took his head in her hands, lifted his face to hers, found his mouth with hers. She sighed. His hands trembled with excitement as he unbuckled her belt, unsnapped and unzipped her jeans. They slid down her long legs, and she stepped out of them, already having stepped out of her shoes. Tony went to his knees before her, intending to pull off her panties, and he saw a 4-inch-long welt of scar tissue along her left side. It began at the edge of her flat belly and curved around to her back. It was not the result of surgery. It wasn't the thin line that even a moderately neat doctor would leave. Tony had seen old, well-healed bullet and knife wounds before, and even though the light was not bright, he was sure that this mark had been caused by either a gun or a blade. A long time ago she stiffened. He sensed that the scar embarrassed her. He wanted to tell her it didn't detract from her beauty or desirability, and that, in fact, this single minor flaw only emphasized her otherwise incredible physical perfection. The way to reassure her was with actions, not words. He pulled down her panties, and she stepped out of them. Slowly, slowly he moved his hands up her gorgeous legs, over the lovely curves of her calves, over the smooth thighs. He kissed her glossy black pubic bush, and the hairs bristled crisply against his face. As he stood, he cupped her firm buttocks in both hands, gently kneaded the taut flesh, and she moved against him, and their lips met again. The kiss lasted either a few seconds or a few minutes, and when it ended, Hilary said, "Hurry." As she pulled back the covers and got into bed, Tony stripped off his own clothes. Nude, he stretched out beside her and took her in his arms. They explored each other with their hands, endlessly fascinated by textures and shapes and angles and sizes and degrees of resiliency, and his erection throbbed as she fondled it. After a while, but long before he actually entered her, he felt strangely as if he were melting into her, as if they were becoming one creature, not physically or sexually so much as spiritually, blending together through some sort of truly miraculous psychic osmosis. Overwhelmed by the warmth of her, excited by the promise of her magnificent body, but most deeply affected by the unique murmurs and movements and actions and reactions that made her Hilary and nobody but Hilary, Tony felt as if he had taken some new and exotic drug. His perceptions seemed to extend beyond the range of his own senses, so that he felt almost as if he were seeing through Hilary's eyes as well as through his own, feeling with his hands and her hands, tasting her mouth with his, but also tasting his mouth with hers. Two minds meshed, two hearts synchronized. Her hot kisses made him want to taste every part of her, every delicious inch, and he did, arriving at long last at the warm juncture of her thighs. He spread her elegant legs and licked the moist center of her, opened those secret folds of flesh with his tongue, found the hidden nubble that, when softly flicked, caused her to gasp with pleasure. She began to moan and writhe under the loving lash.
"Tony."
He made love to her with his tongue and teeth and lips. She arched her back, clutched the sheets with both hands, thrashed ecstatically. As she raised herself, he slipped his hands under her, grabbed her rump, held her to him.
"Oh, Tony, yes, yes."
She was breathing deeply, rapidly. She tried to pull away from him when the pleasure became too intense, but then a moment later she thrust herself at him, begging for more. Eventually she began to quiver all over, and those shallow tremors swiftly grew into wonderful, wrenching shudders of pure delight. She gasped for breath and tossed her head and cried out deliriously, rode the wave within her, came and came again, lithe muscles contracting, relaxing, contracting, relaxing, until finally she was exhausted. She collapsed and sighed. He raised his head, kissed her fluttering belly, then moved up to tease her nipples with his tongue. She reached down between them and gripped the iron hardness of him. Suddenly, as she anticipated this final joining, this complete union, she was filled with a new erotic tension. He opened her with his fingers, and she released him from her hand, and he guided himself into her.
"Yes, yes, yes,"
she said as he filled her up.
"Oh, my lovely Tony. Lovely, lovely, lovely Tony."
"Oh, you're beautiful." It had never been sweeter for him. He braced himself above her on his fully extended arms, looked down at her exquisite face. Their eyes locked, and after a moment it seemed that he was no longer merely staring at her, but into her, through her eyes, into the essence of Hilary Thomas, into her soul. She closed her eyes, and a moment later he closed his, and he discovered that the extraordinary bond was not destroyed when the gaze was broken. Tony had made love to other women, but he had never been as close to any of them as he was to Hilary Thomas. Because this coupling was so special, he wanted to make it last a long time, wanted to bring her to the edge with him, wanted to take the plunge together. But this time he did not have the kind of control that usually marked his lovemaking. He was rushing toward the brink and could do nothing to stop himself. It was not just that she was tighter and slicker and hotter than other women he had known. It was not merely some trick of well-trained vaginal muscles. It was not that her perfect breasts drove him wild, or that her silken skin was far silkier than that of any other women in his experience. All of those things were true, but it was the fact that she was special to him, extraordinarily special, in a way that he had not yet even fully defined, that made being with her unbearably exciting. She sensed his onrushing orgasm, and she put her hands on his back, pulled him down. He didn't want to burden her with his full weight, but she seemed unaware of it. Her breasts squashed against his chest as he settled onto her. She lifted her hips and ground her pelvis against him, and he thrust harder and faster. Incredibly, she started to come again just as he began to spurt uncontrollably. She held him close, held him tight, repeatedly whispering his name as he erupted and erupted within her, thickly and forcefully and endlessly within her, in the deepest and darkest reaches of her. As he emptied himself, a tremendous tide of tenderness and affection and aching need swept through him, and he knew that he would never be able to let her go. Afterwards, they lay side by side on the bed, holding hands, heartbeats gradually easing. Hilary was physically and emotionally wrung out by the experience. The number and startling power of her climaxes had shaken her. She had never felt anything quite like it. Each orgasm had been a bolt of lightning, striking to the core of her, jolting through every fiber, an indescribably thrilling current. But Tony had given her a great deal more than sexual pleasure. She had felt something else, something new to her, something splendid and powerful that was beyond words. She was aware that some people would say the word love perfectly described her feelings, but she wasn't ready to accept that disturbing definition. For a long, long time, since her childhood, the words love and pain had been inextricably linked in Hilary's mind. She couldn't believe that she was in love with Tony Clemenza, or he with her, dared not believe it. For if she were to do so, she would make herself vulnerable, leave herself defenseless. On the other hand, she had difficulty believing that Tony would knowingly hurt her. He wasn't like Earl, her father. He wasn't like anyone she had ever known before. There was a tenderness about him, a quality of mercy, that made her feel that she would be perfectly safe in his hands. Perhaps she ought to take a chance with him. Maybe he was the one man who was worth the risk. But then she realized how she would feel if their luck together went sour after she had put everything on the line for him. That would be a hard blow. She didn't know if she would bounce back from that one. A problem. No easy solution. She didn't want to think about it right now. She just wanted to lay beside him, basking in the glow that they had created together. She began to remember their love-making, the erotic sensations that had left her weak, some of which still lingered warmly in her flesh. Tony rolled onto his side and faced her. He kissed her throat, her cheek.
A penny for your thoughts.
Oh, they're worth more than that, she said. $1. More than that.
$100?
Maybe 100,000.
Ooh, expensive thoughts.
Not thoughts, really. Memories.
$100,000 memories? Of what?
Of what we did a few minutes ago.
You know, he said, you surprised me. You seem so proper and pure, almost angelic, but you've got a wonderfully bawdy streak in you.
I can be bawdy, she admitted.
Very bawdy.
You like my body?
It's a beautiful body.
For a while they talked mostly nonsense, lovers' talk, murmuring dreamily. They were so mellow that everything seemed amusing to them. Then, still speaking softly but with a more serious note in his voice, Tony said,
You know, of course, I'm not ever going to let go of you.
She sensed that he was prepared to make a commitment if he could determine that she was ready to do likewise. But that was the problem. She wasn't ready. She didn't know if she would ever be ready. Well, she wanted him. Oh, Jesus, how she wanted him. She couldn't think of anything more exciting or rewarding than the two of them living together, enriching each other's lives with their separate talents and interests. But she dreaded the disappointment and pain that would come if he ever stopped wanting her. She had put all of those terrible years in Chicago with Earl and Emma behind her, but she could not so easily disregard the lessons she had learned in that tenement apartment so long ago. She was afraid of commitment. Looking for a way to avoid the implied question in his statement, hoping to keep the conversation frivolous, she said, "You're never going to let go of me?"
"Never."
"Won't it be awkward for you, trying to do police work with me in hand?" He looked into her eyes, trying to determine if she understood what he had said. Nervously, she said, "Don't hurry me, Tony. I need time. Just a little time."
"Take all the time you want."
"Oh, right now I'm so happy that I just want to be silly. It's not the right time to be serious."
"So I'll try to be silly," he said.
"What shall we talk about?"
"I want to know all about you."
"That sounds serious, not silly."
"Tell you what, you be half serious and I'll be half silly. We'll take turns at it."
All right. First question.
"What's your favorite breakfast food?"
"Cornflakes,"
she said. "Your favorite lunch?"
"Cornflakes."
"Your favorite dinner?"
"Cornflakes."
"Wait a minute," he said.
"What's wrong?"
"I figured you were serious about breakfast, but then you slipped in 2 silly responses in a row."
"I love cornflakes."
"Now you owe me 2 serious answers."
"Oh, shoot."
"Where were you born?"
"Chicago."
"Raised there?"
"Yes."
"Parents?"
"Oh, I don't know who my parents are. I was hatched from an egg, a duck egg. Oh, it was a miracle. You must have read all about it. There's even a Catholic church in Chicago named after the event, Our Lady of the Duck Egg."
"Very silly indeed."
"Thank you."
"Parents?" he asked again.
"That's not fair," she said. "You can't ask the same thing twice."
"Who says?"
"I say."
"Is it that horrible?
"What?"
Whatever your parents did?"
She tried to deflect the question. "Where'd you get the idea they did something horrible?"
"I've asked you about them before. I've asked you about your childhood, too. You've always avoided those questions. You were very smooth, very clever about changing the subject. You thought I didn't notice, but I did." He had the most penetrating stare she'd ever encountered. It was all